exits and entrances. And one man in his time plays many parts, including women. He or she acts being 7 ages. So the 7 ages that I'm reflecting on today is this assembly. This is an assembly where you are reflecting on how you were performing and how you are going to exit this space. You cannot actually succeed if you don't have a purpose. In this book that I'm referring to, Leading from Purpose, it shows us that for everyone to succeed as a leader, you should have a purpose. That's why Paul says, I have run a good race. Because he's making this remark, because he had a purpose. Wherever you are, whatever responsibility that you are given, you focus on the purpose. If you lack purpose, you are going to
Chief Whip.
Mute.
Please. Thank you.
We, as leaders, we should have purpose. As counselors, we should have purpose about the responsibility we are assigned to do. As office bearers in the office of SALGA, you should have a purpose why you were employed to be in that position. So life without a purpose is meaningless. Even a leader who is appointed to be in a position, if you don't have a purpose, you lose sight and misrepresent the mandate that you are given. My last point will be points to ponder for a leader in that position like Paul. One is that describe 2 or 3 of your most challenging life experiences. In the role as a counselor, you should be able to assess yourself in terms of your experience since you have been in that position. What others can learn from you. Timothy learned very good things from Paul. 2, what you will be missing from your life without these experiences. Experience is the best teacher. There are things that as counselors you go through. There are things that you can learn and share with other people, and other people come and learn from you. 3, what are the gifts that these experiences bring to your life? So for those counselors that we are remembering today, we remember their experiences, the way they perform their duties, and we always say we will actually continue from where they left, which means experience is very important. We need to leave a legacy. As a leader, if you don't leave a legacy in the role that you have been given, you are a hopeless leader. So I therefore challenge everyone, including myself, that when we leave the space that we have been given, the responsibilities that we have been given, it is not about the salary you get. It's about the role and the impact you make in their lives and the constituencies where you are employed. With these few words, I really want to say, as Paul concluded, I have run a good race. What is now remaining for me is to receive a crown. So the day you finish, next year is election. Some of us are not going to be here. That will be an exit for you. But when you exit, you must exit with a crown that I have done my best. So people can remember you. Maybe it is time for SALGA to have a word of remembrance, to say, these are the people, men and women, who have traveled this journey. This is what they have achieved. These are the experiences that we have learned. To write a book about people that you admired through their experiences, through the hardship that they endured, the sacrifices they have made. So it will be important if SALGA one day, you can develop an atlas of leaders who have been with you, who accompanied this wonderful association of municipalities. People that the future generation can reflect on and say, I would like to be like so and so. Paul was able to influence Timothy. Timothy therefore became one of the best disciples because he learned from the best. So make sure that every day when you report to work, you must be aware that there is somebody who's watching you, who's learning from you, somebody who's taking or going through your experiences and making and internalizing your experiences to say, I would like to be like that person. So with these few words, I really want to come to the conclusion of the reflection that I was asked to share with you. Can I close with a prayer? Father, Lord, the Redeemer, the one who made us to be alive today. We pray for this assembly. We pray for everyone who's connected through the networks. We pray for our families, people who make us to succeed in our work and responsibilities. We pray for those who pray for us in different corners of the world, those who are carrying us in their prayers. I pray for the leadership of SALGA. I pray for all councillors in different municipalities around Gauteng province. I pray for the families who sleep without food, those who are homeless, hungry, those who are helpless, those who have lost hope, that can you give us the energizing power to carry out this mission of changing the lives of ordinary people. All this I ask in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Ntate Rani. We'll go straight to an audio play of a national anthem. Thank you. And Ntate Rani. That is, Siana, if you can assist. I mean, I know we are operating from different venues, but your sound was not good on the what you call national FM. I think it was too far. The mic was too far from the sound. But I'll indicate that via the other what you call way of communication. So I'd like to call yourself, Ndate Siana, to give us the ground rules. We know this is not the first time, but this is our first meeting with all the municipality operating virtually. So I think it's very important to give the ground rules so that we can adhere to and operate smoothly as a structure. Thank you very much. And that is Siana, can you please facilitate this? Thank you. Give us the ground rules.
Am I audible now?
Perfect, that. Perfect.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Program Director, thank you very much for the opportunity. We are just making a request through you, Program Director, that before I take to the stage to do the facilitation processes and ground rules, that we take a moment to recognize the councillors that have fallen between the PMA and now. We shall do so through a recording that shall be projected from the main venue. All participants shall be able to view that on their screen. It shall come up anytime now.
Thank you very much for your indulgence, Program Director. As Reverend Moerani in his opening prayer, he indicated that indeed we do need to pay tribute to those who have passed on. Program Director, as you had indicated, you had called upon me to communicate 2 items, which I shall do jointly. They are very related. One is the ground rules, and the second one is the facilitation processes. Chairperson, if I would like to perhaps reiterate a message that those that are connected would already be aware of, because indeed they are connected. It is that prior to joining the SALGA Gauteng Provincial Members Assembly 2020, we had requested all participants to register in advance online. As you register in advance, there would have been an automated process that churns out the connection details, which then enable you to connect as you have by now. Those who have not been able to do so and might be contacting a number of participants that are already in here, let's please reiterate that message. If there are any challenges, they can be directed to the secretariat that had been communicating with the respective participants to facilitate their RSVPs as well as the details of attendance. I thought I should start there, Chairperson, in case there are others that might still be struggling. We hope those shall be minimal. We remain on standby to provide whatever support that would be required in order to assist them. Now, coming to those who are already connected to the PMA, either online or in the room, here are a few processes. We have a PMA that will be graced by between 80 and 100 people. An event of that magnitude is likely to have various disruptions. We therefore request all participants to mute their microphones at all times, except for those moments when you are required to speak, in which case you can unmute on the system that is available to you on your portal, on your screen. Likewise, we also request all participants to keep their microphones, so that their videos off. It assists us to ensure better connectivity. Bandwidth in certain parts of the province is not particularly great. So the videos, while we would love to see everybody that is participating, do create a connectivity challenge. It is in that context that we are requesting to assist the connectivity by switching off the video. When you do speak, however, we do request that you then switch on your microphone as well as your video. We are aware that some might still not be able to connect through their video, again, through the connectivity challenges in their particular part of the continent and country and province. You are free not to show the video, but wherever possible, we do like to see who it is we are communicating with. The next issue is how we make inputs. There would be a number of different ways that we can make inputs. The most simple and straightforward, convenient one is through the chat room. We are using a Zoom platform. A Zoom platform has quite a convenient, easy to use chat room. If you can post all your different messages in there, they shall all be recorded and be utilized as part of the PMA proceedings. There will be instances where members would like to speak verbally. In that instance, please click on the button on Zoom that enables you to raise your hand. The program director will recognize you. When your turn comes, the program director will give you an opportunity to then speak, in which case you revert back to that procedure I outlined. Unmute, show your video, and proceed, and then mute again thereafter. Program director, perhaps the concluding, or second last, for those who are connected from inside the venue physically, we request that you still connect to your Zoom while the proceedings are projected on the screen in front, and you will be able to see that and will be able to hear through the sound system that has been connected. You have the backup of being able to connect onto your laptop if you have brought one. When you do speak, the audio is a lot clearer when you speak into the microphone of your laptop. It shall then be picked up throughout the system. We do request, however, in order to ensure that we minimize interference in sound, that your volume be kept at a minimum, as in 0. Because the sound quality is quite good, you can still be able to hear. You don't have to rely on hearing on your laptop. It is just for when you speak that we need you to speak into the laptop in order to then ensure that everybody across the system, both inside the room and connected digitally, are able to hear you. It also assists us as part of the COVID mitigating procedures to avoid sending out a microphone that will then be touched by all the different people. We do have sanitizers that will continue to clean the microphone and all relevant surfaces, but as a mitigating measure, we are requesting that participants, especially those at the venue, speak through the laptops. A last one, Chairperson, Program Director, relates to documents. There is quite a number of documents. The last time I counted, there was almost 20 spanning over 500 pages. They have come in gradually up to midnight last night. Various speakers have sent their documents as they become available. We have made them available through a number of different mechanisms, and members will utilize the most convenient to them. First and foremost, documents that we had by Thursday last week were sent out on USB to all registered municipal representatives. We do hope that at the very least, municipal representatives have the document pack, especially document packs that are critical for the closed session, which is a constitutional requirement, organizational reports, minutes, and so on. They are listed over there. We also then have discussion documents for different thematic sessions that have continued to be added as they become available. We have also created a Dropbox where members can be able to access the documents. These two mechanisms, Program Director, are a conventional way of accessing documents. Those who don't have will continue to make them available. We have also created an additional digital platform where all documents are made available online through an online platform called SALGA Digital. I will come back to the podium later on as we start the thematic discussions to help members to navigate around the SALGA Digital platform in order to access all the documents. They are updated, fortunately, on that platform. It is a platform that also enables us to make comments on each of the documents that can then be harvested in the background. On that note, Program Director, I hope it is clear the means of communication, the means of engagements, the do's and don'ts. I wish us all well. For any technicalities, any members that experience technical challenges, we have an IC team that is on standby physically, and they can be also connected through their mobile phone and through their respective email addresses. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nkahle. Continuing with the program, thank you for all the what you call the presentation. I think they're straightforward. They need no explanation. Dr. Nkahle, I was informed that Councillor Busim Disakeng, who's supposed to give us a welcome address, is actually struggling a bit. She'll be late a bit. Will indicate to me as and when she arrives. But meanwhile, I suggest that we continue with the program of the day. And I've also noticed in acknowledging all the councillors who passed on during the course of the year, we actually left out one councillor, Alderman Bruce Reid, who was the 43 councillor in Egoroleni. I think he passed on in October. Members, during the during the preparation of the presentation, you would remember that the meeting in actual fact was arranged to sit on early. His name was omitted there. May his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Chair. Without further ado, I'll now call upon
Sorry, can I interject, Program Director?
Of SALGA, our deployee in National Executive Committee, for the message of support, the National SALGA Executive Committee, Councillor Mpho Kgonong. I think she might be with you on the what you call. I don't hear you, Mr. Sen.
Yes, Program Director.
And Mr. Nkahle, okay.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Apologies, I was trying to interject earlier. Just on a small point of correction, which I will come to now. But before I do that, to appreciate your reminder of the councillor that is not recognized on the list here. We have noted that, and we shall certainly include all the details, and that recognition shall therefore form the official record of the PMA in exactly the same way as all the others. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, for leading us in that recognition. The other matter, Chairperson, related to the SALGA Provincial Chair, yes, she had challenges very early in the day. She is with us now, and she is ready and available to deliver her opening and welcome address.
Yeah.
Through you, Chair, if you allow me, I will call upon the Chairperson of SALGA Gauteng, Councillor Busisiwe Modisa Gang, to welcome all that are present here today. Tell us whether we are welcome. There are no dogs that shall bite us, and indeed wish us well for the rest of the 2 days.
Thank you.
Over to you, Councillor Modisa Gang.
Thank you very much, Dr. Siana, for allowing me this opportunity. And let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody and greet everyone who is connected on this beautiful day. Also wanting just to apologize that technicalities that I had of the car that decided to just not want to be driven on M2. But the devil is a liar. We are proceeding. My apologies, not necessarily that I'm undermining everyone who connected on time. Program Director, let me just say to the Honorable Premier in absentia, and I know that he's represented by Honorable MEC Lebohang Maile, Honorable MEC for Kota, MEC Maile. I know that he was also going to be here in his capacity as the MEC of Kota. Now he's having 2 caps in this platform. To the Honorable MEC for Social Development, Dr. Nomathemba Mokheti, the Honorable MECs that are also attending here, members of the National Executive Committee of SALGA that are also our reps in Gauteng. I know that Dr. Khuno is also connecting. Members of the Provincial Executive Committee of SALGA Gauteng, the executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, councillors, head of departments, acting provincial director of operations in SALGA, city managers and municipal managers, SALGA officials, municipal officials, distinguished guests and members of the media. It is an honor and a privilege for me to address you on this, the 14th SALGA Gauteng Provincial Members Assembly, which is normally known as the PMA. I would like to welcome all of you, those who have gathered here, and those of you who have graced us with your presence by joining remotely to this PMA. We are convening this PMA under the theme, Reimagining Local Government to Bolster Resilience Amidst the Complexities of a Normal. For us, this theme resonates with times that we are in, times of significant challenges, but also times of immense opportunities. It is time of challenges due to the following realities. The world has faced and continues to face immeasurable economic distress visited upon us by the COVID-19 pandemic. Municipalities across the world are facing an economic meltdown due to this pandemic, as many sectors of the economy get affected, as rising unemployment is the order of the day. The digitization of the workplace and indeed governance to some degree exposes the glaring inequalities that existed in many developing countries, emerging economies due to the stubborn dispensation of the digital divide. Exploitation by the superpowers of the situation which perpetuates this inequality. Exposure of the inadequacy of our health system and facilities. Exposure of our inadequacy of our spatial planning resolve to address the spatial planning of the past, which was characterized by the marginalization of the majority of our people. These are just a few of the challenges that have visited us in the advent of the pandemic, which caught us ill-prepared. We have since made endeavors to accelerate our response to this reality. By, amongst other things, we have to review our procurement processes in government, not only our country, but throughout the world, to respond swiftly and effectively to address service delivery where it's needed the most. To relook at our spatial planning and the related issues of allowing informal settlement patterns, which exacerbate the spread of the COVID-19 virus amongst our population. Although we had to contend with these challenges, we do not, however, to acknowledge that there is a ray of hope. This has been the realization that challenges can be turned into positive opportunities. If we apply our minds and commit to our initial resolve to enable a better life for all. Having realized this situation, we have come to interrogate ourselves and make attempts at giving sense to this advent called the new normal. The new normal presents us with, amongst others, the following opportunities: a new adaptation of the way of doing our work, a new adaptation of the way on how we communicate, a new adaptation of the way we conduct business, a new adaptation of the way we plan our spaces, and a new look at our health system and re-evaluation thereof. A newly recharged approach and resolve to the concept of smart cities, the adaptation and application of smart technologies all over, giving effect to the concept of the fourth industrial revolution. This is why we need to examine our capacity needs and skills requirements for this new normal. In the context of these challenges, let me take stock of where we have been since the last PMA without delving into a report which I will deliver shortly at this PMA. We have looked at the issues relating to the transport authority in the province, and we also have applied ourselves to the question of regressing audit findings and the attendant challenges thereto. We have applied ourselves to the new advent of coalition governments in local government sphere, particularly in Gauteng. We'll be consolidating our outlook on the district development model. We are currently addressing the issue of interventions in municipalities that are perceived to be dysfunctional. We continue to seek audience with other spheres of government with a view to continue reviewing all older legislation, including post-democracy legislation, which impedes local government's developmental agenda. We continue to play a role in the intergovernmental space and in the provincial legislature to pursue our mandate, that of lobbying and advocacy. Program Director, our province is a tale of two worlds, a world of affluent communities living alongside a world of abject poverty and squalor. To this end, we are looking at strategies together with our partners on how we can bring about equity and socio-economic harmony amongst our citizens. It is for these reasons that we have a discussion later on the anti-poverty strategy for the province. We need to answer to the clarion call of our president to build a capable state. This means that we need to reimagine our structural arrangements in our institutions in general and in municipalities in particular. Are our organograms fit for the newly defined purpose? That's the question that we need to ask ourselves. Whilst we face this COVID-19 pandemic, two other pandemics are likely to befall us, namely the corruption, gender-based violence. We need to condemn violence to our vulnerable groups and to anyone for that matter, in the strongest terms possible. Condemning verbally will not be enough. Strategies need to be put in place. Our performance plan will later on allude to these strategies in detail. Corruption is, in the words of Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Ghebreyesus, he referred it to tantamount to murder. In conclusions, Program Director, let me convey on behalf of the PEC and the whole local government fraternity our deepest condolences to all our councillors, employees, friends, and families who have succumbed to the COVID-19 virus. And particular messages of condolences go to the families of the Chairperson of Finance and Fiscal Commission, Professor Daniel Blackie, and the Auditor General, Mr. Kimi Makoitu, who were initially scheduled also to address this assembly. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Colleagues, let me also remind you that COVID-19 is still with us. We are therefore reminded that at all times, let's wash our hands, keep social distancing, and make sure that we wear masks when we go on public. We need also to make it for sure that we refrain to go to packed, jammed functions. I'm speaking to those of my age and those that are having chronic diseases. May we enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Must shy 40. Let's give a round of applause for
let's keep it.
The deputy chair was in the platform chairing the meeting. I'll hand it over to Councillor Mollo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of SALGA, Councillor Abusumidisa King. Thank you very much for a very warm welcome. Colleagues, as I indicated earlier, but I'm again informed that our speaker from the National Executive Committee of SALGA has not yet arrived. I think, can we confirm that? If not, then we'll go straight to the fifth item on our agenda so that we can keep time.
No, thank you very much, Program Director. Indeed, there is a small challenge with the NEC deployee. There is a request that we defer that perhaps to tomorrow, just before we start the closed session. If you allow, Program Director, perhaps we could move to the next session, which is the messages of support. I have not seen as yet representatives from SAMU and IMATU. If they have connected and I'm just not aware, perhaps they can indicate themselves. If not, I have noted our partners from Randwater. They are here in the physical venue with us. Perhaps while Samu and Imatu are getting ready through you, Program Director, we can ask Randwater to provide its message of support.
Thank you very much, and that they may take the platform.
A very good morning from Randwater. Let me take this time and thank the chairperson in presence and thank all the members that have joined, and let me observe all protocol for this assembly. As indicated, I am Solomon Materula, representing Randwater today, and my presentation is not very long. And Chairperson, I was pleased to hear that there will be no questions asked after the presentation, so I was very happy. So I'm going to do my presentation, and I have an email address there for anyone looking for comments, questions, or additions. Let me run through my presentation. I will be talking to the purpose of today's presentation and look at the short profile of who Randwater is, and also look at the water services chain and challenges that we face in the sector, and talk to the collaborations we have and partnerships we have in the sector. And then I will conclude, Chairperson, with the key programs that we as Randwater have embarked on to try and support the sector towards a better water services delivery model. The main purpose of today, Chair, is not to present a scientific presentation, but to look at best practices and learn from members who are also going to present, but to share as well with members, but also provide a message of support to local government. We know that all the challenges for service delivery are just facing local government. That's the sphere of government that is in the front line in service delivery in the country. But then we'll also highlight areas of current and proposed collaborations that we have. Rand Water is a government entity. It is a state-owned entity that is accountable to the Department of Water and Sanitation. So we report to the Minister of Water. We established some 117 years ago to supply water to the Rand area. Currently, we're supplying about 4,600 million liters per day to about 15 million people, which also include mines and industries that are in our area of supply. And our area of supply cuts across Gauteng, the entire Gauteng province, and parts of the Free State, parts of Mpumalanga, and parts of the Northwest provinces. Now, we derive our revenue solely from sales of water. So our business is just about water. We have one product, and that product is water. But major business risks that we face, some of them I will elaborate further going on, is the issue around the availability of raw water, the quality of raw water that we get, the price of raw water, also the high demand that we face when we supply it to our customers. And finally, Chairperson, the most painful one, the non-payment for services. There are 3 platforms where the water services chain and challenges happen, and I just want to elaborate on them briefly. At the water resource level, Chairperson, we buy water from the department. The department is responsible for looking after the catchments and making sure that the water is available for everyone. So water security becomes a risk and a challenge for the water sector at the water resource level. Now we need the water resources to support every part of our society with sufficient good quality water available 24/7. Now that's the space the Department of Water and Sanitation is responsible at. But now we've got the other layer, which is I call the bulk water service providers, providers like water boards in the country. Our main job is to abstract the water from the resources, purify it, and distribute it to local municipalities. Now, as water boards, we also have serious challenges like poor quality of raw water. It costs us a lot of money to treat that water to a quality that is portable for use by our communities. But also the non-payment. If you look at how much is owed to water boards today, it's a very huge bill. So these are challenges that we face on a daily basis. Now, the most important sector or layer is the water supply to communities. This is where municipalities are responsible for distributing the potable water and then also dealing with the wastewater that comes from the use of that particular potable water. Now, municipalities are responsible for this, and their main problems, Chairperson, relate to non-payment for services by communities and non-revenue water. The demands are huge because the non-revenue water keeps on increasing year on. And also the effluent qualities. And when you look at how the wastewater is treated, it's always a challenge in the country. Then there's also an issue around the efficient use of water. I have a slide that shows where the hotspots are in the province in terms of efficient use of water. Now, if you look at all these 3 platforms, if we don't solve the problems holistically in these platforms,
in this particular chain, we are not going to be successful in providing water to our people. It's either the water is not going to be available, or the water is not going to be of a poor quality, or the water is not going to be affordable. But if everybody plays in this particular space optimally, we stand a better chance of providing a better service to our communities. Chairperson, if you look at the state of the Val Dam has been going down over the years. And we know that we're waiting for the Lesotho Highlands Phase 2 to come in. We promised that now it will come in 2026. But what this slide is trying to tell us is that we have water, but the water is not sufficient. And if we continue in the trajectory of this demand that we have, we're not going to have sufficient water. So the water security of the province is at stake. Chairperson, I promise that I'll show you a slide in terms of how efficient are we using our water. This is a familiar map of Gauteng. If you look at the figures, one means you are optimally and you are fine, you are efficiently using the water properly. But if you see a figure that says 1.37, it means you are using 37% more water than you require. But what does this mean? If you look at the red zones, it means the people who are in that particular space are using far more water than they are supposed to use. Now, we've developed this tool in Rwanda Water, and we're saying we need to use this tool and try to work together so that every municipality sits around 1.09, 1.1, which is an acceptable level of efficiency. And for us to recover all that water, because that water comes from the valve system, so if we can save the valve by reducing the water that we are using, which we're using abusively. So it's everybody's challenge to change this map to look green. I don't know what's happening on the screen, Chairperson. It's not me, it's the system. I just want to talk briefly on the collaborations that we have. These collaborations are also assisting us to change the map that I showed. We have an MOU with SALGA National. We've looked at different programs that we want to collaborate on and work with municipalities or member municipalities, I must say, to try and solve the water problems. We have an MOU with Joburg Water where we're dealing with the water reuse programs. We're going to be looking at hydropower, generation of electricity from water in the pipes. And we're going to look at groundwater explorations. We've realized that we need other sources of water other than the Vaal River system, because the Vaal River system is not strong enough to carry the demand that we have. But we also have an MOU with the ERVAT, where we're looking at water reuse program in the East Rand. And we're also seeking MOUs with municipalities to address the issue of non-revenue water. And we want to introduce advanced pressure management program so that we can reduce the water that is lost. Just a quick, Chairperson, we did a research on minimum night flows. Internationally, minimum night flows are set at about 20%. We picked up that in some of our municipalities, you go up to 80%. This is water we lose when you are sleeping. So when there's pressure in your system and the water leaks out of your system, out of the toilets, out of the system into the environment. So we've got a very high minimum night flow in our area. So if we can cap that, it can do us a lot of good. So these collaborations are trying to assist and solve those problems. As I conclude, Chairperson, I just want to emphasize on the key programs that we have in Rwanda Water. We've embarked on an integration and monitoring program, which is creating a platform for all water services providers, governors, professionals, to be able to zoom into a platform and see how water is performing. We want to look at the regional approach first. Regional could be provincial, but we want to expand this platform into a national platform. This platform will assist people who want to do planning. It will also assist people who want to do their studies, research. At the press of a button, you should be able to see how the Eastern Cape is performing in terms of water use. This is a long-term project, but it requires collaborations because all these programs take place at municipal spaces because every community has a municipality. So it's very important for us to collaborate on that one. The next one is the water reuse program where we want to reclaim wastewater and purify it to industrial grade. We've realized that in our space, there are industries that are using potable water, and so that they're using clean water unnecessarily so. So we're embarking on that program. It's going to happen in Gauteng mainly, to try and reclaim that water and then sell it to industry for industrial grade. The third one, Chairperson, is the installation of pressure reducing valves in certain systems that have got high pressures. These systems are actually losing water when the pressure is very high, maybe at night when we're not using the water. For this program, we need serious collaboration. We've been struggling to get partnerships on this one. And we're requesting that SALGA should assist us to push for this program. We can save a lot of water from this program. We've got estimates that we have already theoretically calculated on how much water we can save. I must also indicate that saving the water that you lose at night also reduces the municipal groundwater. So it's very important for us to implement so that we can make the water affordable to our communities. The second last one, Chairperson, is the potable water schemes. As I indicated, the integrated Vaal River system is not able to carry us to the future, and there's over-reliance on that system. So we're looking at other avenues like groundwater explorations. We've done a study in the East End. We're going to continue that study. But we're also looking at collaborating with the mines because there's a lot of water in the mines. The mines are looking for gold, platinum, they're not looking for water. So we're a water company and we want to work with municipalities to try and exploit those water sources so that we can bring them to better use. We're also looking at other surface water resources where there's sufficient water and see if we can build other schemes that are not reliant on the Vaal River system. But Chairperson, the last one I want to conclude with is looking at regionalized wastewater treatment systems. By this, I'm talking about a scheme that will take wastewater from multiple municipalities and treat it elsewhere and be owned by whoever is either a rainwater infrastructure or a government infrastructure. Anyway, rainwater is a government entity. But we're looking at the cost saving of building regional schemes, because regional schemes are able to carry much bigger volumes, are able to carry better technology. We're looking at those schemes being so modernized and innovative in such a way that we're able to get other products from it, like generating energy from the sludge that you get from such systems, but also reusing that water for beneficial use so that we're able to make sure that we don't lose water out of our system. Chairperson, that was my last slide. And let me take this time and thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you for partnering with us. We are working with a lot of people from SALGA in our collaborations, and the participation is very interesting and the collaboration is very interesting, and we're looking forward to a very fruitful engagement, and we're looking forward to this very successful PMA. I thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation, a very interesting presentation for the local municipality. I know this is actually our basic services that we provide. And then if one can open for discussion on this item, I mean, it's a very interesting item for all councillors. I mean, it can even take us 3 days based on the current situation and the challenge that we are facing. And most municipalities, so saying, especially in this province. I'm not sure if we have what you call the reps from the unions, or would you indicate also that, I mean, as and when our NEC deployee arrive on your site, before we get into the fourth item of which is scheduled for, of course, 10:20. So do we have any union rep that we can give a platform?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Three issues that you raised in Chair. One is I thought I heard you suggesting that maybe we take a few comments or discussion on this particular item. That might be a useful idea, but will be guided by yourself, Chairperson. And that would help both in the context of it being a particularly useful partnership that we are really forging with Randwater. Secondly, is that we have managed to save a bit of time so that will allow that kind of a discussion to happen. Why am I saying we've saved a bit of time? As I indicated earlier about the NEC deployee, the request is that input by the NEC deployee be done tomorrow as we get into the closed session. So he's not going to come in today at all. I have also been advised that the union representative is not around. So as soon as we're done with this particular discussion, Chairperson, I think we may be ready for the keynote address. And I will ask my team to establish if the MEC is ready and would perhaps be open to coming about 10 minutes ahead of his scheduled time. But we are in your hands, Chairperson.
Most important, Mr. Ngale, I think we can open for what you call for 10 minutes for the participant input question while we have an opportunity with Rainwater here so that they can clarify anything that has been presented here that is as of clarity. And also other question that may come from the our own municipality, various municipalities within Gauteng, of course. I'm now open for the 10 minutes. I'll take a first bunch of hands and then allow Rainwater for the response. And in 10 minutes, we'll then, after confirming that I mean their MEC is ready, and then go back to our program. Thank you. I'll see of what you call the hands raised on the presentation that we heard from Rainwater. If there is any question, input, more so councillors, you are welcome to can make your input and inquiries. Thank you.
Chair, I don't have a hand and I would like to say something.
Okay, it's Councillor Nonqeba. It's Councillor.
Nonqeba Mulwele. Nonqeba Mulwele,
Yes.
Councillor Nonqeba Mulwele, the Speaker of Johannesburg.
Thank you so much, Councillor. You may go ahead.
Yes, it's not necessarily. Thank you very much, Chair. It's not a question, but firstly, let me appreciate the presentation. As Rainwater was presenting, I was thinking of my early days as a councillor in the early 2000s, where we would go to Rainwater and have a training and/or workshops on the awareness on the scarcity of water and how to use water sparingly. So, and that would ultimately drill down to the users, which are the communities, where as councillors, we would even have material from Randwater on the awareness on the scarcity of water and also how to use water. And that training has worked on me because I had also to transfer that knowledge to my family and people that are around me. And even today, I am really very careful when I use. I thought those workshops were very important. And if maybe that would be resuscitated, the awareness, because you cannot stop the awareness on the usage of water. So I just thought of that and say, maybe let me share it. Those who are KKMs, who have been around, like myself, they would know, and also the benefits of such workshops. So if Randwater could also continue to do that in their partnership with the municipalities, I think it can also assist over and above the programs that were presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Councillor. I don't see any hand. Maybe the Randwater would like to make an input on that. Of course, that was very important. It's still very important, especially at the current.
Chairperson.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Yeah, I have noted it's Councillor Betty.
Ndlane.
Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Chairperson. My name is Councillor Betty Ndlane, MMC of Road and Transport, Public Works in Mogale City. Chairperson, mine was just a concern concerning the projects of Randwater happening in our own municipalities. Basically, the communication. I think there's this communication breakdown because as the MMC for Public Works in Mogale City, and then we have a division which is the PMU Project Management Unit dealing with the project in our space. So if there are projects, obviously the community will know that it's Public Works. So you'll find that we don't know as Mogale City that there is the Randwater project. Like for in case, as I'm speaking now, we are having a project in Mogale City run by Randwater. And then apparently there was a lady which was scammed the amount of 85,000 by someone saying he's from Public Works, there's a project, and then the lady came in our offices. So as the MMC and Mogale City as a whole, we had to go and investigate because we were not aware of that project of Randwater. So mine, Chairperson, was to appeal or ask Randwater at least to communicate with the relevant municipalities if there are any projects, so that if our own communities we encounter problem or we face problems, and then we are able to communicate with them to say, no, this is the municipal project or this is a Randwater project. So as I'm speaking, we are sitting with that problem that the lady has been scammed, and then that lady is not been assisted even by subs, even she's going up and down, the 85,000 is gone. But when we found out that the project was for Randwater. That guy, he was under Randwater. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MMC. Yeah, I see the hand of Councillor Matsiriso Mufekwe. Councillor Matsiriso Mufekwe, you may take the platform.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to all the participants. I think from the rainwater presentation, all of us should be worried about the availability of water for our communities. As the presenter was saying, that the Vaal River is really under strain. Probably what might need to happen is a discussion with the municipalities and rainwater as to how do we continue securing supply of water for our communities. Look, we might have borne testimony to the exceeding heat that we are experiencing these days. Probably climate change is really dealing with us. So we need to respond to a question of how do we continue making sure that people have water including into the future. Two is how do we turn around the maps? And I appreciate the fact that there's a communication and engagement with municipalities on how to turn down the percentages of water usages. But is whatever activities that I'm not really privy to, working in ensuring that we drop the usage of water to that level, including the fact, taking into consideration the fact that where our heat does not really allow us not to use water. You know, so for me, it's part of these MOUs should be responding to one, keeping supply of water for our communities, including using water sparingly. I know Joburg Water had a program of saying communities cannot use a certain amount of liters per day. You know, I guess we'd have to ask them in the city of Joburg if that is working. And as part of them, their MOU with rainwater, is that infused into the MOU so that even areas that rainwater would be arriving at without Joburg Water, the same principles will apply to them. You know, because I know that when National Water Department had said that by 2019, we might not have water. So we are at 2020 now, we're still singing the same hymn, you know, and for me, it makes me a bit worried that the fight against saving water does not seem to be won. And in us winning it, I guess what the Speaker of Joburg was saying, that community involvement and community awareness becomes critical to turning that cycle around, you know, because saving water, it is not necessarily a rainwater and all the municipality water authorities' responsibility. It's a responsibility that includes everybody, you know, so we probably need to up as well as my last point, Chair, on community engagement and community awareness, not just involvement, but awareness remains a turning point in how we're managing both the use of water and electricity. Because if we don't educate communities, they will never see anything wrong with them sorting out their grass now at 9 and 10 when it is very hot. You know, unlike the messages that we used to take out before that, don't water your garden in the morning, water your garden in the afternoon. Those messages seem to have disappeared somehow, you know, so I'm just hoping that maybe the working group that has water in SALGA will take up this engagement with rainwater so that we work with municipalities in ensuring, for me, the most important thing is securing water supply for communities, you know, because we don't want people not to have water because of one reason or the other. You know, so let us work at ensuring that we do secure a water supply, but as well, we do, all of us, the municipalities and the consumers themselves, take responsibility for our water usage. With those words, thank you. The presentation was well informing. Thank you very much to rainwater and to everybody. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mufukwe. I think we have only three question. It's not a question as such. The first one was from the Speaker of Joburg. It was an input, a very important input regarding the awareness. Also, Councillor Mofokwe, at last you touched the same point, education, and then I think also Councillor Mjan actually touched on the communication. How do we communicate as and when we have what you call the project that are from, especially from the rainwater themselves within our municipality. How do we communicate that information? I think maybe let me give this opportunity to rainwater to make an input, and then immediately after that we'll go back to our program. And then I was made to understand that the MEC is now connected or present at the what you call the venue. Thank you very much. Let me give to rainwater to make an input, a closing statement or input in this regard. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you can fix the sound, maybe you are sitting close to other computer that's also making a reverb or sort of a sound. Let me understand. Maybe if you can use the mic right there, it will assist a lot so that everybody can hear you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. If I may attempt to respond to the questions, let me appreciate the comments that came from councillors and also appreciate the questions that came through. The questions, let me start with the one with regarding the projects, the scam that happened in Mogale City. Personally, I'm not aware of the scam. I must indicate that when we do projects in a particular space, there is a lot of protocols that are followed in terms of creating structures that will govern the project. And definitely the municipality plays a role in that particular space. And I'm not aware of how this problem happened. And I think what we will need to do is to indicate to members that they need to have our customer center number so that they can always call. It's a 24/7 number, so you're able to get someone to assist you if there are such problems. But safe to say, it's a noble way of making sure that you have good representation in the execution of a project within a municipal boundaries. So we'll make sure that we talk to the people who are responsible for projects to beef up that particular space. Regarding the water training, there is still a program called WaterWise in Groundwater. That program is still running. We're focusing mainly at schools, training kids at schools. And I hear what the councillor submitted from Joburg, that we need to look at how then do we involve leadership and communities so that we can also educate them further. I will actually take the message home to scientific services, the managers running the WaterWise program in groundwater. Chairperson, if I may conclude about the concern around the availability of water and in terms of how we're going to solve this problem. This is a big problem. The problem didn't happen overnight, and it's going to take us serious collaborations. It's going to take us a lot of money to throw into solving these problems. The community awareness is key to this thing because the water is lost at that particular space. In our assessment of the minimum night flows, we picked up that most of the water is lost in the houses, not necessarily on the bulk supply of municipalities, but mainly in the houses, in the villages, in the communities themselves. That is why we embarked in one project called retrofitting, where we're looking at going into the houses and fixing leaks. I think it was in Sharpeville that the program focused on part of Sharpeville, retrofitting and looking at leaks and fixing them, trying to reduce this, because we must remember, Chairperson, that this water that leaks through our taps actually gives us a problem at the wastewater treatment works downstream, because this is now a problem. You're getting clean water coming to the sewage works, And the clean water actually disturbs the whole biological treatment of the system. And it actually costs the municipality a lot of money to try and treat that clean water, because it's just wasted electricity and wasted chemicals that we throw in down the drain. So it's very important that we arrest this program. But collaboration and cooperation, Chairperson, I cannot overemphasize that. The last one is how we're going to survive through the high demand. The high demand already started because of the heat wave that is driving through our communities. Municipalities know that we normally communicate to them, and we have a program that we run in terms of how do we do our own, like ESCOM will do load shedding. We actually move water around to try and make sure that the system do not collapse. So what we do is we agree that we will reduce here and there by so much. And that also takes working together with those municipalities and collaborating so that we're able to keep a wet system. It's going to be a sad day when the system collapses and there's no water in the system and no one can be assisted. So that collaboration is very important. It has worked for us in the previous years, and we hope that it will continue to work for us. But ultimately, if we can reduce the demand, then there will be no need for us to build huge infrastructure and invest in huge infrastructure, because that investment will just increasing the losses from the system. So we better plug the losses and then be able to save or defer infrastructure upgrades into the outer years. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the responses. The most important part that we must all actually take part in, we have to ensure that our community are being educated. In all our meetings, at least, let's talk about the importance of saving water. And also as the municipality, you have touched on that as well, that it's very important for us to ensure that we deal properly about the water leakages, because this is, of course, the clean water that's going down the drain, and also a huge cost for the municipality. While you earlier on made us aware of the crisis of water, especially in this province. Thank you very much. I hope this is the message for all of us to take home and keep on preaching in every our, all the public meeting, all the mayor's meeting, the speaker's engagement with the public. We have to ensure that our public, at least it's an ongoing thing. The people who learn at the schools, at least if we can also have a little program, so that starting from our primary level, to educate our kids about water usages and the importance of ensuring that they also partake and make sure that there's no water wasted in our institution. I will go straight now, because since I'm not the premier, but our MEC of COCTA, MEC Lebogang Maile, would actually give us the key note, address, since we have been informed that the premier Honorable Premier David Makura cannot make it for today's meeting. I'll now call upon the Honorable Lebogang Maile, MEC Lebogang Maile, to give us a keynote address. If you can assist me, Ndate Sian, with the mic.
Yeah, no,
if you,
thank you.
No, the MECs. Okay, thank you, MEC. Yeah. You're welcome. You can take the platform.
Yeah, thank you. I just maybe need your guidance, because there's I've been asked to speak about several things. Before well, the Premier was asked to speak on COVID-19 government interventions and the lessons, which is what I will speak about now. And then I was supposed to speak to you later about the state of municipalities. And unfortunately, because I had to move things around, I have asked one of our colleagues to join you in the afternoon, so that it's clear. And I hope that the Secretariat has received the presentation that we have prepared on the government interventions on COVID-19. If it has, I would ask that you project it so that we can be able to share. Yes, there's Mr. Kekana Kiba from the department. He's projecting it. So you can go to the next slide. And this slide is very important, Chair, because it actually gives you the whole story about our COVID-19 response in the province. Essentially, we have a 6-pillar program, and that 6-pillar program obviously starts with a comprehensive health response, because as you know, this started as a health issue, and it got out of hand, affected the economy, and created havoc. We had to provide food security and social relief to our people. So that's the second pillar of the campaign. And then because there were issues of compliance, people having to wear masks, social distancing, and all other issues, there had to be law enforcement and compliance, which was another pillar. And then we also had to mobilize, and we must continue to. So there's a pillar on social mobilization and human solidarity. And through this pillar, we had started the process of if you like, localizing the district development model response. And that economic response has got a lot of pillars, including supporting SMMEs and working with business and working with national government, municipalities, etc., etc. And then the state capacity and adaptability, because to be able to do all these things, you need the state to be capable, you need the state to adapt with times. Those who were in the youth league during Peter Mugabe times, President Peter Mugabe's time, they will remember he used to say they must adapt or die. So we had to adapt. Unfortunately, we had no choice but to adapt and not die. So we have adapted. We have put measures in place. We think we have done what we could under the circumstances to the best of our abilities. Yeah, you can go to the next one. So here we raise all the issues that I was raising there, saying that the COVID-19 pandemic has practicalized our vision of building a seamless, integrated Gauteng city region. We've been talking about this for a very long time. COVID-19 gave us an opportunity to be practical about this, including dealing with spatial referencing and implementation of issue-based model to manage the state and government in a cooperative and collaborative manner. And as I've said, we're able to look at the different spaces. Every municipality you will see was able to also play a role and create their own command centers. And this entailed the improved integrated planning across the city region, what I spoke about earlier, and I think members are aware of this by now. I think the thing has moved now. I would have to connect from my side. It's gone, Mr. Kekana. But anyway, the one vision, one plan and they need to invest in data, evidence-based decision-making and modernization of the state. So taking decision based on reliable data, based on evidence. And for instance, when people, we were told people don't have water in this or that area, you had to make sure that we provide water tanks. We had to make sure that water is there instantly. When there were places where people had to be, areas that had to be decongested, we had to go in and move in as one, as government, both all the 3 spheres. And that the development and implementation of a common progressive health plan was possible. Integrated planning with city and national government on GCRO, coordinated response on enforcement and compliance, emphasis on common integrated plan, integrated food security. And I won't go through the problem statement because that's, I think, what we all know. And it's also a reinforcement of some of the issues we have raised. So I'll pass those slides on problem statement. So, and I will also pass the slide that deals with localization approach. I did touch on this in terms of how we've dealt with it, and I don't want to belabor that point. I'll also pass and go to, on the work-based approach, I have dealt with that issue, that we have had these various structures that were established, and that they were also guided by these 6 strategic pillars. I'll also pass there. I'll pass slide 9, I'll pass slide 10. Because we have made this information available, it will be shared with the colleagues. I'll also pass slide 11 and 12. And just to emphasize that as part of that working together, we had ministers, MECs deployed in the different districts of our province. And on slide, I think 15 there, you will see what is written, executive summary. So all the 5 district command structures are functional. So all the districts, the metros and the districts, because the locals are coordinated through the districts, have had to establish the command structures, and these are functional. Then the district champions, which is the ministers and MECs, have all been assigned, and water was provided to various areas through the Department of Water and Sanitation, and the draft water security plan was also finalized during this period, and the ICT support provided to municipalities to enable them to perform their statutory obligations. This we did especially for the locals and the districts who could not afford. We will remember that once the problem started, we had to change how we meet as we're doing now, and some of the municipalities didn't have that capacity, so we had to come in and help them. But we've also, as part of rolling out the DDM, started with the process of the development of intergovernmental budget planning framework, the provincial joint assessment of plans, the IDPs, annual performance plans and the budgets, and that period will be done between January and March. As you know, the MEC of COCTA is required by law to comment on the IDPs. So we have decided that it shouldn't be just the MEC, it should be the Provincial Executive Council, so that there is that integration and there is a coordination between what the municipalities want to do, what national wants to do, and what province will be doing, so that we try and practicalize as much as possible what we have been talking about all along in terms of this integration. But we also want to establish and operationalize district hubs, and this will be done in January. And the participation of subject matter experts deployed by sector departments and government entities, supplemented by private sector expertise, will form the basis of the activation of the service delivery hubs in line with the district development model. So all districts will be anchored by special economic zones. We would have a draft plan by January, March, one plan for the whole province by January, March. But we'll also, we have started the process of drafting district profiles. District COVID-19 response plans have been finalized. District champions, as I've said, have received briefing, special referencing of capital projects, making sure that we are able to locate every project in every municipality, or rather in every area, and we can be able to account on what is it that we are doing in each municipality or in every area, so that you don't have this perpetuation of a skewed model of development, as we've seen previously, where you will have areas like Sidibeng, West Rand, remaining economically depressed, despite the fact that there are huge resources that are being rolled out by the various government, various government institutions at different levels. And what have been some of the challenges during this process? Comrades and colleagues will know, because you are operating in that space, that one of the biggest problems has been revenue losses, which impacted negatively on sustainable service delivery and payment of trade creditors. And that's why, as COPTA, we had to facilitate a conversation and an engagement between the municipalities, ESCOM and Rand Water, but also with the ministers of both competencies, Minister Godana and Minister Sisulu, where we had a discussion with the mayors. Some of the agreements have been implemented with them, some not, but it was a helpful meeting. But the other challenge was the inconsistencies in the participation of sector departments, as well as state-owned entities. So as much as this brought us together, in the beginning, it was not easy. It was a bit difficult. And we also had a situation where not all ward councillors were actively involved in their community outreach programs implemented through these ward-based war rooms. But it was also a bit difficult to create a credible system of reporting on the functionality of these war rooms, because, as I've said, they have not been consistent. And in certain instances, councillors were saying, but what is this? We used to have something else, brief us, and all that. And then in other instances, you had other political parties saying, no, we don't want our councillors to be part of this because this appears to be political and all that. And attendance of these meetings were virtual meetings. And therefore, the issue of resources, like access to smartphones, to laptops, and data bundles became a big issue, especially in your poorest areas. And there wasn't that dedicated support staff required to monitor and evaluate the performance of these war rooms. And the slow pace in the finalization of the war rooms in the indigent registers, because we needed this, as I said earlier on, that one of the things we were doing was to deal with food security. So we needed this register so that we know that when our teams intervene and distribute food, we will be able to target the right people. But it will also help us to plan better going forward. But we've also started the process of creating ward profiles, though it's not yet finalized, because we think that this is important for every municipality, for every councillor to have an appreciation of the space that they operate in. That will also help us as other spheres of government. And then there's been audits and spatial referencing of water storage tanks. It's still incomplete due to a number of dependencies. And this includes the collaboration between COCTA, municipalities, Department of Water and Sanitation, Office of the Premier, and the Gauteng City Region Observatory. The Gauteng City Region Observatory has offered to assist with geo-referencing of water storage tanks. However, the coordinates received to date are only for 889 tanks out of 1,479. And the replacement of withdrawn mobile water tankers in Mirafu local municipality, staff infections in key service rendering departments impact negatively on service delivery. Community protests and marches are undermining all efforts of flattening the COVID-19 pandemic curve. This is a big challenge, as we have seen a rise in these marches in the recent weeks as a result of service delivery, for instance, or rather lack of service delivery. The deployment of SANDAF capacity at district level to support these war rooms has been significantly scaled down now since we are on level 1 alert. And this will affect, we think, the extent to which the district command councils will operate. In terms of the lessons learned, we think that the current COVID-19 institutional arrangements generally aligned to both the IGR and DDM proposed structures. Speedy resolution and feedback on matters escalated. As I've said, that there were instances where we worked better as government at different levels. So this is one lesson that we can take forward and ensure that we learn from it, so that it's not only during the times of crisis where government must work better or it must improve. It has to be something that happens throughout. It has to be institutionalized. The district command structures gave meaning and expression to the concept of the district development model. And we think that this is a first step in fostering joint planning as a first step towards joint budgeting and implementation. The deployment of district champions brought national government closer to local government and by extension to local communities. We're not suggesting that national government has never been, but it had to be so close and throughout because of the problems. Because the pandemic was is localized. You find it in a particular area. If area X, if in Soweto, Mdeni, it's getting out of control there, government has to zoom in there. You can't just say we are in Soweto or we are in Johannesburg. We have to be in that specific area that is affected. And the attendance of these IGR meetings is pitched at the right levels, which is good for government. And this is very important because previously we used to have these IGR meetings, especially the technical ones, where you find that municipal managers don't attend or CFOs don't attend of certain municipalities. But in this process, we have had a situation where all senior managers, starting from the municipal manager, with no exception, all the senior managers, whether in this, it goes to show that if you've got the senior management being responsive, it means you can respond quicker as well in taking decisions. And how we recorded and tracked the implementation of resolutions is enhanced by properly staffed work streams as well, which goes to show and underscore the point that I'm making. And the collaborative approach is promoted amongst government functionaries, such as CDWs. So for the first time, you would have seen, or rather, in this instance, you would have seen CDWs, community health workers, GBV brigades, school brigades, social workers having to work together and being better coordinated, which is what we want to see happening through the district development model. Please, next slide. But also the middle management exposure to bigger picture, we think it was a big, it was an opportunity because in most cases, the middle managers are just expected to deal with the issues in the area of specialty, but for them to come together and work with people from other spheres and from other municipalities, we think will add the value. And the understanding of IGR amongst government employees has significantly improved in our view out of this because we were forced to work together and make sure that things happen. And the participation in the various COVID-19 IGR structures has contributed towards skills transfer in the number of areas, such as writing, communication, presentation, facilitation, conflict management and resolution, because there were a lot of conflicts, there were a number of issues. Sometimes people will feel that the government in the province, you are imposing a function that's not ours. You want us to pay for it. It's an unfunded mandate, but they ultimately had to find each other because things had to be done. I remember the 20 shelters where the municipality had to spend money to ensure that they intervene. And the province is and was supposed to come at some point to intervene because that's not the competency of the municipality. And then these daily and weekly meetings enhance teamwork and accountability. So these are not small issues, colleagues. They are not small issues. The fact that we're able to now build a team, but most importantly, improve on accountability, because you would have seen some of the scandals that came through the management or the period of this. In certain instances, it was just a sheer lack of accountability, because people wanting to use this as an opportunity to do wrong things and as an excuse not to follow process. So it has shown and taught us a lesson that it doesn't matter under what circumstances we find ourselves in, whether there's a crisis or not, there has to be accountability. And the spirit of Ubuntu and human solidarity has been rekindled, and we think we have to consolidate it and make sure that we intensify amongst our people. And then the value of strategic partnerships, we had to partner with the various, not just as government. We've seen NGOs in certain communities coming to the party, distributing food, distributing blankets. We've seen them taking people who live in the streets and all that, helping them. So these strategic partnerships mustn't be taken for granted. Next slide, please. So on the key observations, I would have already made some, but the first one is that the October report in the 3 metros indicates improvement in revenue collection, and the detailed report will be presented at the meeting on the 26th. No, this one there's passed, in fact. The COVID-19 related burials have been on the decline since alert level 1, and this has alleviated overcrowding at the criminal where they cremate people. And municipalities are training staff members as compliance officers to manage huge numbers of staff returning to work during alert level 1. The district command councils are not reporting adequately on the participation of district champions, councillors, provincial sector departments, national sector departments, government agencies and entities. The partnership with Church of Scientology is yielding positive results in Ekurhuleni. The general non-compliance to COVID-19 regulations during alert level 1, undermining public health response, and this will require all of us to continue communicating the message that the pandemic is still with us. The ward-based war room weekly programs are consistently organized in all the 5 districts. Next slide, please. A reduction in the number of isolation, quarantine, and homeless sites or centers, reduced demands for these facilities. Municipalities have adequate capacity for contact tracing. A turnaround time for testing results is between 3 to 7 days. Clinics are operational with limited supply of test kits. Regular disinfection of government buildings is taking place. Average recovery rate is above 90% across all municipalities, and this is a good thing. A majority of employees are back at work, though there's a rotational system activated, except for those with comorbidities and those in non-essential services are working from home. The Provincial Central Food Bank complements municipal initiatives, and law enforcement is in line with alert level 1 regulation. Anti-crime operations, including Okai Mulao and other special operations, are conducted on a regular basis. Next slide, please. So all municipalities have finalized and slowly but surely are implementing the economic response plan. The risk of disruption to operations due to COVID-19 is currently low due to regular enforcement and compliance interventions. The COVID-19 infection stats in municipalities are drastically reduced, both at the community level and the workplace. However, municipalities must continue to ensure a thorough civic education program, which can influence behavioral change in our communities. Next, please. Yeah, so on the progress, I had already dealt with this partly. I will not want to bore you with those details because the presentation that it's flighted here will be distributed to the members, and you can see all those. And I think by now, we all know that things are getting out of hand in other provinces like the Eastern Cape, and we still have cases that are being reported in the province. So we must still be alert. The pandemic is still with us in how we behave. The president addressed us last week on some of the measures that have been put in place, and that was still during that state of a disaster until the 15th of December. And we therefore have a responsibility as leaders in different spheres of government to ensure that we spread the message, we work together, and we coordinate our efforts so that there can be an impact. And we also guide the different government institutions in all the 3 spheres so that we can defeat this disease. So, as I had said, the Premier was asked to speak on the efforts of the province on dealing with COVID-19, what are the lessons, what are the challenges. And We captured them as we have seen. So colleagues have been part of this journey, and I'm sure you've got your own experiences, and there's areas you might want us to emphasize or improve on, and we will gladly welcome all that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maile. Let's give Honorable Maile a round of applause, members. What a great presentation. I mean, this is actually a presentation that has actually took us through, especially from the beginning of what you call a lockdown to date. I mean, outlining every thing that was taking place, the engagement with the local municipality, of course, some of mayors and other officials were involved, and mostly the councillors at level of municipality where they participate in this forum. It's one of the very interesting, I mean, keynote address where the MEC has actually touched on a number of the things that are happening within the municipality. I know we, however, wanted to fully participate, and then the opportunity will be afforded. I mean, once after break, and for now we'll break for media briefing on the visual exhibition, while we also take tea until late 11:30, and 11:30 will then come back again and continue with our program. We'll start right out. We're on our session 2 program, whereby we'll then get an opportunity to participate on this item and engage further. Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much, Honorable Ms. Ilebomai. Let's break for tea, and then what you call, also what is important, the media break, the visual exhibition. I mean, I think we'll also say it here while we are having our tea, and then right 11:30 we are coming back. Thank you so much, members. That is the visual exhibition. I mean, I think you'll also take us through that. One thing that I forget, the presentation that has been made here, it is available and can be made available. I think our officials will then share with all the members. Thank you. And
yes, Program Director, we shall indeed.
We cannot hear you. Maybe if you can unmute somewhere.
Can you hear me now, Program Director?
Thank you.
Indeed, the colleagues will flight the audio visuals as indicated by yourself, Program Director. Can I, through you, make a humble request that instead of starting at 11:30, seeing that there will be a number of engagements after tea, that we rather start at 11:15, so 15 minutes earlier, and that's providing a bit more time for the other substantive discussions thereafter. Through you, Chairperson, I humbly request. Thank you.
No, seeing that, I mean, actual fact, we're supposed to go for tea at 11 o'clock, still having that 10 minutes, it will assist, of course. I mean, it will also assist for the program to run so that as and when members go to other engagement, at least we have done with today's program. Thank you for that. I fully
grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life, enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water, finding new ways. Here's to water, our colorless, flawless source of life. Cube for cube, vapor for vapor, the life in all things living. It cools, cleans, powers, grows food, life, communities, and industries. We can survive more than 30 days without food, but no more than a week without water. That's why drop for drop, glass for glass, dam for dam, we must use it in the best possible way. Our irreplaceable source of life. Enjoy it, but use it wisely. Rand Water.
Thank you very much and welcome back, colleagues. I hope everybody has got time to stretch the leg and have something to drink. We are now back, but earlier on, you'd remember that we are supposed to have our union reps who I was informed they've arrived. I mean, while we were busy with our program, especially the keynote of through our Honorable MEC Lebohang Maile. And now I think we have to give them the platform. We'll just start with Samu and Imadu, and then later on we'll be back and continue with our program. Currently, I'll call upon the Deputy Secretary of SAMU in Gauteng. It's Mrs. Mamorena Madisha. Siana, if you can assist me on that, what you call area, if she's joining us from remote or from, yeah, I think she's joining us from where you are. Please, thank you for following a health protocol and ensuring that the safety there. Thanks for all the staff who are working in that area. We're ensuring that all our mics are clean and so forth. Thank you. Ma'am Marina, over to you.
Greetings, colleagues and comrades. Maybe just a quick acknowledgement. I know when I walked in, the promo, the ad that was being broadcasted, it wasn't done to personally impress me because I'm an employee of Rand Water. But I am grateful nonetheless. Thank you very much. Of course, water is life, and this is why the business of Rand Water is something that is very close to my heart. Greetings once more, colleagues, as I am introduced. Kina Mamorena Madisha. I am the Deputy Provincial Secretary, SAMU, South African Municipal Workers. And my role here today is just to give a message of support. I will not be long. And at this point, obviously, I will observe all the protocol and appreciate this recognition and platform we are receiving and enjoying from yourself as a SALGA. And really ours as SAMU is to recognize and acknowledge that this collaborative working relationship we are enjoying with yourselves is critical for the workers of South Africa. Not only municipal workers, as I indicated, we've got water boards as well, within which SAMU is very much active in ensuring that the working conditions of our members and employees at large are recognized by the various employers. We do wish you all the best with your session, your members' assembly. May it be fruitful, may it be progressive, and we indeed look forward to a bigger and a long-term partnership with yourselves as SALGA. And some of you might be aware, Chair, that in fact, as we are also here today as SAMU, Gauteng Province, we have convened our special provincial executive committee. This is now in preparation for our National Congress, which has been set down for the 1st of December in Northwest. And we know the culture by now. SALGA, of course, will be part. And yeah, so we also are in the midst of, making sure that our house is in order. And, we are looking forward to, as I indicated, a bigger and a stronger movement, but most importantly, to honor this relationship we have with yourselves. We equally have recognized that we do have a lot of work to do in order to ensure that the working lives of our people is improved, it is better, and it is beneficial for both the employees and the employer. And really that is the role we play. Now, in closing, Chair, thank you once more, and we do wish you well with your members' assembly. We shall be seeing you very, very soon in Northwest, where our Congress will be sitting. And the plan is that in the beginning of 2021, we then shall convene, sit around the table, and brainstorm as to how then do we move forward, and how indeed, in practice, in practical terms, how do we then improve the lives of our members, the life of employees. And of course, I mean, we have been quite vocal about issues of governance within, the municipality, within the various employers, including the water boards. We are quite vocal about the issues of being against corruption, because we do want working organizations, we want working municipalities. And that is the role we take very seriously. And with your assistance, we will get there. There is hope. There is a very big light at the end of the tunnel. Chair, let me thank you very much for this opportunity, and all the best with your session. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Anne. Without any waste of time, let me call upon Imatu Rep, Tate Simon Mufukeng, the regional manager.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity to also speak as part of organized labor, more so in local government and entities that we operate in. We wish as Imatu to extend our sincere gratitude for the invitation. And having said that, we've been called upon to say a word or two, and we therefore wish to also extend our well wishes to SALGA and its partners. And we trust that the assembly will indeed be successful, and that you'll realize all the goals and the vision that you have put in place for SALGA and your member municipalities. And perhaps also, let's use this opportunity as Imatu Gauteng to also indicate that in our relationship, in our dealings with SALGA and its member municipalities, we've experienced a lot of challenges in respect of COVID-19, in respect of challenges posed by mostly non-compliance by municipalities. But I must say, over time, there's been drastic improvement, and we acknowledge that. I was listening to MEC Maile. Indeed, his slide is a true reflection of the strides that have been made towards addressing those challenges. There's also the issue of maladministration in municipalities. It is well known. It is a challenge that is faced by almost all municipalities. Some of them are under administration, which is a concern to us as labor. And we're hoping that with this assembly, all those issues will be addressed. We have also experienced lately the issue of the almost non-ability of municipalities to implement wage increases. All those challenges are linked intricately so to issues of bad governance, if I may use the term for lack of a better word, issues of maladministration. And critical to us as Imatu, what we've identified is the issue of lack of revenue collection. That impacts negatively on municipal finances. As a result, it affects not only the workers who happen to be our members, but it also affects the community that municipalities serve. Our wish is to see this assembly come up with resolutions or plans that will address all those challenges. But like I said, we are partners. We recently had a tour with our president of IMATU, and one of the messages that we've been spreading to all municipalities and the mayors that we've met is that we need to work together. We need to get local government to work so that tomorrow workers cannot then complain that the working conditions are bad, yet they're not being paid. As much as we demand increases, we also implore our members to do what they're paid for or what they're employed to do. So with that said, and without wasting time, we wish you a successful member assembly. We are your partners. We will continue to engage with yourselves in the bargaining council. We engage with yourselves in municipalities where we are. And yeah, there's hope for the future in local government. Let us keep on working together. I thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ndate Mfokeng, both IMATU and SAMU, with the message of support. And I hope you have also touched on the most critical issue that's affecting both of us, that's affecting employee and the employer. I hope as partners you'd, of course, play a role in ensuring some of these crises that are mostly affecting the municipality. You talk about what you call the issue of corruption, the issue of maladministration, that the municipality is working tirelessly in ensuring that we have a clean, what you call a municipality, as well as on the other side that the employees also assisting to ensure the success on this municipality. Without wasting any time, we'll now move to our second session, whereby we'll have a panel. I think we'll have a panel. We'll have the representative from the office of the MEC, of course. It's Ndate Mwate Padima. And then immediately after that, we'll have Mr. Mdu Ndaba from the office of Premier to make input in this representative. Thank you very much. Let me call then upon the rep from the office of MEC, Maile and Ndate Mwate Padima, sorry if I pronounce it not right. Ndate Siana on that side. Okay. Ndate Mwato Padima is here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair, and delegates to the Provincial Assembly of the SALGA in Gauteng. Chair, I think with your guidance, because I see in the program what I was supposed to talk about, is in day 2. Because I'm asked to present the state of local government in the province. Of course, with some sense of where are we with Section 139.
Yes.
So, but the topic here is saying something else, the enhancing municipal performance through post-COVID.
Yes.
So your guidance will be useful.
Yes, you may present it.
Okay, then I'm going to ask the team, because I will not be able to project from my side, still to I've sent presentation to Silot to do that for us.
Okay. Much appreciated.
Okay. Thank you very much. We can do it in the slide mode. You can pass the slide and pass the outline of the presentation. Of course, the idea is to just appraise the provincial assembly, members assembly, on what is the state of local government in Gauteng. Of course, in context of Back to Basics program. We can pass this slide. We will reflect on just a high-level overview. And in this context, we are just reminding the members of SALGA, councillors in the main, to say the Back to Basics, as it were, of course, is based on different pillars, and within the pillars there are different indicators that demonstrate demonstrate the measures that we undertake in terms of assessing the performance of municipalities and all that. And we have decided to assess municipalities based on these indicators, particularly in the doing well, because we want the municipalities, all of them, shift towards the green. And in this context, we have looked at the 10 of these indicators. We did not assess municipalities in terms of strong political and administrative leadership. We did not assess based on the regular reporting. And I think councillors will agree that, of course, the whole of this year, the focus has been more on COVID, and then we will not have, in many ways, engaged with communities to give them feedback on number of efforts that municipalities are doing in providing service to to citizens and all that. And we did not also to look at evidence of good administrative and financial management. I might say that one of the reasons on having not looked at this thing, I think it goes with the limitations of these indicators. I think I will make a point at the end what process will be, of course, in going forward to review, but also to strengthen the indicators. You can come to the next slide. Yeah, we are just, Chair, reminding ourselves at the beginning of the program, Back to Basics, the first phase of it, we started with municipalities in Gauteng doing well. Of course, among those, there were only 2 that were not doing well, which at that time was Randfontein and Western Area. We can come to the next slide. Then going into the second phase of the program, we've seen municipalities in the province regressing to risk, and we had 6 of those, and then 2 remain in green, 2 remain having met, of course, the indicators, performance indicators of the Back to Basics program. And as we started, of course, with the second phase, we had Infuleni, we had West Rand being categorized as dysfunctional, and they were joined by the city of Tshwane early in the year. We can come to the next slide. And on this slide, we're showing what are the tools we are using. I'm sure we're at slide 8. The tools we are using to assess municipalities. Remember, we've got Back to Basics assessment tool developed by National DCOC. We've got the local government management improvement model, which prescribe what are the norms and standards, of course, that we need to use to assess municipalities. And again, we have a COCTA performance rating system. Of course, that help us to say where are we in terms of performance of municipalities in terms of achieving the targets, achieving, showing level of progress, showing partial progress, showing dysfunctionality or poor performance. Can come to the next slide. And on this slide, Chair, what we are showing is the where is Ekurhuleni in terms of the performance of back to basics indicators. Remember, I've said that we have looked at 10 of those indicators, and these are the 10 of those indicators. And if you look at Ekurhuleni has done very well, of course, in terms of responding to the back to basic dictates. Of course, informed by the norms and standards. If we look at the responsiveness, they have shown from time to time being able to fix spillages, being able to address the water stoppages, being able to fix issues of electricity outage. And if we look at the whole range of all municipalities, you'll see that in most cases, there's a variation in terms of the extent in which municipalities are responding, whether within 3 to 6 hours, or others will be maybe to 24 hours on some of the aspects of their efforts to respond. So we can pass Ekurhuleni. We have seen how they are spending on CAPEX, how they have demonstrated the sense of good governance through those cluster of indicators in the form of political stability, continue to meet as council to do all those issues that as the prescriptive of legislations are expected to do. They've got the basics, of course, again, in terms of action plans to respond to AG issues. But however, we must point that, Chair, there may be a lot of underlying factors that goes with issues in governance to point those, the fact that many of these municipalities, Ekurhuleni not accepted, we may find that the manner in which they are responding to the issues of AG, they may be slow, and the pace may vary from one municipality to another. And again, I think with the issues in the institutional capabilities, they've done fairly well. They've demonstrated consistency or continuity in terms of administration. So Ekurhuleni, as we can say, in terms of the basics of the B2B indicators, they've achieved 100% of those. And bear in mind that we didn't assess the 3 of them, and I think that we can applaud. We can go to the next slide. In the next slide, we are talking about Midval. Again, Midval they've demonstrated ability to respond to the. There is somebody who's who muted. Midval also as a municipality that is doing well. They've demonstrated responsiveness on various B2B indicators. However, we must point that in this slide we are showing that on CAPEX issues, Midval has not met the minimal standard. In essence, they have not met the norms and standards in terms of CAPEX spending. We expect municipalities to spend their CAPEX at the end of every financial year at 80%. And Midval, in this context, looking at the data ending June 2020, they have spent below the norm as prescribed by the B2B prescripts, as described by the norms as required. But there's also, again, in terms of consistency, they've not demonstrated that that's over years. Looking at the data of the month, the year ending 2018, there they've met standard. They've met the standard of the year ending June 2019. But of course, 2020 they regress, and in that context, so then they define them as a risk or going into yellow. But the rest of the indicators have done fairly well. We can come to the next slide, which is Johannesburg. Johannesburg, they've done well in the putting people first. They've done well in terms of good governance. they've done well in terms of the sound financial management. But when you look at the CAPEX spending, end of the previous financial year, they spent below a norm. But however, remember, this data is not still have to be audited by the AG. But the information that we have submitted for the process, it demonstrates that they've spent below. However, we can also say, in terms of consistency, that the performance of the year ending June 2020 is a reflection of then regress. And in that, it becomes a problem for the city. Of course, looking at the institutional capability, the extent in which they are filling vacancies, Joburg is doing very, very badly. You can see that end of September this year, they're at 42%. And again, when you look at consistency over years, they have not been filling vacancies. And in that, we categorize them in that way, that we don't see the sense of continuity in the administration, because this indicator, we're looking at the SMS, the senior management, the filling of senior management posts. And when you see over years, there have not been a filling vacancy as required by the model. We can come to the next slide, which is Mukhali. Mukhali, they will have done well in the three B2B a pillars of governance and sound financial management, institutional, but they have been disadvantaged on the putting people first. The data, with regard to responsiveness, what we have, it does not show that they are responding to issues of water stoppages, fixing of electricity outages, of course. So that those indicators, they've not been reflected. Then we put them a break, and until such time that the data reflects that particular indicator. Their spending on CAPEX end of June this year is at 69%, and then it also contributed, of course, to their consistency in terms of spending on CAPEX. In that is a regress, and then we then categorize them in the risk, so that there is a sense of how we then move towards directing specific interventions to rescue. And then the categorization of the municipality then is rated as a risk. Going into the next municipality, which is Ren West. Ren West, of course, across the B2B pillars, they've met requirements of back to basics norms and standards. Remember, these are the basics. Of course, there may be a lot of underlying factors, as you pointed earlier, and those underlying factors, of course, they find expression, of course, in terms of governance. And in the West End, we also pick up issues of financial challenges, and that irrespective of whether they're able to collect. Yes, they are collecting beyond the norm of back to basics. However, the municipality, we know that they've got a serious financial difficulties, of course, which at this stage, we're working towards invoking Section 135 of the Municipal Financial Management Act, the process underway to ensure that we're able to rescue the municipality in this context. But I think that the rest of the pillars, they are doing quite very well in terms of the basic minimal standards and norms. We can come to the next slide. In Lesedi, of course, is not doing well. Of course, in terms of spending on CAPEX, it's not demonstrating the sense of consistency. Their spending on CAPEX is below the norm. So in that, we also put them yellow. And again, the area of institutional capabilities, their filling of vacancies is also not as required by the norms. We expect, in terms of the local government management improvement model, municipalities want to see them at least at the 10%, and you can see that Lesedi is not at that level, but it can do better. It has improved, of course, which is commendable, particularly in terms of filling of vacancies. And again, they can do better. They are very close to get into that where we want them to be. Next slide. Merafong, the same, their spending on CAPEX has disadvantaged them in terms of this assessment. And then it has also shown a inconsistency given the extent in which they are spending over time does not reflect spending based on the prescripts or the norm of our back to basics, or the norm in terms of the local government improvement module. And again, their filling of vacancies is not beyond, it's not within the norm. So their vacancies is above the norm. So in that context, we're able to say no, it's one area that require a big attention, but also again, they can do better. Going to next slide, which is Siribeng. Siribeng, we must point that with district, as you all know, they don't respond to the pillar 1 in terms of responsiveness to service delivery needs. We didn't rate it there, but on CAPEX, they didn't do well. They are at rate, they are below in terms of the required norm. And if you look at it, filling of vacancies again, they are not doing well. And again, is a demonstration of the lack of continuity. Of course, at senior management level, their filling of vacancies is very below the norm. So they can do better. Overall, they are at 55% in terms of their performance. We can go to the next slide, which is Imfuleni. Imfuleni, as you all know, is under administration in terms of section 139, but it's not C, as you all know it. They did not do well, of course, in the manner in which they respond to the issues of service delivery needs. And I think that, and again, it's something that requires attention to their CAPEX end of financial year wasn't good. And again, there's no demonstration of consistency in terms of spending on CAPEX. And I think that is another area that put them rate. Their filling of vacancies, well, they've improved, but they've not yet filled vacancies as per norm. So in that context, they remain at risk, particularly in terms of filling of vacancies. But overall, Fuleni is performance at 40%. And if we look at that, the indicators that you are saying, if municipalities in terms of performance is below 50%, then it is categorized as such, as dysfunctional as it were. So that's that. Chair, we can come to the next slide. This is Tshwane. Tshwane, as you all know it, for a period in this year, they've been under administration. However, with the implementation of Section 139, we think that the city has stabilized in many ways. They may not be necessarily having responded to everything that we ideally wanted. However, they've improved in terms of governance. They've improved in terms of various aspects of back to basics pillars. We can say that there's a sense of political stability, but we will, moving forward, given the developments in the city as a result of the decision of the High Court, will oversee how the city is going to sustain this stabilization as a result of the progress made by the team of administrators. We know that the level of CAPEX spending has not reached the level we need, and then they've not demonstrated, of course, consistency in terms of CAPEX. They've regressed as a result of their performance in the year ending June 2020. So we're looking forward to the city sustaining this level of performance. Next slide. Chair, is just an observation overall to indicate that while we're appreciating that there's a sense of stability, political stability, this is an area which is not easy to measure. However, to measure, we point out to measure performance only based on the council meeting as prescribed by the laws and specific regulations is not enough. We need to ensure that we review these performance indicators so that they are able to help us to go deeper, even in case of taking account the type of decisions that councils are taking. And we can point that in some of the council, we have not seen a demonstration of quality of decisions taken. So we'll be moving forward, enhancing this indicator so that they are able to help us to go deeper into the system. And again, we say that responsiveness, of course, is there. On an ongoing basis, we've seen how municipalities are responding, despite the fact that due to the different capacity of municipalities, because of their size, it's not the same, it's not similar. They will develop systems that vary from one to another. So we're pointing that, and we're saying that this area of work is also impacted by a lot of things that are underlying. If we look at the issues of aging infrastructure, if we look at the illegal connections, if we look at the poor performance of infrastructure, it's one area that we need to ensure that our system, they're able to go into that. Continuity in terms of administration remains low. However, we need to see how this is strengthened. And while we are saying that governance issues, they've not be assessed in this context, but we are noting the fact that the growing issues of unauthorized, irregular, fruit-led expenditures and recurring age issues, they remain concerning across municipalities. The next slide. And as you continue the observations, consistency is very important, of course, in terms of CAPEX spending. We've seen it, how municipalities are not spending about the norm. It's one important area that must direct our support. Secondly, the issues of improvements in terms of revenue is fine. However, this is undermined by poor cash management. This is undermined by those IUF expenditures, the water losses and all that. So we need to look at the issues in the financial management, just beyond revenue collections. We may need to bring issues of liquidity in terms of checking whether the cash positions of municipalities is able to allow the municipalities to pay its creditors and all that. Those are the areas that we need to look into as we move forward. And we want to make an observation that when we look at the municipalities during the period of passing the budget, 7 of these municipalities have not passed funded budget. I think is one area that is important, and we know that the work needs to be undertaken, that come adjustment budget, there is a sense of a balance. Municipalities are not finding themselves in the difficulties. Most of municipalities, of course, they do have plans to deal with issues. However, the slow pace in terms of resolving the issues, they are worrying, they are concerning. Next slide. This slide, Chair, just demonstrate then make assessment based on those indicators. This is the picture which it reflects that we at least we have moved. There's a shift in terms of where we were. We'll remember there were 3 municipalities at dysfunctional stage, and we had 6, of course, at risk. We had 2 at doing well, and now we have 4. And I think that Joburg can move quickly if they respond to some of the few issues that they are not doing well. And the rest of municipalities, I think, in the risk, they can do better and ensure that we move from this stage. Coming to the next slide, Chair, which is more about the sense of provincial intervention, where we are. Here, we're just pointing that the intervention in Umfuleni is continuing. However, we must point that is refocused. We've included appointment of a team of administrators, and secondly, is operating within the context of the financial recovery plan. We must say that it has been long that this recovery plan was under implementation. If you see to date or end of October, only 54% of the actions that are talking to the plans they've been able to be achieved. And I think that the more work will still need to be done, of course, in terms of the provision of basic services. The key to that, the issues of in the infrastructure, whether it took sanitation, water and sanitation and all that, which are bigger issue. And we want to highlight that issues of resources are impacting negatively, of course, to effective implementation of the plan. And I think that continuous mobilization of support or in the context of this intervention will be necessary. Next slide. Here it's a reflection on the Western District Municipality, which is also under Section 139, 5A of the Constitution, and that the intervention in the municipality in the form of financial recovery plan is also underway, and is focusing on all those pillars ranging from governance, organizational structure, restructuring, and all that. So it's moving very well. However, we must say that the financial recovery plan has not yielded desirable result, and I think that there's also a proposal that we need to review this intervention so that we're able to find a way of ensuring that even the intervention itself has got a measurable indicators that are going to help the municipality to get out of its situation. We can come to the next slide. Yeah, it's City of Tshwane. We all know that the intervention has been set aside by the High Court, Supreme Court of Appeal. However, we're pointing here that, of course, with the intervention, the team of administrators, they've been able to restore governance issues. They've been able to restore the service delivery and the stability. And we hope that with the new administration following the decision of the High Court, they will sustain this level of progress, and then so that the city does not go back to where it was. That's only what we can wish, because it's something that, of course, we may not be in control given its effects in the political environment. Next slide. Yeah, Chair, we're just painting what are the cross-cutting issues which are not necessarily new. We know that on continuous basis, municipalities continue to face huge water and electricity losses as a result of the aging infrastructure. The issues of growing unauthorized and irregular fruitless expenditure remain a big problem. Issues of financial viability and sustainability remain a great concern for us. Issues of slow progress in resolving AG funding also again a worry. Issues of consequence management that remain a worry. And of course, this go back to the issue whether our MPEC, they're able to effectively deal with these issues as they were. We can come to the next slide. Part of our way forward, as we are defining, is that having looked at national categorization indicators that we are using to assess, we surely need to go back to these indicators and ensure that we review them. We're able to develop them further so that they are able to help us to go deeper into underlying factors, as I've painted in the presentation, so that we don't focus. We must move beyond basics. And I think these are the issues that as we are moving into the third phase of the Back to Basics program, we're able to look at those issues as it were. Strengthening of support in the context of Section 154 is going to be important, bringing the sector departments or national government working, of course, with strategic partners as a province and as municipalities, able to tackle perennial issues that are within the local government space. And it is going to be important, of course, in context of the newly adopted local government monitoring and support framework. And of course, the rollout of the district development model is going to be very important. As pointed earlier, the Section 135, as we're busy working on it in the Rand West, that process will need to be finalized so that municipality doesn't find itself in a West. Having moved from the risk to doing well, we don't want it to go back to risk and ultimately dysfunctional. So we need to come in and ensure that we help the municipality in this context. Lastly, the issues of the district development model is going to be very important to strengthen it, of course, through the process that has been established of ward-based war room. I think this is very critical for rollout. This is very critical or for improving performance of municipalities and all that. So, Chair, that is a brief summary or high-level overview of what the picture looks like. We can do better in the context of ensuring that Gauteng is better in terms of its performance, is responsive to the issues of our communities. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much for that presentation. That they would immediately call from the presentation from the Office of the Premier, of course, from Ndate Ndu Mbada. Can we immediately, without waste of time, I hope all the participant members have actually lost down the challenge that we're facing in terms of performance of all the municipality. And then we'll run quickly, let me check before we go to lunch so that we can cover what you call the discussion panel as well. Thank you. Let me call upon Ndate Mbada to actually make an input on the presentation already given. Thank you so much. One, two, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. And then can you see the presentation?
Yes, this presentation is on the screen as we speak. Thank you so much for this.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Firstly, Chair, I can see that. Yeah, this is the presentation. It's also safe to say, Chair, that I am not a robot, so I would have wished to show you my video, but it says it's giving me problems, but it's okay. I'm sure you don't mind. So, Chair, I think MEC Maile would have contextualized everything in terms of the work that we've been doing for the past. I don't know if the presentation is moving. In terms of the work that we would have been doing. So the first part that relates to the impact and so forth and so on, I think MEC Maile spoke to that as our MEC for local government, but it's also important to indicate that COCTA and provincial treasury form part of what we call the centers of government. So the Office of the Premier, the Cooperative Government, Traditional Affairs and the Urban Development Department and Treasury constitute the centers of government, and therefore they are responsible for the overall coordination of the work of government across the Gauteng City region. So the presentation, Chair, generally is meant to the presentation is meant to just give a sense of where we come from and so forth. I do think that, Chair, we had made a presentation to SALGA about DGT. There's somebody, Mark Sinkele is not muted.
Annexure DN is the labor relations. Let me send it.
So, Chair, I think the first point that we just want to make is that I think we are in a difficult space. Poverty is on the rise, impact and so forth and so on. We need to deal with those challenges, but also the point that I think my colleague Padime was raising about institutional challenges. And those institutional challenges are very much a problem in as far as us having to respond to critical problems of urbanization, problems of inequality, and I think problems of rapid technological change and climate change. And therefore, as the leadership of SALGA in our different spaces of the city region, What are we doing to make sure that our urbanization is that urbanization that is inclusive? It's an urbanization that does not leave others behind, and therefore we work very hard to reduce issues of inequality and so forth and so on, but also address issues of technological demands. I mean, one of the things about COVID-19 is the issue of us responding to the new normal. And I guess the new normal is an acceptance that meeting as we used to might be a thing of the past. But also there are demands that we have got to function differently. So I think those are some of the issues that we have to think about. And then when we developed the GGT 2030, we were able to just look at whether what are the global issues that impact on us. And I think those issues are issues that generally would have been things that we spoke about. Chair, I think the first point really that we want to make is just a reminder of who we are. So we sit as SALGA, but if we look at SALGA in the context of the Gauteng city region, we are the 26th largest urban region and probably the most industrialized and continuously industrializing city region in the SADC region and probably in the continent. And what that means is that it needs us to really think about what kind of critical areas from a perspective of advancing and defending the significant role of industrialization and manufacturing as critical sectors of the economy that we need to look at. So if you go into Ekurhuleni, our manufacturing hub, what are the critical manufacturing sector or industry-led projects or programs that we're investing in to continue to make Ekurhuleni the SADC and the continent's manufacturing hub? What are we doing in Tshwane to strengthen our technological, our innovation and our automotive industry sectors in that part of the economy? What are we doing to invest in the financial services and the business sector in the city of Johannesburg? But what are we doing to revive critical industries such as the steel manufacturing, logistics, freight, and so forth and so on in the part of the of CDB, as we look at agriculture and agro-processing as centers, as critical economies, those sectors that can help us sustain and get those two regions, particularly the West Rand, in as far as agriculture is concerned, not just only by creating jobs, but also responding to the fact that with our capabilities of agro-processing, we can contribute to the vision of feeding Africa. We can be the basket of food basket in the continent if we really focus ourselves on getting the city of getting West Rand to really invest in agro-processing, agri-parks, and so forth and so on. But also in the context of urbanization, what is our response to urban poverty, our response to building and making sure that even in the most urbanizing part of the Gauteng city region, we still invest in food, in growing food in the context of food gardens, so that indeed many of our communities are food secure. And I think that's one of the real problems that we came across during the COVID-19 response, that there was a need for us to really, as much as possible, invest in some of those critical sectors. I just want to return to the point about industry and industrialization. We are raising this point because in the context of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization, we have got to implement that kind of a program because our economy remains not transformed. But as I was saying earlier, with regard to technological issues, we've got to invest in the modernization of the Gauteng city region economy. And that means fintech, that means that our innovation hub in Tshwane must not just be a building, but must be in the context of a Silicon Valley, build Gauteng city region as the economic, as the ecosystem of innovation, but also making sure that in the context of the revitalization of our townships, we also invest in such technological driven industries so that indeed the demands of the 4IR are also seen as a response to addressing some of the problems in our townships. And that's why one of the most important parts of our work is to focus on the township revitalization program, which necessarily requires that we invest in where people are at, because I think the notion of an inclusive Gauteng city region will mean, as opposed to fundamentally embarking on a re-engineering, but rather on a smart re-engineering and reversal of the apartheid program, wherein we say if people in Ratanda, in people in Togoza, people in Mamelodi, that's where they are, what industries do we have to invest in so that, among others, we reduce the time people take to go to their places of work, but also we make it efficient, we make it safe and reliable. Because these indexes, or rather these indicators that are in this slide of a high development index and the quality of life improving, requires that we focus and invest in some of those critical areas. What are we going to do to make sure that in terms of the rail industry, working with national government, we're in a position to take Gautrain to a level where we can be in a position to make it a people's Gautrain in the context of working with PRASA, Metro Rail, and so forth and so on. But also learning on the institutional capabilities of Gautrain. How can we convert that into our own engagement with national to say that there is capacity in the city of Joburg, in the city of Ekurhuleni, in the city of Tshwane, to manage transport and public transport efficiently. And therefore, we're saying to national, can we work together in this context so that we don't just want to say, want to take over this aspect of work as we have now done by establishing the Gauteng Transport Authority. And that Gauteng Transport Authority, among others, is to look at the whole transport network, but also looking at the existing BRT initiatives that are across the Gauteng city region and looking at them as a response to a space called the Gauteng city region, so that as the BRT goes into parts of Protea Glen, it can't just turn there when the people that stay in Mohlakeng work in the city of Joburg. So how do we make sure that there's interlinkages backward and forward in terms of the kind of interventions we're making? And basically that's what the Growing Gauteng plan is all about. It's about building an integrated city region, albeit the challenges that Padime was presenting. And those challenges can only be resolved if we continue to work in an integrated manner, if we continue to work in a manner that suggests that ours is to continue with a plan of transformation, modernization, and reindustrialization of the Gauteng city region. And that Gauteng city region necessarily depends on us making sure that if we say we're investing in a space of Tshwane with regards to Babelegi, with regards to the industrialization of those hubs in that part of the region, can we see those plans in the IDP and the plan of the municipality so that the notion of the district delivery model can only be realized if we plan together, work together towards one vision and one country. And that can only be done if, in the context of what I think what was saying, what is the strategy and the planning of the framework of the national and that of the province? Because if we don't see what the city of Joburg is doing in this space, I want to use an example of Lanseria. If we say we're building one city, a new city in the Gauteng city region, and that city might be in a space called Johannesburg, cutting across Joburg, Tshwane, and the West Rand. The plans of the approved plans by the councils of those three areas must begin to demonstrate how in every financial year they are going to work towards the realization of the Lanseria city development, working with the province, the DBSA, and indeed National Treasury, and the rest of the investors, particularly the private sector, because a functional developmental state must be in this context. And that's how we look at the district delivery model. That's how we look at the GGT and our medium-term strategic framework, in that it must speak to each other. It can't be that when we say we're coming to the West Rand, we're dealing with issues of agri-parks, we're dealing with issues of investing in new city, in new agro-processing functions. But when we delve deep into the plans of the city of Rand West, we can't see that there is this commitment, because it's one thing to articulate it in the context of speeches, but it's another to get down and drill into the different plans of the various of the province, but also in the plans of the municipality, because the notion of a one plan, one vision can only be seamlessly seen when we can be able to say, this is the IDP of the SDF and IDP of the city, and this is the APP of a department or of a province. And all these things must speak to one another, so that it's just not a global presentation that we're one province and so forth and so forth, but it must be practicalized, so that when we talk about the cooperative governance, we talk about integrated delivery of services, we talk about IGR, it must be based on practical programs. And I think the notion that GGT is all about, it's about us working together. It's about being able to see that when we come to assessing performance at the end of the year.
Okay, no.
If you take next year.
If we can mute, there's a noise at the background.
If you take, for example, next year is the midterm, although that there are issues of alignment in terms of planning, but I don't think that there is no opportunity for us to be able to say, in the next 5 years, what are the things that we are going to do together with Mfuleni? What are the things that we're going to do together with Eguruleni, both with national and other state entities in that space? Because I think what DDM is forcing us to do is to think together, is forcing us to work together, is forcing us to understand that what are the demographics of each region in the context of poverty, unemployment, and inequality, so that collectively we then say, this is what we are going to do as the Gauteng City region in addressing the problems in that particular region. I think this aspect has been addressed by MEC Maile with regards to the impact of COVID-19, but I just want to underscore this point, that what COVID-19 has taught us, colleagues, our fellow councillors, is that there is a need for us to invest in the state, in its capability, and I think the report by Padime suggests that there are weaknesses in the state. We need to not just professionalize, but we need to make sure that the state continues to guide development. And if we can't talk about the developmental state only in the context of documents and conceptually. We now need to be able to say, in the context of Gauteng City region, for us a developmental state must, in terms of those indicators in the context of the back to basic criteria, if a municipality is not achieving the following, it just constitutes the fact that there's no capacity, and therefore these are the kinds of interventions that we need to deal with. But the other important aspect is the notion of livelihoods in the context of health. I think health is now an important area that we can't ignore in the context of balancing with livelihood. So health and the economy have got to be seen together. I always remind colleagues that in 1999, we used to have one of the pillars in our 5 pillars or so. We used to call it building a healthy, productive Gauteng. So we wanted a healthy society, productive, which meant people that can contribute to the economy, participate meaningfully in the economy. So we need to return to that, because that's what COVID-19 has assisted us with. So I think we can come back to those things. I think this one has been also addressed. It's also important to indicate that based on what happened, we did think that there is a need for us to effectively work in a more seamless way. We were in the context of the PMO that were established. but also strengthening communication with communities was very important. I think the point that MC Maile was talking about with regards to ward-based engagement, for us, it's the critical work that we need to deal with going forward.
Mr.
I think,
Mbada, if we
yes.
can try to cover up in 5 minutes, please. I'm afraid we're running out of time.
No, let me just, you know, because yeah, it won't work. So what we did, Chair, is just to look at ourselves, readjust the economy, the GGT 2030, so that it can be able to respond to the crisis and the challenges we have. We thought we should focus on our industrialization agenda, which I think I've spoken to. The most important issue for us is to focus on our vision of building Gauteng as a multi-tier SEZ, focusing on the 10 growth areas of our economy, focusing on the township economy revitalization, investing in infrastructure, gendering our budget by prioritizing women and the youth, so that we can address all the related problems that we have in our province. So that's basically what we want to do with GGT. It has been revised, remodeled. We have pulled a number of issues that we want to focus on. And I think primarily because of the fact that some of the things you will be able to read on your own and critique in terms of the feedback. I think we will appreciate that, so that we can indeed improve. Let me just even reduce the 5 minutes far better, Chair, by saying that let me end it here. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Program Director, Deputy Chair, are you still there?
Yes, I'm struggling a bit now. I don't know what's happening. Maybe there's a electricity problem around here. But can you hear me? Am I loud enough?
We can hear you very well, Chair.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me thank the presentation made by Dade Mbada. Thank you very much. Without a chair, I think on colleagues on our program, if you can notice, the next speaker was supposed to be Councillor Stofile from the NEC SALGA, but we have actually communicated, based on our today, we just want to cover our program and ensure that, we had the panel discussion before lunch. So, Councillor Stofile will actually speak tomorrow, and the next person was Dr. Sidney Mufamadi, and we have also been informed that he's not here, but however, Dr. Tracy will actually speak on behalf of University of Johannesburg. I think we can give her a platform so that we can move quickly to our next panel discussion, whereby everybody can participate. Thank you so much, Dr. Tracy. The platform is yours, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm supposed to be presenting on section 139 interventions, not the city of Joburg. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Let me share my screen and Let's see if everybody can see the, can you all see the presentation? Can everybody see the presentation?
Yes, very,
Okay,
very
great. All right, I'm going to do a relatively short presentation. We did a very detailed report about just about 1.5 years ago. I'll post the link to the report in the chat if you're interested in reading the whole report. Just a quick background. What we did is we did a review of every single Section 139 intervention that's ever been done from 1998 until about the middle of 2019. And the research questions were, could we say that the interventions were a success? And what we did was we had a look at the state of governance and financial outcomes in the municipality for 2 years before the intervention, during the intervention, and then for 2 years after the intervention. And if they hadn't been a success, what did we think was the main reason for that? So what we looked at was that there'd been 140 Section 139 interventions that have been undertaken, and a significant number of those have been undertaken in the last 7 or 8 years. So there's been a significant increase in the number of Section 139 interventions. Almost every single one of those interventions were in terms of Section 139 1B. In fact, it's so commonly used that when people talk about a Section 139 intervention, that's more or less what they're talking about. And then really to summarize the findings of our researchers, we found that most of the interventions, and particularly the interventions that have been undertaken in the last 10 years, had really failed to deliver a long-term and sustainable improvement in either municipal operations or municipal financial health. And in some circumstances, the municipality was worse off after the intervention than it had been before the intervention. So of course, the million-dollar question was why. But I think it's useful in terms of having a look at that why, is to have a little look at the history of Section 139. So there were 2 versions of Section 139. The first one was included in the 1996 version of the Constitution. And the reason why it was included was because everybody in government understood that local government played an absolutely critical role in delivering the developmental agenda. So we didn't want any kind of operational collapse in local government because it was going to greatly undermine the state's overall developmental agenda. And secondly, it was very important for municipalities to be able to manage their finances properly because national government was not going to stand as a guarantor of municipal debt. There were not going to be any bailouts for local government. So what was needed in the Constitution was some kind of mechanism to make sure that there was some kind of fallback if local municipalities failed to meet their constitutional obligations in terms of service delivery. And I think that that's a really important sentiment because it implies that Section 139 was based on a clear understanding that there was no limitless autonomy to the sphere of government. It would always be subservient to the constitutional rights of citizens. So the first version of Section 139, the first iteration, was Section 139(1). And that dealt with the failure to fulfill an executive obligation. And the general understanding there was that an executive obligation referred to the powers and authorities and responsibilities of local government as listed in the Constitution, in the schedules to the Constitution. So that's the delivery of water, waste services, spatial planning, etc., etc. And these were discretionary interventions. So the the province would be the final stop to decide whether or not a municipality was failing to fulfill, let's say, for example, its obligation to supply water, and they would then decide if they were going to intervene or not. So the decision stopped with the province, and it was a discretionary intervention. But over the next couple of years, National Treasury became concerned that existing legislation, that Section 139(1), was not broad or powerful enough to deal with financial collapse in a municipality, because they started to see that actually there were more financial problems in municipalities than had been anticipated. So in 2003, there was a constitutional amendment, and Section 139 was amended by adding sections 4 through 7. And we'll talk about the details of those now. But the important thing was that these new additions dealt with financial problems in the municipality. That was the first thing. And the second thing was that they were specifically legislated as mandatory interventions. So if a municipality met certain preconditions for financial collapse or serious financial problems, there was no discretion about whether or not to intervene, as there was with Section 139(1). It was then, in fact, compulsory to intervene. Okay, so just briefly, as I said, Section 139(1) deals with the failure to fulfill an executive obligation, which is a service delivery issue, and it's a discretionary intervention by a province. Section 139(4) is the failure to pass a budget or associated measures. If a municipality fails to do that, there has to be an intervention. If the province doesn't intervene, national has to intervene. And the intervention is made mandatory in terms of Section 139(7). Section 139(5) deals with serious financial problems in a municipality. And the MFMA lists a whole lot of ways in which we can judge that. Extended periods of disclaimer audits, inability to pay suppliers, cash flow problems that are threatening service delivery, etc., etc. And what Section 139(5) says is that if a municipality meets those preconditions, there must be an intervention. If the province doesn't do the intervention, national must intervene. Now, the important thing here is that is two things. First of all, is that diagnosing the actual problem is key to ensuring that the correct remedy is applied, because each section has got a different remedy for addressing the problem. And the second thing is that in reality, what has happened is that Section 139(1) has kind of become the COGTA interventions, and Section 139(4) and 5 have sort of become the Treasury interventions. And what we've seen is that almost every single intervention that was done was in terms of Section 139(1). So what went wrong? To go back to our findings that most of the interventions have been a failure. I think we could summarize them as this, and I'll talk about just only two of those issues in detail. The rest are covered in the report. The first thing is that the interventions are coming too late. Secondly, the wrong parts of Section 139 are being used, and that's particularly because the nature of what constitutes an executive obligation has been misinterpreted. As a result, administrators are being used incorrectly. There's a general failure by all parties, particularly at the national level, to meet their mandatory obligations, and the supporting institutions that are required are weak. So let's start with that. First of all, the interventions are coming too late. This was a very outstanding finding of our research. And we found that most of the intervention, that's particularly those done in the last 5 or 6 years, are taking place when the municipality has been in a state of total collapse for an extended period of time. We were in one municipality, and in that municipality, before there was any intervention, the situation in the municipality was so bad that every single desk, chair, computer, vehicle, and other movable asset in the municipality had been repossessed twice by their creditors, and there still had been no intervention. There was not one single working water meter in that municipality, and still there was no intervention. The entire electricity billing system had collapsed, and still there was no intervention. And what we see is that when we see what the province is saying, or what the National Council of Provinces is saying, is they're saying, well, local government is an autonomous and independent sphere of local government, and therefore an intervention is a last resort. Now, it might interest you to know that the word autonomous or independent does not appear anywhere in the Constitution or in the Intergovernmental Relations Framework Act or any other legislation in respect of any sphere of government. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that local government is autonomous or independent. It talks about 3 separate, equal, and interconnected spheres of local government. So waiting for a municipality to be in a total state of collapse for 3 years is entirely contrary to what the section of the Constitution wanted. The fact that a local government is an equal sphere is not the same thing as meaning that they have a license to destroy a municipality. The constitutional rights of the people who live there must always come first. And the problem, of course, as everyone knows, is that municipalities that reach the state of the one that I just described face a very long battle for recovery. It can take 7 to 10 years for a municipality that's reached that point to recover. And of course, it is the poorest and most vulnerable people and the people who work in the municipality who carry the brunt of that. Earlier interventions mean that we need better results. When there are serious financial problems, there's not supposed to be a political discretion about whether we'll intervene or won't we intervene. The intervention is mandatory once conditions are met. And the Constitution is quite clear on that. Related to that is the fact that the wrong sections are being used. So what has happened is that the notion of an executive obligation has effectively been translated to mean everything that a municipality does. And this is completely incorrect. And we've seen this reinforced by the courts, most recently in the Chwane judgment, where the court said, if the intervention is in respect of the failure to fulfill an executive obligation, then the application for the intervention must list the executive obligation that is not being fulfilled. It's not sufficient just to say the municipality is falling apart, so we're doing a Section 139(1) intervention. An executive obligation means, and this is also an Ntuna judgment, it means the service delivery functional areas listed in Annexes 4 and 5 of the Constitution. So what is happening is that Section 139(1)(b) is being used instead of Section 139(5). And the courts have ruled that even if you see service delivery problems, if the underlying reason for that is financial, you must have a Section 139(5) intervention, which works in a completely different way from Section 139(1)(b). It doesn't involve an administrator taking over, it involves addressing the underlying issues. Fewer than 10 interventions have actually been in terms of Section 139(5). And our assessment is that in the last 5 years, probably about 2/3 of the interventions, in fact, should have been in terms of Section 139(5). Just briefly, the primary responsibility to make the correct diagnosis and apply the correct section lies with the provinces, and they're failing to do so. But above that is National COGTA and the National Council of Provinces are supposed to be exercising oversight to ensure that the correct sections are applied under the correct circumstances, and they are failing to do so. In respect of serious financial problems, there's a mandatory obligation on the part of provinces to intervene. They are not doing so. If provinces fail to initiate a Section 139(5) intervention, National Treasury is supposed to intervene. They are also failing to do so. So it's kind of a group effort in this. Just to wrap up, I think, Section 139 is actually a very powerful and effective tool to prevent municipal collapse, but we're not using it appropriately. We need a much better way of understanding when there's going to be an intervention, intervening sooner, and using a more appropriate part of the legislation. So I think I'm going to end there. I'm going to put a link to the report in the chat. If anybody's interested in reading it, they can go and read that report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tracy. I mean, what an important presentation, and then I hope it will be shared by all members, because currently we've seen most of our municipality within our province under admin. I'm not sure whether to take the good route and in ensuring that we apply Section 139 accordingly. Thank you very much. We'll now, am I correct? We'll now move to the panel discussion. The panel discussion moderator will be Kolisi Nchuno. Let me call upon Kolisi Nchuno to take us through with the panel, and then our panelist will be actually presented by Dr. Kolisi Nchuno. Over to you. And then this will actually take us to lunch, and immediately after lunch we'll continue with our short program. Of course, that will be led by Councillor Twins. Without any waste of time, Mr. Siana, assist me there.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Indeed, it is correct. The next session will be moderated by Mr. Mtunu, while he is coming to the podium, and I do see that he is connected, I was wondering, Chair, whether there would be any opportunity for one or two questions and comments. But we are in your hands, and we do see that Mr. Mchunu is indeed connected. Thanks.
Mr. Sen, I just checked Mr. Mchunu is connected. If not, I mean, we can take 2, 3, especially on the last presentation that has been made, so that the member can make input or questions of clarity on the presentation while we are waiting for connection. If he's connected, of course, we may leave the program on his end.
Through you, Chair,
Yes.
if I can just quickly make a comment, I believe I'm scheduled for the next session, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, not this particular one. That was my understanding, Chair.
That is correct. Chair, can I suggest that perhaps we take 1 or 2 questions? I think the 3 inputs were very critical and have far-reaching implications for various municipalities. While Mr. Mchunu gets himself ready to take over from you, Chair, I can imagine it's been a long journey. You must be quite exhausted. But just 2 or 3 questions from members.
Members, the floor is open. I don't see the hands, but you may actually speak.
I've put my hand up. It's Alderman Riley.
Yes, Councillor Jacob Riley, the floor is yours. Thank you. You may raise the question.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just couldn't get my hand down. My speaker open. Thank you. I think these presentations have been very well put together. I really do appreciate them. I just want to start with the presentation regarding Ekurhuleni. I see that on one of the spaces and the notes, it says no vacancies in Ekurhuleni, and I don't think that's a true reflection at all. In respect to the energy department, we know that there are vacancies there. So I think that report just needs to be relooked at in that regard. But my comment is a general one throughout all the presentations. If we didn't know how bad municipalities were or how bad it was out there for the citizens of Gauteng, we sure do know now over this COVID period and the desperation of our citizens, particularly in food security and jobs. Now, obviously, over the COVID period, there's going to be backlogs in terms of payment and collections, etc., etc. I'm not talking about that. But there was one presentation where it showed the population growth between now and 2035, I think it is. And if we just look at that and the number of people that are expected to stream into Gauteng, where are we going to house all the people? As we know, Gauteng is a mining area and very little land we are able to build on unless somebody comes up with an innovative way that you can build on old mine ground. We are battling at the moment with space for graveyards. We are battling at the moment for land for housing. Never mind the fact that our health system is falling apart. Never mind that in many of the municipalities, not just the ones that are under administration, depending on which section, as the previous presenter said. Never mind the municipalities that are failing. The current municipalities are battling that aren't under administration to just provide the basics, and I'm talking basics as in water, proper lack of electricity, constant water interruptions, constant meter leaking, all of those basics just to keep the street lights on. you know, your parks clean, your potholes filled. Those are just basics. Now the population growth is going to double over the next 10 years. Where are we going to put the people? How are we going to, how are they going to live if the current situation is just unbearable? And I know there's a lot of this big talk about all these fancy things that we want to do. And it's all very fair and well to have all that nice stuff, and it looks nice on paper. But in reality, just at the bottom level, we are failing to actually do the little things that keep cities running effectively and efficiently. There's no point to having a massive highway coming through or metros when we can't even keep the lights on. And you want to create an economic environment where businesses come and invest. But I'm telling you, I won't invest my business in a town where I don't know whether I'm going to have power for 3-4 days. You can just come to Ekurhuleni and they will tell you. So not to prolong it, I sometimes feel that we want the nice things, but we're unable to do the basics, and that is important, and that is why we land up with the amount of municipalities under administration. The other issue is, Chair, the consequence management that was spoken about. I'm tired of hearing that phrase, because no one is ever held accountable for the failings the failure that they're responsible for. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Councillor JK. I think your question was related to vacancy. Furthermore, this other way, what you call the comment based on the presentation made. Any other hand before we move to our next what you call presentation? Once, going twice. Thank you very much. That is Yana. Can you check how far we are? Is of course that the Nkolo is ready, so that we can move quickly to this panel discussion before we go to lunch. I'm sure we have 90 minutes or so for this presentation. Thank you so much.
No, he is ready, Program Director. He is ready to run. Thank you very much for facilitating this part of the session for us. I believe we can hand over to Mr. Mkulu.
Thank you very much, Siana. Thank you to the Program Director. Let me acknowledge the Chairperson of SALGA in the Gauteng Province, the PEC. And with that, let me observe all protocol. Chair, I would have loved to show my video. I think it does help to keep the audience engaged when they can actually see who they are speaking to and who's presenting to them. But nonetheless, let me proceed with the job at hand, Chair. I am here to facilitate our panel discussion, and it reads as follows. If we can just read it word for word. The pandemic has further devastated an already fragile economy. And as the panel shall reflect on the post-COVID economic recovery, including interventions that local governments may need to take on issues pertaining to red tape reduction, business retention, support to SMMEs, township and informal economy. And the panelists who are going to help us to shine a spotlight on this very important topic, we've got Ms. Moyasi Mvelase, who is the Chief Director from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. We also have Mr. Lance Schultz, who is the CEO of Automobile Industry Development Corporation. And lastly, we have Martin Cameron from the Trade Research Advisory from the Northwest University. Perhaps as a preamble to set the scene, and maybe to put a few points forward that I would like for the panel to be cognizant of. I think first and foremost, we are all aware of the fact that it's already well documented that COVID-19 has decimated the global economy, and as a country, we have not been spared. And while there has been a number of relief schemes that have been announced by the president, by the various departments, All of those have basically been geared towards short-term relief with regards to protecting livelihoods. So that is basically what one can say with regard to the relief schemes, in the sense that now we are looking for more sustainable long-term solutions to the challenges that we face as a country. With regards to the trade and investment front, today marks the beginning of the 3rd SA Investment Conference, where once again we are looking at galvanizing more investments and resources and various pledges from different investors. And as local government, we believe that while of course we do welcome all the various investment pledges, but as a sector, and being a sector that is at the forefront, when it comes to community development, we believe that it's important to be mindful that with the various investment pledges which are being made, that ultimately all of them end up in the municipal jurisdiction. So as such, it is of pivotal importance that as a sector, that we are there playing a leading role with regards to the trade, the investment in a conference. Also, what I would like to perhaps bring to the attention of the panel with regards to the new economy that we envisage, the post-COVID-19 economy, the issue of a new resilient economy, one that is less susceptible to the anarchy of the global market. We've seen during COVID-19 how our resilience was tested, and also the dependence and the vulnerability to the global market, the global shocks, and how that could be detrimental in when an event such as COVID strikes. So in order to prepare the economy for future similar events, what is it that as a country, what kind of steps that we should take to build that degree of self-containment in the economy? Also looking at the issue of how best can we shore up the economy against the future shocks, in part through building local manufacturing capacity in some of the sectors. Also addressing the issue of the structural barriers. Our economy is heavily concentrated. How best can we achieve decentralization in this economy? And also, of course, very important, the ease of doing business. And lastly, also what I would like to just draw on quickly is the fact that with COVID-19, we know that it has severely affected the revenue capacity of municipalities. And as local government, we may be forced to explore alternative like financing methods such as municipal bonds, municipal pool financing, for example, and public-private partnerships. So all of those, of course, these are things that we would like the panel to touch on, and subsequent to that, of course, for the PMA to deliberate upon and engage deeply with regards to this conversation. So let me end it off there for now, Program Director. Let me take this opportunity to introduce our first presenter, and that is going to be Lance Schultz, who is the CEO of Automobile Industry Development Corporation. So Lance, whenever you are ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Program Director. I would just flight myself for a second. It's always easier to have the video feed throughout. However, in the interest of bandwidth and also for sound, I'm going to go off video. And can I request also if the Secretariat can please flight my presentation? I will then talk through the various slides as we progress. Once again, if I can please just confirm that I am audible.
Yes, you are, loud and clear.
Yes, you are.
Thank you very much. Before I proceed, let me also welcome everyone, the representatives from the MEC, all the executive mayors, the speakers, the chief whips, the 14 PEC members, the municipal managers, all protocols observed. I was quite interested in the conversation over the past hour, and I think this presentation would really support a lot of that discussion in terms of how do we ensure that we engage, and the presentation, whilst talking about post-COVID, we are actually still very much in the pandemic at this point in time. And what I've prepared here is some threads. I think that respecting the representatives within this forum, I must state that I think that a lot of the architecture of what's in this presentation is more beknown to yourselves, being at the coalface of local government. What I'm going to do is, if I can just request the next slide to be beamed, please. Sorry, the next slide. Okay, thank you. All right, so I think what's quite important to note is that we have to recognize, and coming from the automotive sector, I'd be allowed, I'm sure, the latitude of using the analogy that local government presents the engine room to ensure that socioeconomic drivers and the requirements that we need to build the resilience back into our economy is put in place. The South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan and the three key areas which it addresses, we believe is very important. I'm also going to draw inferences and lessons out of automotive and also what we are experiencing out of the lessons learned from other countries in terms of what they've looked at to try and ensure that they refocus growth. Primarily, all of the countries are focused on saving lives, ensuring that livelihoods are also met. We know that we've got disparity in terms of social programs, so I think it's a social compact that really has to be brought together to ensure that the three spheres of government is working well and that industry supports that. Three things, Program Director, that has come out fairly clearly in a lot of respect with where countries are looking at growth, and that is in terms of ensuring that there's competent people to drive that agenda. Secondly, that we don't forget that areas of competitiveness, and the auto sector is quite a good example of this, always ensuring that you bring the necessary levels of competitiveness. And I think the third area for me is performance orientation. Can we please go to the next slide? The interventions that has been cited is listed there. Sorry, Program Director, can I continue? Okay, I think there's silence. Maybe just to give a quick overview of our lessons from automotive and what can be done to stimulate growth. I think an important point is there's 110,000 people. Well, that number would have diminished somewhat in recent months, but 110,000, and I always state when I discuss the significance of the multiplier. Currently, we have about 457,000 people across the entire value chain. So that type of local content and support into reindustrialization is important also. Even if we have a look at the amount that we contribute is about in the order of 6.9% towards GDP. And from an investment point of view, if we look at the second bullet there in terms of export promotion, quite significant to note that 39 billion rand investment has actually been announced over the next 5 years. One of the prior speakers spoke about the investment conference, which is also now underway the next 2 days. And this is being the third iteration. The investment into automotive cannot be understated. Also, given that it accounts for 30% of manufacturing output, which is also quite a significant contributor. And a number I think that's important is that we've exported 148 billion rands worth of finished vehicles and 54 billion rands worth of components in 2019. So it gives us a very good set of levers that we can look at in terms of where we need to go for growth. The next slide, I think, please, if that can be brought up. The problem statement that we've got is recognizing the high unemployment and, in fact, the impact that it has on those 4 blocks that's brought up there is how do we ensure that the GDP or the base of fixed capital formation can grow, alleviating poverty and inequality and unemployment. And again, local municipalities play a significant role. And this problem permeates not only throughout all of our municipalities, but throughout society at large. There's a few things that in our discussions in automotive, looking at what are the areas that we believe opportunities needs to be looked at, and we often refer to the ease of doing business. If we're going to re-gear, and we are very good with writing policy papers, we are very good with putting together plans, we are not very good with execution of these plans. Things like ensuring that SPLUMA, which effectively gives our entire spatial planning frameworks the ability to harness what we are doing, where we are putting it, and ensuring that the necessary spatial planning is effective. The WULA, the water use license applications, the EIA, ensuring that all that red tape and bureaucracy that comes with it is in effect, that the ease of business is in fact addressed through this. And then a function of that becomes how we address those 4 issues which I've got in this. Please go to the next slide. So in terms of framing the problem, and this is out of the South African Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan, it will require socioeconomic reconstruction and recovery. And again, I think it's only if that social compact is done in a much more harmonized way. The issues of exponentially compounded by the credit ratings downgrade. I'm sure all of the members would be aware that prior to COVID, we had already had recessionary impacts. Added to that is our structural reforms that needs to be fast-tracked in a much more meaningful and significant way, and handling the fiscal constraints and the debt that we have in the country. Can we go to the next slide? So the cornerstones, and I'm not going to dwell on this, and I trust Program Director that the presentation will be made available to all the members also. I'd like to focus on the last area there. There's a few bullets there. Very specific areas of infrastructure. A bedrock for any economy is infrastructure orientated. That infrastructure needs to be specifically geared towards SMEs. Whilst we might not say the American economy is necessarily the best example to us, the entire, or rather 43% of the American economy is geared around SME growth, SME development, and that infrastructure to support that makes up a large volume of the more formalized sector of that economy. So infrastructure cannot be understated, and I think the investment conference is providing a good ground for where a lot of that investment is going to be poised. Localization through industrializing, also quite critical. Automotive sector have got a master plan, and the intention is to increase at least by 20 to 25% the opportunity for local content. That will allow new entrants, it will allow SMEs, it will allow incubation, and that will spell very good also for the economy. There are a number of other sectors. One of the former presenters spoke also about a lot of the other plans or industrial plans that's taking place in the city of Tshwane, Kuruleni, etc. So localization is quite important. The provision of energy security, not only energy tenure, but stable and affordable energy is something which is quite important and becoming much more of focus now for the sector also. Food security cannot be understated. The importance of the support into the tourism sector, been known largely also to create drivers for and spin-offs into other allied sectors. Green economy interventions, the public employment programs, and I heard that mentioned earlier on also. And of course, what we need to take account of is also to have a look at where the opportunity is to create employment outside of the public sector. And then
5
ensuring
minutes,
that
Lance.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, yes.
Ensuring that we've got stable macroeconomic policy. Can we move to the next slide? I think this is something that's known already, the district development model. I'm not going to dwell on this. We can go to the next slide. So there's a few areas, these 6 areas which you see on the right-hand side is what we believe are fundamental changes that needs to be done. The ease of doing business, I'd spoken about this earlier, is absolutely critical. The second is ensuring that there's sustainable BBBE policies and that we address the gender equality. We are not too happy with the numbers that we're seeing in our particular sector with regard to gender equality, so that's becoming a significant focus. We have got a transformation fund, and I think that the ARDC is going to play a significant role to ensure that we address the gender disparity, ensuring capital growth and the availability of capital also is made available, the policy certainty, the projects and the policy interventions, which I'll talk to in the next slide, and effective and timely implementation through resourcing. The next slide, please. So on the right-hand side is a couple of things that we need to address, and I'm mindful of the time. I think that the most important thing that we are faced with at the moment is ensuring that transformation focuses primarily and foremost on our agenda. There's a significant amount of investment of about 10 billion in terms of the transformation fund in automotive. We believe that would be a game changer. And I think the gauntlet is there for other sectors to embark on similar initiatives as we seek for reindustrialization and to recapitalize the economy. The other areas of innovation and entrepreneurship is things that we could talk about for quite a lot of time. I want to emphasize the point, Program Director, that we are speaking quite strongly about how do we industrialize and re-gear the township economy. We are the areas that we can look at to ensure that spatial planning and addressing the opportunity for hub developments in townships is done in a much more substantive and meaningful way. And we are working with the province and with various cities at the moment also to try and ramp that up quite significantly. Thank you. The next slide. Thank you. I hope I've made it in time. Thank you. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Lance. Yes, you were on time, and thank you for your cooperation. And again, what was quite an insightful presentation. I think some of the most important things that you highlighted around infrastructure and it's how key it is to unlocking growth opportunities. But I would like to add to that as well and highlight the fact that it's important that infrastructure also is purpose-built in that it is targeted at serving as an enabler for smaller businesses to flourish and to grow. Also, I think I couldn't really emphasize any further the issue of SMME growth, the importance of driving growth through SMMEs. We're seeing this trend take like globally. We are seeing this growing trend where small businesses are becoming a central part of the growth trajectory, not only of our local economy, but even the global economy at large. So thank you very much, Lance. I'm sure the PMA will engage in your presentation afterwards, because it was quite insightful, and there's so much there, so much information that you can take out of it. Without any further ado, I would like to invite to the podium Ms. Moyasi Mvelase from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development to come and give her presentation. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I'll also just show my face just for people to know I'm here. Thank you very much. My name is Moyasi Mvelase. I'm coming from the Department of Economic Development. I'm going to try and share my no, it's not doing it. I didn't get the invite in time for me to be able to send my presentation. So I'm not sure what would be of utmost help, Chair. Can I talk to it and then send it back later, or would people really want to see it?
If I may ask, are you indicating that you do not have the right to share?
Yes.
Okay, we can quickly ask IT to assign those rights to you. IT, can you please assign Ms. Moyasin Velase the authority to share her presentation, please? Okay, and can you try one more time?
Okay, let's try that.
Still not working.
Let me see, it's giving me the desktop thing. Let's see if that would do.
Okay.
Hi, it's just not sharing.
Okay, I think in the interest of time, then you can speak to it, Ms. Moyasi.
Wow, and it's going to be a bit difficult because it was easier for people to see. Nonetheless,
I'm thinking of that too.
Is there anyone I can email it to quickly, and then we take the other presentation whilst this one goes?
Can we do that rather? Can we do that? You can email to my. You can email to myself. I'm just going to type my email address here on the chat box quickly, and then you can email to myself while we take the next presenter, if that is fine with you. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so there we go.
That would work, yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Would just like to apologize once more for those technical issues. We will have Ms. Moyani Mbelase present after Martin Cameron, whom we're going to take now as our next presenter. Martin is from the Northwest University Trade and Advisory. Martin, you are on the floor. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, excellent. So I've put a couple of slides together just based on the brief. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend the whole session today, so it's a bit. It may be here and there either duplication or not 100% on the mark. But I think the important part is that the discussion that I heard earlier, that was it Alderman Jackie that raised the issues regarding existing performance, etc. And I think that it's important if we want to make a difference at the local level to the civilization and to our people on the ground, that we need to start thinking about things differently. I have a concern with the current plan from the presidency. It is regurgitating everything we've seen in the last 30 years. Still a lot of talk, very little do. It's very focused on infrastructure as opposed to demand. Our problem at the moment in the COVID context is that if you don't have a job, you don't have money to buy something. To think that you're going to create in 10 years 3 million jobs, but we've already lost close to 2 million, if not more. That's not, thinking out of the box and reacting to what is needed in these uncertain and different times. So we seriously need to start thinking in our day-to-day work out of the box, and especially at the local level. Now, a concern I have is that we can learn from people that actually have the experience, the expertise, and have looked at other countries. And you'll see on the slide here, over a 5-year period, we actually had a lot of very knowledgeable people try and give some guidance to this economy. Very little, if any, of those recommendations were considered and implemented even today. And if you just kind of look in your personal capacity, if you get advice and you don't listen to the advice, well, A, then don't ask for the advice. But B, I mean, you cannot expect things to go differently if you start or if you continue doing the same thing over and over. So we have to really think about what we are doing. And as Alderman said earlier, if we continue having incompetent people running certain functions, if we continue having inefficiencies and corruption, etc., if we continue having no consequences and effects thereof, then how can we expect anything to be different than what it was like before COVID? Nothing's going to change. The only difference is going to be more people are going to be hungry and more people are going to die from COVID. So we seriously have to put our hands into our own bosoms, especially in management and governance roles within the local communities, and think about what we are doing and think about how can we do it differently. Now, one of the important, or I'm sure you are all aware of the importance of thinking about the problem in a systematic way. So I thought I'll kind of just share some concepts here quickly with you. If we talk about the economy and you talk about creating jobs, etc., again, it comes back to the basics. If the basics doesn't work, doesn't matter how, and with this, I'm not saying it's an either or, it's an and situation. But the point is, doesn't matter how well you try and do certain things, if you don't do the basics, as was mentioned before, correctly, then all the lofty ideas that you're going to have are built on foundations of sand and mud, and is going to fall apart. And as local municipalities, we have to focus on getting the foundations, the so-called supporting necessary infrastructure to work efficiently. So water, electricity, and nowadays COVID has really placed the focus on the infrastructure associated with connectivity. And within the fourth industrial revolution, within the modern era where we are, access to medical health, access to information, etc., it is a no-brainer that we need to make sure that everybody has access to cheap, if not free, internet access, as an example, to be able to cope in these days and new normal going forward. On top of that, you have your systems that supports society. So health, commerce, civil administration, where a lot of the colleagues around the Zoom and the tables are concerned today, education and defense. And without the working infrastructure below that, obviously we cannot have a society that functions well. So I think COVID has placed a very sharp light on the real issues that we have at the foundational level. And unless we fix that, and we fix that quickly, we are in for tough times in South Africa going forward, because at the moment the plans are all plans that we've tried before, we've spoken about them before, and nothing has changed. It's interesting, I was at a workshop with one of the, a couple of years ago, 2014, with the ambassadors from South Africa and Africa, etc. And one of our own ambassadors stood up and he said, if Africans could win the Olympic a race, the one race that we will win is talking. And unfortunately, we talk a lot, we do very little. So I'm imploring you to take action, and that also means take action in the sense of making sure things align. One of the biggest challenges that we face in South Africa, and this comes from a national level, not only at your level, is the fact that our policies and our key policies that's supposed to drive this economy are not necessarily talking to each other. And that causes a lot of wasteful expenditure. It causes a lot of going down a track where we don't want to be. And as an example, nowadays we're talking seriously about localization or import substitution. But the reality of the matter is South Africa is a small market. We cannot operate in a global world and think that we're going to isolate ourselves and do everything ourselves. And the same goes with a municipality. So one must be able to reach out, reach into the networks, and pull in the people that you need from different parts of the world within South Africa as well as outside of South Africa. So policies, for instance, our visa policies, our energy policy is not aligned with our industrial policy. Our educational policy is not aligned with our industrial policy. We are not training people. And I know I'm involved with the university, and it's one of the big challenges that we have. These big systems like education takes too long to change, to adapt to the environment as the environment is changing. So we have to really start thinking about how to change things faster and be more effective and have effect. As far as the recovery is concerned, I think we need to look more at demand side interventions. And what do we mean by demand side intervention? So while it's definitely needed to build bridges, to build roads and all of these things, those things take long, A, and B, the fact that you've got a bridge doesn't mean that there will be jobs created by businesses. When you build a bridge, there's a couple of people involved in the building of the bridge. But then what then? If the business environment, and Lance mentioned that, if the business red tape, etc., is not efficiently managed and businesses cannot operate and are not incentivized to operate, then it doesn't help to have all the infrastructure that we've put in place. It's a short-term, kind of a boost that you inject yourself with. And then in the long run, you've got no energy because nobody wants to do business. So we've got to change our mindset around that and rather pull in the private sector to build more of the infrastructure, to be involved in running those assets as businesses. Now, a quick note, just Lance mentioned that in the USA, there's about 43% of the businesses are SMEs or SMEs. I think in South Africa, one of the things that we must also get right is business is not done. And there is a misnomer about the fact that it's so-called SMEs. I mean, to give you an idea, the definition of SMEs in the US, that's the smallest business they have was 250 people in their definition. We talk about very small at 6 to 20 and small at 50. In exports, we see, for instance, it's really large businesses. So when we start talking about solving these problems to help the mom and pop shops, we do that by making sure administrative things work. But to really generate jobs, we have to get the bigger businesses to want to operate because those are the serious employers. There's a lot of research that shows us that a lot of people that are working in the so-called small or very small environment are doing it for two reasons. One, they don't like working in bigger environments. And two, a lot of the times they've lost their jobs, and that is why they are entrepreneurs. They have to survive. But that is not necessarily a recipe for large-scale employment. So unless we allow medium-sized businesses to be able to grow and create jobs and thereby creating demand, the challenge that we face is that we cannot rely, and I see a lot of talk in policy space about the so-called focus on SMEs. And you must just realize to do business is a challenge. For a small business to do that is even more of a challenge because you don't have the resources. So unless we're going to make available finance, access to channels to procure and to
5 minutes, Martin,
sell.
and I'm
Thank you.
So sorry for interjecting. Thank you.
Not a problem. Unless we're going to create that, we are not going to create jobs. I'm sorry. That's the reality of the matter. Exports globally in the world is where we need to focus, but small businesses, very few of them can export. So within South Africa, our biggest challenge on the ground at the moment is that we are wasting so much money. If we were to deploy the money in the correct way, efficiently, we would have much less need. Unfortunately, we've got a double whammy in the sense that we waste the money and we spend the money inefficiently. So at the local level, I think the biggest elephant in the room for me is making sure that things work correctly and efficiently is the first and foremost focus. Employment, growth, etc. will follow. But to try and think that you're going to create, from a policy perspective, jobs and you're not doing the basics right is, as Einstein said there, wishful thinking. You are repeating the past. So I hope I'm not negative. I just want to highlight the fact that COVID is really putting a big looking glass on this challenge that we are facing in South Africa. And we're not going to solve the unemployment problem unless we're willing to put our hands inside our own pockets, inside our own shirts, in our own chests and say, we've got to fix what is wrong first. Doesn't help to build on weak foundations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. quite a robust presentation you just made there. We really appreciate that. And you just mentioned something in passing just now that you hope you are not being negative. I can assure you not at all, Martin, because we as SALGA, we are a thought leadership organization. We are a repository of knowledge, research, and innovation. So when you've positioned yourself, in that, with that kind of posture, then of course you have to bring in different ideas, whether critical or non-critical, because it's only through that we are able to come up with some of the best solutions for the sector. So we really appreciate that kind of presentation, and we always are looking for more, of such presentations. Martin, thank you very much. We are now going to move on to our next presenter, and that is Ms. Moyasim Velase, who is now ready. Just a reminder that she is from the Department of, she's from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. I'm finally ready, and I come from the Department of Economic Development. I'm Moyasim Velase. I'm heading an inclusive economy kind of unit. First, to the problems that we are faced with on pre-COVID, post-COVID. We had to group the problems that we've got together for us to be able to address them. And one of them was that we are all aware that COVID has really disseminated all our small firms across the economy. And this has really dealt a blow to the livelihood and the employment of millions of the people, especially the disadvantaged ones. And this COVID has really stalled our industrial and commercial developments, leaving the entire sector underused and lots of private capital not spent, thus not creating those jobs that we are talking about. Business in different sectors of the economy are all facing different crises because of that problem. And there's the need, and a serious need, to jumpstart the economy and use the COVID-19 crisis as an opportunity for us to shift Gauteng into the high growth sector, into new investment in all the needed sectors. Can I get the next slide? This slide basically tells us what we have to do in responding to that crisis. We have to use the multi-tier SEZ and high economy sector program, and this would only be fed in by the Township Economy Revitalization Action Plan that the province already has. And we know we can source out some of our workforce from the TEFCO 1 million database that we have, and we're working with Harambee on that one. And then we need to do our infrastructure program to grow. This would help us in our structural planning that is happening in Gauteng. If you could give me the next slide so that I can talk into detail with this. The first one I've addressed well, that reindustrialization of Gauteng needs to be the 21st century. And we need to bring all those opportunities that can help us with the township economy revitalization. And we need a clear systematic confront of using the youth economy, including that 1 million people that we've got as our workforce. We need to create an enabling condition for a high growth economy in this structure. So by restructuring the Gauteng economy for a long-term growth, we will need to modernize the network of our industries, and lower all the barriers that we've got currently of entry, and address all the distorted patterns of ownership. We need to have a prioritization of labor-intensive growth, because most of us, we get to be left out because we do too much of technology. And we need to focus on flexible industrial policies. Then the fifth one would be that we need to engage the private sector and social partners to join forces and be able to do a structured social compacting. Next. In doing this, we had to have structured way of approaching this. So we have 4 focus areas that we are running from. The first one being that of SMME and township enterprise empowerment because we think that's where the power is. And now what the problem that these people are facing as SMMEs and township enterprises is that we need to have SMME finance. So we've developed a partnership, public-private partnership fund. In this fund, 250 million will come from the fiscus of the provincial government in a way of catalyzing 750 million from the private sector. And already money is starting to come in, though we still have some challenges. I'll talk to them later. Expanding procurement from SMMEs, and then doing business development support, which currently is happening from GEP, but we need to grow that if we are going to see a difference in what we are doing. Business supporting township economic development through regulatory reform, because our rules are really too much in red tape and making it difficult for SMMEs to come in. And we need to meet the local content target that is being standard. The second one is that of infrastructure as a booster for the district development. This, we are going to be using economic and social infrastructure programs, and this would help us to create more of local producers, because currently there's about 40 billion that's circulating around but getting lost because they are not properly developed. Industrial parks, SEZs, and hospitals and tourism reserve is part of our infrastructure growth. Implementing through the funding agencies, I would say GFA, GGTA, any other one that would be able to help us to unlock the money that is in the private sector to be part of what we would need for our infrastructure. The third one is partnership with the private sector. As I've spoken to it before, here we're going to be using action labs, mostly in green economy, in manufacturing and advanced manufacturing and ICT. Sector-specific support is needed which will be run by departments and agencies. Number 4 is that of specific economic zones, special economic zone, SEZs, and high growth firms. Because whilst growing the small people, you also have to have promotion of high growth sectors as well for us to be able to grow the economy in Gauteng. Elandelayo, please. This slide talks to us with having to align our priorities with that of the national government. Can I get the next one that will break this one down? The national government with its GCR plan, it's got 8 pillars. And in those 8 pillars, all the things that they've listed there, as the provincial government to work with municipalities, you have to apply those. So we are currently working closely with them on the infrastructure of the agencies of the presidency. Gauteng is now using the infrastructure investment to reignite the economy in 2 critical places. One of those is special economic zone.
5 more minutes, ma'am.
And industrial, okay, we'll be faster now. The industrial, the SEZ, I'll talk to the one that I think Lance touched it. The SEZ that is happening in Tshwane now, currently is the one that is the biggest. Can I get the next one? Actually, maybe continue, because this is talking to alignment between us and the national government. Let me rather talk to what successes we've been through. Yes, let's stop on this slide. On our SMME and township enterprise empowerment, I've spoken to the 250 million that have been allocated to that. Currently, we've got maybe half of that money in, but we've got problems of using it, the PFMA and the FMA, MFA. So we are currently getting it together. It will go with the new bill that we're trying to bring together for it to be legally used. So there's a group that has been formed between DED, Office of the Premier, and Provincial Treasury for us to be able to give out that money. And we had a portal that we developed during the lockdown of level 5, where we had to get SMMEs to come through and register, and we are going to change that to use it for CIDB grading now. There's Taxi Economy Fund that we're doing that helps from the Department of Roads and Transport. This makes sure that at least our taxi ranks and our taxi people understand how they get into the economy. The Township Economy Development Act has been, it's being gazetted now for public comments, and I'm hoping all the municipalities have seen it and they'll be able to deal with it. We've got agro-logistics that are helping us with agro-processing. We've got 8 agro-processing points, which are very much verbal and running. Next, I'll just close down on this one. This one also talks to the successes that we have in the new smart city in Lanseria. A lot of successes have happened here. And then as we discussed in December and January, COJ and Mogale City will be completing the successes of, the processes for it to be able to deal with. And then the action labs are also in the hands. We have brought the Banking Association of South Africa into it with National Treasury. So there's positivity happening there. SEZ on the Tshwane automatic SEZ, where we are hoping to produce at least 200,000 cars per year by 2022. I think this is it's our new Gautrain, so they say. Thank you. The next one, just a little bit on the programs that we are faced with. It's because we have lost a lot of budgets because of the constraints of small businesses not running completely during the lockdown. And the capacity of the small businesses also was not happening because it's mainly contact places at that place. Basically, let me say this slide is talking to the loss of resources that we would have got if we didn't get ourselves if we didn't get caught up in the COVID. So in the post-COVID, we're hoping to revive all those things. Let me stop here, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mbelase. Can we all give our 3 presenters a round of applause, please? Okay. Thank you. Despite all the challenges, I can see colleagues are trying their level best. What we are going to do now is invite a few questions and comments from the floor. I will just see by a show of hands if there are any, and then we'll take them. And I would just like to urge the 3 panelists to please take note of whatever comments or questions which may come from the floor, and so that we are able to respond immediately, once we are done with the round of questions. So I'm just going to check on my screen if there are any show of hands. Okay, I'm just going through the participants list here of 65. Let me go through it again. I do not see any hands. I'm just going to also double check on the chat box.
There's one from Zolani.
Let me see. Sorry?
One from Zolani Sonabile.
Okay. Zolani, you're on the floor.
Good afternoon, Chair, and all protocol observed. Mine is a comment, Chair, and I'm making this comment as a worried citizen that, yes, the aggressive infrastructure investment, we all appreciate and acknowledge that it's likely to turn things around. But with the reported serious shortages of building materials, I think we really need to start thinking out of the box, as Martin has indicated, because it's not only affecting South Africa, but it's more a global challenge. So it is a risk that is likely to dampen the plans around the infrastructure investment share. And perhaps the time is now for us to start thinking of what other alternatives that can be looked at in trying to revive the economy. Thanks a lot, Chair.
Thank you very much there for that comment. I would like to just perhaps as in advance apologize to my councillors who are part of this PMA, if I do not use the prefix, the councillor prefix, or Mr. prefix, as if I just refer to yourselves by name, please accept my sincere apology in that regard. Let me see if we've got another hand. Okay, Martin, do you want to say a few words with regards to the comment which was made just now?
No, I think that's a very valid comment. Thank you. And I think that's the challenge that we are facing is twofold. One, I think everybody thinks because on paper we've now spoken about this problem and now we're doing something about it and now COVID is going to go away. That's nonsense. COVID's not going to go away. And the effects of COVID from an economic perspective, you think we've seen it bad and you think our people are suffering. It's going to become much worse in the next couple of months rather than better. Because as I said, a lot of the initiatives that we are seeing are not going to be short-term solutions. And that is why we are concerned from a demand perspective. In the short term, what do? We're not doing anything. Keep in mind that the whole economy in the world is going to tank in the next couple of months. While exports and imports in China has started recovering, they kind of about at 80 to 90% of what they used to be. China is in isolation a very big economy, but in the global scheme of things, America has to buy from China in order for China to be able to be successful. America is going in for a tough time in the next couple of months, probably for the next year. The same is true for the UK and for Europe. You see in the news all the lockdowns, etc., that's happening now again. And through the services industry, restaurants, tourism, etc., a lot of economic activity and a lot of jobs are being lost as we speak in those markets as well, never mind our own. So in next year, I expect us to really start seeing hardship coming through from an economics perspective as opposed to from a health perspective. And as you rightfully state, to think that we operate in isolation, that's the second thing that we must be careful about, because we do need some of the steel we get from China. If China can't produce and get it to us, we have a problem. Some of the medical equipment that we need, we get from other parts of the world. And unfortunately, when things like this happen, nations first and foremost look after themselves. And I mean, we've seen it exponentially blown up with the way that President Trump has acted. Hopefully it will be better under Biden, but I can assure you, America, the UK, Germany is not suddenly going to give us all these vaccines for free, or they're first going to look after their own people. So while the vaccines may be coming, it's going to take a couple of months, if not a year or two, so that we can get all of these things to make a difference. And in the meantime, the factories need to be able to run. And if we don't produce the goods that we need or import them, as you've rightfully stated, all the plans are going to be put on ice, because the reality of the matter is we do not have all of these things, and we cannot, it would be totally unrealistic to think that we're going to overnight in a couple of months create activities that we've been importing and been dependent on for other partners in the world for many, many years. So I want to put some realism on the table and caution people to make sure that they convey the message that people must take COVID and the economic downturn that we are staring in the face seriously, because it's going to get worse before it's going to get better. Thanks.
Thank you very much once more there, Martin. Just to reiterate that all presentations will be made available. I'm sure most of us sitting here today would love to go through some of those presentations and understand them in depth. So they will be made available as we have promised. It is now 1:45. We will break for lunch and come back at exactly 2:30. And after that, we'll be having a session that is going to be moderated by Prof. Trevor Fowler from the Wits School of Governance. And also joining the team will be Khomoto Letsatsi, who is the Chief Officer for Municipal Finance, Fiscal Policy and Economic Growth at SALGA. So you do not want to miss that. It's going to be on building capable developmental local government. So I would like to urge everyone to please join us again at 2:30 when we come back from lunch. There is a lot of value that we all going to derive from attending that session and the one after. So from my side, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, your cooperation. It's been an absolute pleasure facilitating the session, and thank you once more to the 3 panelists who gave presentations today, and to the audience for engaging. See you at 2:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
What wisdom would you share?
Would we leave for the bedside if someone didn't decide to take you?
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, what? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would we leave for the bedside if someone didn't decide to take you?
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, what? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, what? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, what? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, dude. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Someone didn't decide to take it.
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, dude. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Someone didn't decide to take it.
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, dude. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take you.
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
it. 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, dude. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, dude. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, dude. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, God, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died. And his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella. So she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, a nice new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
What? I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take
But that 20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, come on. What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Hey.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, And this new couple just moved in. And they're terrific in charades. And I love charades. What am I?
80-year-old you says, you're an idiot. Speak to us about Sanlam Life Insurance that ensures your family is properly taken care of when you can't anymore.
I'm just asking.
Imagine if you could learn everything you need to know about life from yourself. What questions would you ask? What wisdom would you share?
Would be even better if someone didn't decide to take it.
20-year-old you is asking 80-year-old you if he ever thinks about dying.
Come on, What? I'm just asking. It's okay. Thank you. I do. Every time our soccer team plays. Ish.
65-year-old you says your neighbor Ryan just died, and his wife had to sell the house to make ends meet.
Come on, show some respect now.
30-year-old you says that's why you took out life insurance when you married Anella, so she'll never have that burden. And 50-year-old you says it's keeping up nicely with your life changes.
On the bright side, this new couple just moved in.
Colleagues, good afternoon. I think we are almost 15 minutes late. We're expected to come back to plenary at half past 2. It's already 2:45. Apologies for that. I hope everyone is back from their lunch, especially those who are connecting from home or from their own space. We are continuing with our program. We're now on session 3. I'll be program directing this session. We just had an apology from Councillor Tunzi, who had an emergency. So I am Councillor Mgcina. I'll be facilitating this particular session, which is the last session of the day. And I think I would now hand over to Professor Trevor Fowler from West School of Governance. If he is available and ready, I would now hand over to him to lead us in this particular session. Mr. Fowler, the platform is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to members of the local governments in Gauteng, but particularly the SALGA PEC and leadership. The topic we're going to be dealing with today is building a capable, ethical and developmental state through the management of finances and resources in municipalities, through good financial management and controls, governance and oversight. As a part of the panel, we have Khomotso Letsatse, who has taken up the role of Chief Officer, Municipal Finance, Fiscal Policy and Local Economic Development at SALGA. And the role involves positively influencing fiscal policy to ensure financial resilience and sustainability of municipal institutions. Revenue management solutions focus on strengthening billing and revenue collection, municipal borrowing, levies, taxes, debt management, economic growth, trade and investment promotion. Before joining SALGA, she was an independent consultant and had taken up numerous assignments, including municipal investment finance consultant with the United Nations Capital Development Fund, the Gauteng Partnership Fund as advisor on mega project bulk infrastructure financing solutions, and a member of the advisory panel, interministerial task team on the electricity reticulation distribution, and a consultant to the DBSA. Before that, she had served in public sector for 20 years, including the City of Johannesburg, National Treasury, Public Investment Corporation, and when she was with the city, which she held for 10 years, included the role of Group Treasurer. We're also going to be joined by Mohammed Logat, who is a specialist in municipal audit support within municipal finance portfolio at SALGA. He has been in the role for 6 years and heads up the Municipal Audit Support Program at SALGA. The program aims to incrementally and sustainably improve audit outcomes of municipalities and with a primary focus on municipalities who have received disclaimer opinions, adverse opinions, and whose audits are not finalized on time. Mohammed is passionate about improving financial management and governance in local government. Before his time at SALGA, he was a project manager, project director, responsible for public sector in the South African Institute of Chartered Accountants, otherwise known as SAICA. And he also worked at the Auditor General of South Africa as a senior manager. And he is a CA with 18 years of post-qualification experience. Just to touch on a few issues before we just to give you an outline of what the panel is going to discuss, we're going to talk about, that government is based on the will of the people. It requires a consensus with the society, and we're going to talk about accountability, the South African developmental state, and oversight as being a key to achieving accountability, and is achieved through a healthy tension, and also the question of ethics. We'll also be talking about the principles of financial management, a strategic approach to budgeting and financial management, how to promote sound financial management and promote sustainability, and the political administrative accountability, which includes provision of services to communities in a sustainable way, promotion of socioeconomic development, provision of safe and healthy environments, encouraging public involvement in matters of local government. We'll also talk about how you address this question of sound financial systems, sound financial statements, which auditors can approve. And also looking at the question that best practice in financial planning is to prepare a long-term vision over 10 to 20 years. The preparation of the vision is based on a plan which is for 3 to 5 years, and the long-term projection must be based on realistic revenue, which accounts for possible negative and positive events. And certainly over the last year, we've had our share of negative events, which is impacted because of the COVID-19 pandemic. The projection must be reviewed annually to address events that are not previously foreseen. We will also later on discuss the question of how to encourage a disciplined approach to financial management to service delivery to ensure that there's adequate financial resources to ensure service delivery, and how to look at service delivery failure and look at how to improve the use of financial resources. The question of internal controls are also something that we will have a discussion about. And looking at internal controls, the role of the political leadership is ensured to provide assurance that there's efficiency and effectiveness in the operation to meet the strategic objectives of the municipality, the performance goals and protection of the resources, compliance with laws and regulations, and reliability of financial reporting, including the preparation of financial statements and public reported financial data. With regard to internal controls, there are 5 interrelated activities. These include the control environment, the risk assessment, control activities, information and communication, monitoring and evaluation. The control environment also means that the organization and factors and the tone of the organization, which must be set by the political leadership, must mean a commitment to competence, human resource policies and practices, the philosophy of management, responsible assignment of duties, and control activities, which include the review of financial performance, information processing, physical controls, and segregation of duties. The elements of governance, which we'll talk about, the key elements about accountability, striving for consensus with society, transparency, and the judicial framework, meaning the rule of law, are some of the key elements. But it doesn't exclude the issue of corruption, addressing corruption, building trust with people through consistency and fairness, and being efficient and effective, which I'll talk about in just a minute. The public accountability is a key question that must be addressed. which involves more than just accounting to the public, accounting in public. It means accounting in public on matters in the public domain, which means there must be responsibility and assuming responsibility, being responsive, and ensuring that there's transparency. And this provides a democratic means to monitor and control government conduct, preventing the concentration of power, enhancing the learning of through capacity effectiveness and public effectiveness of the public administration. Then we'll touch on issues in the Constitution, which relates to public administration, which applies to local government, the basic values governing public administration in section 195 of the Constitution. And there are elements there which talks about ethics, efficient and economic use of resources, that the public administration must be development-oriented, must be accountable, must be transparent, and must be representative of South African people. These issues certainly affect how we can address the question of accountability. And it also includes engagement with stakeholders, which from a political perspective means engaging with the council structures, from a community perspective, from the executive perspective, engaging with the executive structures to achieve delivery of services and infrastructure, and from an administrative perspective, using the policy that's passed by council and engagement to achieve quality services and infrastructure in an efficient and effective manner. From a societal perspective, it means that we should be ensured that society engages with government to achieve developmental outcomes. We'll also talk a bit about the concept of oversight, and we'll engage with that a bit more later. But the key issue of strategic oversight is really important if we're going to achieve those goals. And that includes ensuring accountability, transparency, responsiveness that I mentioned, achieving short-term goals, and ensuring efficient and effective implementation of policies, plans, delivery goals, which includes monitoring goals and trends to ensure that there is effective oversight. The last area that we'll talk about is ethical governance, which really is about ensuring that people in the administration, in the political arena, behave based on moral duties and virtues arising from the societal values and the principle of right and wrong. In other words, it's really addressing two things: the ability to distinguish a right from wrong, and the commitment is to do what is right. And looking at ethical standards that are generally accepted rules of conduct in society, looking at honesty, fairness, and justice. Those are the kinds of issues that are covered in Chapter 11 of the PFMA on the supply chain management, Section 115 of the MFMA that looks at implementation of the system. And the last issue I really want to address is that local government is set to receive a total allocation of 434 billion over the 2021 MTEF. This allocation is less by 17.7 billion that was announced in the 2020 budget. So this was the MTP-BPS that was made the change. And the key question that we have to look at, that in real terms, there's an annual growth of 2.1%. But the annual real growth rates for the next year, 2021-22, will be minus 5%. It'll be plus 1% for 22-23, and 2.6%, minus 2.6% for 2023, which really means that there has to be an improvement in the way and how effectively and efficiently we address the budget. And so now I will turn over to Mohammed, who's going to address improving accountability and consequence management for local government through enhanced governance and oversight. Mohammed?
Yeah, thank you so much, Trevor, and good afternoon to councillors and colleagues and all protocols observed from my side. I just want to check, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. I'm going to share the presentation on the screen. I'll also just share my, so people can see who I am, and then I'll just put it off as well, just so I can save bandwidth as well. Thank you. Okay. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for setting that scene, Trevor. I think it gives us a good sort of an overview regarding the topic we're going to discuss. So I'm going to go through our presentation, but also maybe just add a little bit of context as well, and maybe try and cover some other points that we wanted to also make sure we cover in the session as well. So the issue of the focus on accountability and consequences for non-compliance is an international phenomenon, and is mainly in response to corruption amongst national leadership and the private sector. I think the point that we're trying to make here is that corruption is generally a two-way street. You can't always blame the public sector for those instances, because normally the counterparty in many instances is a private sector individual or organization as well. And globally, there is a growing realization in both developed countries and emerging democracies that government needs to be held accountable to ensure the citizens receive the services and leadership that is basic to a mature democracy. The issue of promoting alignment to consequences and accountability is an integral part of the intergovernmental relations policies within South African state, and the responsibilities of national, provincial, and local government for mutual support, monitoring, and accountability is well defined in the Constitution. What is unique about the intergovernmental relations system in South Africa is that the Constitution elevates local government to a constitutional status alongside the national and provincial government spheres. It refers to the three spheres of government as distinctive, interdependent, and interrelated. And these three terms capture the nature of local government. The one point that we wanted to also just put, make clearly is that the Constitution clearly states that the powers of municipalities are not unlimited. And that is why the Constitution also includes extensive powers and responsibilities for both national and provincial governments to supervise municipalities as well. So just in terms of that specific point, national and provincial government have powers to make laws that regulate local government. They have the responsibility to monitor and support municipalities. And thirdly, they have the power and even the responsibility to intervene into a municipality. And I think it's very important that maybe just in terms of the way we put these points there, that sequence of events is very, very important. So the monitoring and support and regulation needs to come first before the intervention has to happen. Intervention should generally be a last resort, and obviously the other aspects needs to be adequately exercised and exhausted first before intervention can then be considered as well. When it comes to the issues of intervention, I'm not going to go through all of the details, but it's clear in terms of the Constitution what the requirements are in terms of Section 155 and Section 139 and 216. And the other point I wanted to make in the second bullet here is that it's important to note that accountability and consequence management should start at home before it can be enforced by other role players. So municipalities, like all other public sector spheres in the country, accountability and consequence management should start with the actual entity themselves. And obviously, if there is shortcomings in terms of that, then the other stakeholders who have the responsibility in terms of legislation and the Constitution, such as national and provincial government, should then play their role to ensure that accountability and consequence management is exercised and practiced, or it's extracted from municipalities if it's not taking place. From a SALGA perspective, coming back to where this focus has been, the issue of consequence and accountability has always been a focus for SALGA. But one of the key resolutions taken at 2015 SALGA National Members Assembly was a request to develop a consequence and accountability framework for local government. In addition, the SALGA NEC has, the current NEC in the current term, has on numerous occasions, and as recently as the 18th of June meeting, resolved on the need for improved accountability and consequence management to be exercised by municipalities. On the meeting of the 18th of June, the Auditor General was presenting the outcomes to the SALGA NEC, and they were unpacking the 2018-2019 MFMA audit outcomes. And as part of that session, there were certain resolutions taken. And one of the key resolutions taken was that municipalities must exercise governance and oversight in order to ensure accountability and consequence management is practiced. And going further, what the NEC also mentioned is, should municipalities fail to practice accountability and consequence management, then SALGA will take steps to extract accountability and consequence management from those municipalities by reporting them to those stakeholders such as Treasury and COCTA, who have the powers available to them in current legislation to extract accountability and consequence management from municipalities. This was a very significant change in posture from SALGA, because over and above the realization and the continued issue that where SALGA has agreed that we will always support municipalities. This resolution by the NEC was trying to say that, oh, we will still continue and still assist municipalities, but SALGA is now going to be taking a much more stronger stance in terms of consequence and accountability. So in terms of the problem statement, after 25 years of local government in a democracy, municipalities have resources available in the fight against corruption and maladministration. And notwithstanding the range of institutions established and mechanisms adopted against corruption, a gap remains in the state's ability to enforce anti-corruption norms. This applies to legal, regulatory, or functional codes, and the extent to which the bureaucracy complies with these norms. A COCTA report, the State of Local Government report, identified a lack of accountability and internal oversight in municipalities as one of the aspects to be addressed to improve governance. And also, this has been borne out by the various AG reports, which have showed that there are low levels of compliance with legislation, and there is generally a lack of consequences for poor leadership and serious legislative and other forms of transgressions, both at the political and administrative level as well. It's also worth pointing out that municipalities are easy targets for criminals who believe that municipality systems are weak and that detection methodologies are inadequate and can be manipulated. And in the realization that there is a need to strengthen oversight and controls, SALGA is, as I mentioned previously, developing the accountability and consequence management framework for implementation by municipalities. An absence of consequences can be the result of weak oversight or corruption, but may also be the result of a lack of will or capacity for enforcement of the consequences. So the consequences and accountability framework addresses the challenges that as long as there are no adverse consequences to mismanagement or incidents of corruption, people will not refrain from such behavior. So we need to also have some sort of a behavior change or a culture change as well, where there is actions taken for maladministration and for misdemeanors and mismanagement as well, or misconduct. Promotion of adherence to consequences and accountability legislation and regulations requires the support of stakeholders in an easily accessible source of information. And the whole idea behind the consequence and accountability framework is not to reinvent the wheel, but to basically put together in one document all the applicable legislation, remedies, etc. that are available in terms of consequences and accountability, but also to go a step further in terms of giving practical examples of situations where certain things take place and how the remedy should be applied from a practical point of view as well. Just some of the key role players, obviously, in the accountability space. You have your municipalities themselves, council, the subcommittees of council, internal audit functions, the accounting officer and senior management. SALGA has a very important role to play as well. Obviously, as a member body for municipalities, we've got National Treasury, COCTA, and the Auditor General. The one point that I want to maybe also raise in terms of the key role players, the one sort of shortcoming, or not a shortcoming, but the one challenge that SALGA faces is we do not have the legislative powers to make amendments to legislation, or the powers to make amendments to legislation, issue directives, etc., like National Treasury and COCTA does. And hence, we work very, very closely with them, because the reality on the ground is that anything that SALGA has to issue in terms of good guidance, good practice, etc., there's no compulsion on municipalities to practice upon that, and SALGA cannot force them to practice upon that. We can only encourage and we can only lobby. However, if something similar comes out by a National Treasury and COCTA, where SALGA has been part of developing such a document or framework, those stakeholders have the ability to actually issue it in terms of a circular or a regulation, etc. And those things then have to be complied with by municipalities. And that's something that's also worth pointing out, that they do have the powers to make those changes and to exercise and extract accountability and consequence management as well. This is just setting out some of the important key local government architecture, the Structures Act, Systems Act, MFMA, the Public Audit Amendment Act, which gives the Auditor General further powers now to refer matters and to an appropriate investigating body as well. And they can actually if they find that there has been mismanagement in terms of the AG's new powers, they can also actually issue a cost order to an accounting officer for the mismanagement that has been found as well. And obviously the Constitution and the White Paper on Local Government. These are just the key objectives for developing the consequence and accountability framework, which is, as I mentioned, a concise guide, and then to also promote a culture of accountable, professional, ethical public administration that places an emphasis on good governance and effective service delivery to local communities. One of the things that SALGA has also been doing in terms of this guide was to also get inputs from our provincial working groups. And these are some of the inputs that the provincial working groups were giving to us as SALGA Secretariat. And the question they were asking is, what are the consequences to be invoked from the different pieces of legislation? Who should be responsible to invoke such consequences? What institutions of the state should investigate and criminalize the offenders? And what are practical case studies one can refer to as good examples where consequences were invoked? So just in terms of the structure of the framework, it's based on 4 brief sections: a brief narrative of the legislation, the consequences of non-compliance, implementation or enforcement, and then the case studies where these things were practically enforced, and giving you like guidance how to actually practically enforce it itself. So coming to concluding comments, the consequence and accountability framework provides a concrete background and outline of legal context for accountability and consequences to be enforced in local government, but it should be read in the spirit of enhancing accountability and providing consequences through specific interventions where such accountability is not enforced or is otherwise undermined. And although each legislative aspect is compulsory for local government, the framework remains a supportive tool. It is the aim of SALGA that this framework is adopted by all municipalities and the respective forums, and that its application will lead to accountable and effective local government, which is supported and monitored by provincial and national government itself. Ultimately, the framework aims to improve the lives of our residents within the jurisdiction of local authorities through concerted and integrated delivery by all 3 spheres of government in the pursuit of developmental local government. Just with regards to the point that I mentioned earlier with regards to the NEC resolutions, so the SALGA administration, in responding to those resolutions to ensure municipalities practice accountability and consequence management, wrote letters under the signature of the SALGA CEO to municipal managers of those municipalities who obtained disclaimer audit opinions, adverse audit opinions, and also those municipalities whose orders were not finalized by the legislated deadline in terms of the MFMA, requesting them to indicate what action that they were taking in terms of addressing the findings that the AG has raised. And the letter was clear that failure to respond by the requested date will result in SALGA taking steps to extract accountability by engaging with our stakeholders such as Treasury and COCTA for them to exercise their rights and responsibilities in terms of the Constitution and applicable legislation. It's just worth noting in Gauteng, 2 municipalities received these letters. And obviously they were then requested to respond and to take action in terms of ensuring accountability and consequence management is practiced. SALGA is working closely with National Treasury and COCTA, both nationally and provincially, in order to ensure that governance and oversight is improved. We are also encouraging National Treasury and COCTA to exercise the existing powers available to them in legislation in an appropriate manner in order to extract accountability and consequence management from municipalities when there is a need to do so, but to also ensure that there is no element of overreach practice, so that whatever is done within the allowable parameters of what the legislation allows. Before I come to these things, I think just the other point that I wanted to maybe just touch on, and I think Trevor mentioned it there, the other important aspect is something that the AG has also been pushing very, very strongly from the last audit outcomes that came out and subsequent to that as well, which is the whole aspect of preventative controls. So the whole adage of prevention is better than cure is very, very appropriate, where the AG is saying that if we can have preventative controls in municipalities, it will go a long way towards addressing the governance and financial management shortcomings that he picks up year in and year out. And the responsibility to have preventative controls in place it permeates from the top all the way throughout the organization. So there's responsibilities obviously for council in terms of the oversight, there's responsibilities for the accounting officer as a municipal manager, there's responsibilities for senior managers as well, and obviously for internal audit to ensure that those preventative controls which have been set up are working throughout the year as they should be, and testing it on a regular basis as well. And finally, I just got some sayings. It's just nice to have some sayings regarding accountability. The first one is the good people do not need laws to tell them to act responsibly, while bad people will find a way around the laws. Accountability breeds responsibility. The third one is it is easy to dodge our responsibilities, but we cannot dodge the consequences of dodging our responsibilities because they will always be there. And then finally, accountability is the measure of a leader's height. I thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Let me ask Homotso, in Gauteng, there are 3 municipalities that have delegated their collection responsibilities to a private agency. And they have not, their financial situation has not improved significantly since that has been done. In one case, it's in fact worsened. So the question that I wanted to ask you, Homotso, that we are required by the MFMA to have transparent budgeting process, effective management of revenue, expenditure, and assets and liabilities. But, many of us really don't like numbers. And we're supposed to oversee those sound financial statements. How would you suggest that people look at these financial systems and create the transparent budgeting, but essentially have oversight of the revenue and expenditure in a way that even if you outsource it, you are able to be in a better position than you were previously? How would you say it was possible to do that from your experience in local government?
Okay. Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I can't switch on my video. I was just going to switch it on briefly just for the greetings to the councillors, the municipal leadership, and basically the speakers and officials from SALGA and from the municipal sector as a whole. I think the issue around and pretty much the discussions really this morning were very much focused on the capacity challenges within the municipalities, and especially more on the financial management side. Mohammed basically did touch on some of the findings from the AG, and we will not basically delve into those in detail, as we all are aware of them. But I think the biggest one is on the capacity issues, where even in certain instances, I guess even over and above the revenue collection in capabilities in some of the municipalities, was just the reliance on the whole financial management systems and processes in terms of consultants. And as a result, that goes further. And we've seen, and it has been highlighted even through the AG outcome, that there hasn't necessarily been positive impact on those municipalities, despite the billions that have basically been spent. So the empirical evidence that tells us that actually the outsourcing is never in the best interest of the municipality, because the underlying issues, and normally these things present themselves in the form of financial or liquidity issues in the municipality, which then becomes a symptom or rather an indicator that there's actually underlying problems that then need to be resolved. So my biasness, really, Trevor, even having been on the other side and having even seen the challenges, the financial challenges at some point for City of Johannesburg. And I think one of the best things that was basically done was to use the internal resources to turn around the finances of the city, as opposed to basically relying on external service providers, because when they leave with the experience and the capacity, and then you basically back to square one. And that's very much in line with the principles around the MFMA in terms of what the accounting officers are expected to do to make sure that there are systems in place to actually manage the revenue basically of the municipality. So in terms of that particular question, Trevor, really that would definitely be my response in terms of it. But I think oversight becomes very important, and which is also an area around the governance collapse, and in certain instances, just the lack of leadership in addressing some of these governance issues that are coming out. And what we've also seen from a SALGA perspective is that there's definitely a positive correlation where if leadership basically champions the issues around governance and even resolving using the outcomes of the AG from an audit point of view in a positive way in terms of improving processes and systems, there's improvement in that particular regard. Of course, there's a lot that still has to be done, but where we've seen a complete collapse in financial management issues is also correlated with the fact that either the MM is acting, the CFO is acting, there is no permanent incumbent in those specific areas, and as a result would also affect their revenue value chain management systems because capacity becomes an issue. So I think it's an area that we really need to focus on over and above insisting on issues like your credit control, which always becomes an issue if you engage with colleagues from National Treasury to say municipalities must basically just go basically and collect. But if the whole system is basically collapsing and is being questioned, you would not even be able to basically collect on those bills that are basically going out because the integrity behind those bills are basically being questioned. So we need to couple that definitely with building capacity in municipalities. And I know Mdu earlier on spoke about professionalizing local government. And I think it's an area that as we look at the areas where we need to build capacity, that we professionalize it so that we make it basically more resilient to even deal with the operating environment and operating environments such as we all find ourselves in now, where the overall collection capabilities of the whole sector, even the big metros that have got proper systems and human capital and resources to manage their financial affairs, are also struggling under the current circumstances. And obviously the lower tier municipalities that will then have come from a lower base and also have structural issues in any case, will then be in a much more worse off position. And that's why we also see the number of municipalities that are financially distressed. I think we're currently sitting at around 147. So that tells us there's definitely a problem around the overall financial sustainability of the sector, and we definitely need to pay attention and make sure that our early warning systems are basically in place, whether how we use the reporting from either Section 71. We've seen National Treasury has been very aggressive lately because those are the engagement we've also had with them in terms of invocation of Section 216 to force some of the accountabilities within the system. So that would be my submission, Trevor, in that particular regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Humud. So just a follow-up question. You know, in the last 10 years, the debt servicing costs of the country has increased to the level that it's one of the highest expenditures that there is. How would political leaders who are members of SALGA and our leaders in the municipalities know that debt servicing costs are going up? Are there ways to monitor these things in a way that is fairly straightforward, that you can at a fairly quickly see that things are not going correctly?
So thanks, Trevor, for that question. There has been a program that I know the World Bank, National Treasury, SALGA has been looking at, basically looking at the credit worthiness of municipalities. So if you look at Section 230, basically of the Constitution, that actually provided borrowing capacity to augment the resources of the municipalities. But what we've seen is that is the metros, rather with a stronger balance sheet, that were able to basically utilize that part of the Constitution, but the lower tier municipalities that are much more reliant on grant transfers basically have not been able to tap into the market to augment their resources in terms of capital investment. That also then basically impacted on or added to the infrastructure backlog, basically, as we said. But the reason why I'm raising this is that one of the benefits that actually came out of the municipal bond market for South Africa is that it's an added level of oversight by investors in terms of the conditions that they would demand from any municipality before you basically even tap into that particular space. And the fact that whether you issue a 10-year or a 15-year loan, on an annual basis, you basically have to go back to the investors and account on the performance of the municipality, and basically governance issues and issues around audit outcomes are basically taken very seriously. And we've seen over time, due to the deterioration around the overall governance collapse, that it translates into higher cost of financing. So that's the one aspect from a local government point of view. And I think with local government, unlike your national government, is that I think the legislation also protects the investors in the sense that municipalities can only go and borrow money towards capex, not operational expenditure, which is basically different from national government, basically around the sovereign debt. But what we've seen is every time there's an under collection, obviously it translates into higher borrowing levels. And obviously, because revenue is basically going down, investors will then price in that particular risk from a liquidity point of view. And also the issues around economic growth and how we have stagnation as a country will basically add into those particular aspects. And of course, the political space as well, and the outlook and certainty in terms of policy around dealing with some of the issues that we found very challenging, basically as a country, and even just dealing with issues around unemployment. So we get price for that, which basically translate into the current credit ratings that we've basically seen over the years. Of course, even private sector has been affected in that particular manner. But unfortunately, if we've become a country that basically rely more on debt around balancing the fiscal purse, then we become takers in terms of the interest rate that investors would basically demand. So structural issues at a national level, I mean, getting the economy going, addressing the issues around unemployment, using our resources more efficiently, accounting properly for all the resources that we basically have, and especially on local government side, as failure to do so, then basically undermines the ability to even tap into those particular spaces to augment our resources in addressing the challenges that we have basically as a sector. And I think it would also, I mean, when we talk about the developmental local government as well, it's about attracting investment into the various municipalities, and also the ease of doing business that was basically touched on. So all of those things are basically correlated. And I think there is benefit even for the municipalities that have not necessarily gone into the bond market to utilize institutions like Moody's, which is also a program that we're basically looking at currently as SALGA in terms of their credit assessment models and the kind of questions that they basically ask to the leadership in municipalities, because it's not only financial indicators, it's also leadership issues that they basically raise, the political stability in various areas, the strategic focus of the municipality, and overall sustainability of that particular municipalities. And it does give the leadership in the municipalities to actually look at things from a completely different perspective, as opposed to just the compliance aspect that we do from an MFMA point of view in terms of just the submission, in terms of the reporting to National Treasury and that. So that market discipline that's there, I think, can be used and would assist a great deal in improving things within local government. Thank you.
Thank you. So perhaps just the last question before I open the floor for questions. You know, the budget allocation for the next 3 years is going to be at an average of 2.1% increase in real terms. But in Gauteng, the cost of services, the cost of the servicing an increasing population due to migration. And when I say migration, I don't mean just international, I mean even migration from within South Africa. It means that it may be less than the actual costs. How would the municipalities address this issue? Because their costs are going up, but in total government allocation, and that's including the local government equitable share and the local government grants combined together, is only going to increase by 2.1%, which means that annual growth, real annual growth rates is less than 0. How would they address this issue? Mohammed and Homocho.
Thanks, Trevor. I think in terms of the different engagement that we've heard and the submission that we've always made as SALGA, and this is also based on the study that we had conducted together with FFC in terms of the cost of supply studies, that there's the actual cost of providing the service. So if you look at the equitable share, that's basically based on the population, not necessarily on households. That I think the conclusion there is that if you look at the allocation to local government in terms of the equitable share for the provision of free basic services, there's definitely an under allocation. And the reason being, at any point in time, that it's also is not even so much only about what it costs to deliver the service, but the reality on the other hand is the fiscal purse. As you have indicated, that what we're seeing now is that there's more allocation to debt servicing costs, because those are the long-term commitment that we've basically made as a country in terms of the debt that's basically been raised. But then the basic service delivery packages like your health and providing free basic services, those then gets compromised in terms of the cuts. And we've always said that if you look at the functional responsibility of local government related to other spheres of government and the allocation thereof, there's definitely room for improvement over time if we're going to embrace the principles around equitable allocation that were initially envisaged in terms of the white paper on local government, and things had not really transpired as it was envisaged, even in terms of the realization of the revenue sources that were intended to basically have been achieved basically over time. So basically the question now that you're asking me, Trevor, is that in this particular space where we find ourselves, where we constantly say, we understand the governance issues within local government, the gaps, that there's definitely need for improvement in terms of accounting, even for the money that we currently have properly and using it properly, dealing with the issues around unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, because it becomes a credibility issue and makes it even difficult to justify and continue to fight for additional allocation for local government. But if we're going to set local government on a path of sustainability, that is dealing with the capacity issues that have been raised thoroughly in this engagement, that is dealing with the issues around the collapse in governance and the overall issues basically around financial management. What should the funding mechanism basically look like? And with the empirical evidence that we have 20 years on, then we know that it's not sufficient even if we collected all the money that we need to collect. And I think the current operating environment is just evidence to that particular reasoning, to say that if you want to have an increase in indigence, because you have over 2 million people that have basically lost their jobs. You've got businesses that have basically closed. The burden on local government is even worse. In certain instances, you have a lower tier sphere of, lower tier municipalities that can't even collect up to 60% of the revenue they bill. And the indicator is their inability to pay creditors on time. Now we're having the discussion on the national agenda around ESCOM and water boards. We have to look at all of those issues and the sustainability of those institutions, so in order that service delivery is not negatively impacted. But the reality and the argument we would get is that there's just no money. So if there's no money, basically what it means is that we then need to do more with less and be more effective and efficient in terms of how we serve our communities. But the sustainability issues, they definitely have to be put back on the agenda to say, how do we set local government on that path so that then we're able to deliver services as it was basically envisaged in the white paper, and how we sustainably basically finance local government. Otherwise, it takes us back to the constitutional issues around the powers and functions in terms of what is expected of local government, and the issues around the social wage and how it's currently funded, and the key that local government basically has in dealing with all of these issues. And we can't just leave local government on its own accord and push back the argument and say, go bill, go collect, credit control. Yes, those things must actually happen. But the reality on the other side is that with the challenges that we've heard in that particular value chain, the flip side is that it compromises local government in terms of its developmental agenda and the impact that it then has in communities that it basically serves. But I think the situation as we have at this point in time, with how generally the fiscus is basically constrained and how as a country we're funding ourselves basically through debt, is that everybody would have to learn basically to do more with less in terms of the IGR structures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chairperson of the session, shall we go on until 2:45? Sorry, to 4:45 as the original time allocation, or do you want to end it now? Because we were supposed to start at 2:30. Because we could open the floor for some questions from the floor.
I guess we can take a few hands if we have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, can we take a few questions then from the floor?
Chairperson, I don't have a hand to raise. I've asked to be unmuted. Thank you.
Oh, Councillor Omar.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I want to respond to the question that you raised yourself. And you raised the question as to how would you know when your expenditure on debt collection is excessive? My surname is Bayet Trevor. You will remember me by that name.
Yes.
My second name is Umar.
Okay.
Chair, I want to say that if you look at information, and the answer to your question as to when would you know is when you are informed. Because information emanates within the municipal administration. You find out when you're told that something has happened. And you yourself, Trevor, alluded to the fact that when it comes to procurement, you are regulated in terms of Section 115 of the MFMA. When it comes to procurement, you are regulated by Section 117 of the MFMA, which says that you as a councillor may not be involved in the procurement process. So when do you know, Trevor? You will know when you are told. If you look at your code of conduct for councillors, and I'm speaking more from the perspective of a councillor because that is what I am. And if I do lack the capacity, please excuse me. If you look at your code of conduct for councillors, it says that councillors may not interfere within administration. Now, when is interference interest or concern? When is interference a takeover or an intervention within administration? You look, Trevor, at section 116 of your MFMA to do with the audit group process. What does section 116 say? It says that you as a politician may not serve as a member of the audit committee. What is the function of your audit committee? It is that of exercising and encouraging good governance. Yet, you as a politician are not allowed to be part of that committee per se. We look also at the consequence management. Indeed, consequence management is good, and I believe it should be encouraged. However, you are expecting consequence management in that you want your player to be the referee simultaneously. That's why I'm happy that the office of the AG has now been entitled legally to institute consequence management where it is due. Trevor, what I'm saying is that the way the concepts of oversight and aftersight have been accounted for within our legislation leaves much to be desired. Because for all intents and purposes, what we are doing, and I'm not in denial, is not oversight. What we're doing is aftersight. Because if you're going to be doing oversight, then you need to react at the time of the event with administration, not after the event. That, according to my definition, is basically what we're doing. We're doing aftersight, and legislation prevents you as a councillor from getting involved in a process of genuine oversight. I also want to take up the issue of some of our municipalities in terms of growth, particularly insofar as it relates to your district municipalities. In terms of the regulations, Section 83, 84, and others of the Structures Act gives municipalities certain powers and functions. But those powers and functions also are at the mercy of the minister, who could delegate those functions to the MEC, with the consequence that you sit with a municipality that has no powers and functions to generate revenue or income. And then you want to say that that municipality is not sustainable, it cannot generate income, or it is incapacitated. You look at some of the municipalities. I know of a district municipality that received a RSC levy. What has happened? That RSC levy was removed. And as you rightly said, Trevor, your growth in whatever equitable share or replacement levy that is happening at the moment and is going to happen in the future is 2.1%. When I look at the growth of expenditure in this municipality, the growth comparable to the inflation rate was 6.3%. So what happens? Your expenditure is growing at the rate of 6.3%. Your revenue is growing at the rate of 2.1%. Isn't that a negative growth? And then to make matters worse, you take away the powers and functions that existed within a municipality. Those powers and functions, the infrastructure to facilitate the execution of those powers and functions had to be provided for. Now you take the facility away. The fixed cost in setting up for the delivery of those services is an undeniable fact which remains there. How do you expect those municipalities to operate? Are you going to suggest to me that we do a Section 189 Labor Relations Act thing and then compromise your municipality vis-a-vis its employees? These are questions that are a reality when you are within local government. And I want to agree, local government is one of the spheres of government. It is not autonomous, it is not independent. But if we are to see local government, which is the cold face of service delivery, if we want to see that happen, then we need not to have a top-down attitude, but that we need to work in unison with all three levels to facilitate the smooth functioning of local municipalities and the government structure per se. Thank you very much.
Prof, are you still there? Prof, are you still there? I think.
Oh, my apologies. I was speaking with unmuted. Yeah, I was asking if there are any further questions. Okay, it seems there aren't any further questions. Mohammed and Amatso, any response to Councillor Bayat?
It's Khomoto. So I actually
Khomoto,
took
yeah.
those more, Trevor, as comments, and
Yeah.
I think definitely valid comments that basically came through. And I think the most important of it is just the whole cooperation from an IGR point of view, and how the three spheres of government basically work in unison in addressing the issues and the challenges really that are actually faced in terms of local government. So yeah, so those have been noted. Thank you.
Okay. Perhaps in just a brief response, one of the when I was asking that question, one of the key things I was really asking about in the financial area, there are indicators that could be put in place that kind of give you an indication where your cash flow is, what your solvency is, what your debt is, and trying to manage that over the long term. That would be one of the ways. But of course, for smaller municipalities, it's not quite so easy because the administrative capacity to implement such indicators is rather weak. So I think it's some of the key challenges is how do we address this in the long term, which I think SALGA will have to look at, particularly in relation to the reduction of total allocation, which includes both grants and equitable share, that will have to be addressed in the next 3-4 years. It's a key issue. And if we don't address it, it means that in the longer term, we'll have more municipalities failing. With that, chairperson of the session, can I hand it back to you? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fowler and colleagues from SALGA. I think this has been quite an informative session, which touched, I think, much on municipal finance issues as well as good governance issues. We appreciate you sharing with us the importance of having to focusing on municipal finances as well as good governance. Would now move to the next session, which I'm going to request Mr. Ngomalo to moderate this particular session. And I know that time is totally against us. I hope we'll do justice to this particular session. This is just almost at the end of our session, which is session 3. Mr. Ngomalo, if you are ready, you can take over.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And good afternoon to all the delegates, the councillors, executive mayors, chief whips, speakers, esteemed guests. May I observe all protocols. My name is Themba Ngumalo. I am an official of SALGA Gauteng. I am going to try and facilitate a discussion on the session that deals with the issue around the smart cities, as well as issues around the new normal in terms of the technological advances that we are trying to emulate and to develop in relation to the development of our smart cities. Further to that, we also would like to have a bite on a discussion that would then also try and interrogate that in the new normal and in the new development of the smart cities, what are the critical skills that we would envisage would then be able enable us to realize this advent of the new smart cities. Chairperson, I have on the platform colleagues who are going to be making presentations. I have Mr. Kutlwano Chaba, who is the Chief Digital Officer at SALGA, Mr. Jacques Kosef, who is the Economic Accreditation and Investment Fast Tracking Unit from the Office of the Premier, and Mr. Sandile Mbanjwa, who is from Mohale City, is a member of the Lanseria Smart City Task Team, and Mr. Eldred Jordan, who is from a digital platform called GovChat. Just to start the discussions, Chair, my take on this issue is that indeed we are, as you alluded in opening remarks, Chair, that there is a new normal that is upon us. And this new normal presents both challenges as well as opportunities. Research shows that in terms of the challenges that we have, which have been aggravated by also the COVID-19 pandemic, we face a situation where the nature of work is going to change. And in that way, when we change the nature of work, is the traditional work that is there in municipalities going to be relevant in the next foreseeable years or in the next future? And these are then we need to interrogate as to the kinds of skills sets that we have within our municipalities are really responsive to the reality that the new normal presents to us. Just to quote a few examples, Chairperson, research has shown that there are about 10 critical skills that are going to be required in the new normal, or if you like, in the fourth industrial revolution. Firstly, that is the computer skills. Quite a variety of computer skills are going to be required. We are going to be issued with a situation where most employees are now working online. The traditional movement of employees going from home to an office or a workplace is fast dissipating out. And the other skills that we need also to have is the issue around data management, whether it is data consolidation, data analytics, or anything to do with data and huge data harvesting and so on. The other one is also the issue around robotics. We are very apprehensive as people, and naturally so, about the possibility of replacing humans with robots. And robotics is a reality that is coming into the play. Also, coupled to that is the issue around artificial intelligence. Chair, you would note that a lot of things that we used to do, which were labor intensive in the recent past, are now going to be done through artificial intelligence. The other skill that is also very key and is coming very fast is this around nanotechnology. If you recall 20 years ago, a computer was the size of this screen. But today, a computer can fit into your pocket. And you can see that the nanotechnology has advanced and is still advancing at a very rapid range. However, there are other skills that robotics, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology still cannot replace. And those are skills such as complex problem solving, which are human skills. Critical thinking. Robots cannot do critical thinking. People management. Robots cannot do people management. Cognitive flexibility. Robots cannot do cognitive flexibility. Emotional intelligence. You cannot have a robot that has emotional intelligence. Issues like self-awareness, self-management, innovation, and so on. Those are human skills that will always be embedded within humans. Negotiations, robots cannot negotiate. So those are the skills that are going to be still with us. However, Chair, research also shows that in 2020 alone, from the World Economic Forum, 5 million jobs have disappeared because of the new technology. So it is scary on the one side, but if we apply our minds, there are opportunities abound. Let me start then, Chairperson, by calling upon Mr. Kutlwano Chaba, who is the Chief Digital Officer from SALGA, to make a presentation. He will then be followed by Mr. Jacques Kosef, Mr. Sandile Mbajwa, and Mr. Elric Jordan in that sequence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon to our colleagues and all guests. Yeah, as the Chair has mentioned, my name is Kutlwano Chaba. Recently joined SALGA as a CDO. And this quick presentation is basically just to set the scene in terms of our thinking as SALGA and how we think we should go about thinking about or framing this new architecture of what a smart city / smart community should be about. And key to this presentation will be just highlighting a kind of framework that should form as part of the building blocks in how we frame the conversation, how we literally make priority decisions or prioritize decisions based on what we want to do next. And I think I appreciate the opening as well by the chair in terms of looking at the way we do work right now and the future of work, but also really just questioning the very things that we take for granted in how we do work. I'll skip through the first slide quite quickly, but basically, I think it's always good to just have an appreciation of some of the challenges we face right now and the sort of the crossroads that we find ourselves in, which is mired by all these that are listed in white. And Chair, and you'll appreciate what you just said yourself right now in terms of the skill gap that sort of also exacerbates some of the problems that we have and sort of almost becomes an impediment in how quickly we adopt and implement some of these digital technologies. At the same time, with all these pressures, we still need to expect our municipalities to deliver this infinite number of services that are required. And with the economic challenges that we have currently, there's even more of a bigger burden on municipalities to sort of cover the gap that would otherwise be provided through the private sector. As I mentioned, there's limited financial resources as well. We've had to obviously borrow as well as a country. So while we think about the future and what the world will look like in the next 10, 15 years, we should appreciate some of the challenges that we have and incorporate those in how we craft what we want to envision as a smart community or smart city. A lot has been said in terms of what we need to do, but I think despite accepting that we need to sort of think about how we do things, we're still at straddling between two worlds, and it's predominantly business as usual, where we're still more process-centric, driven more by compliance. We appreciate most of the conversations we have in these kind of forums. We talk about compliance, audit outcomes, and so forth, and we get deprived of thinking about how everything we do and the tools we use, the programs we introduce, influence in how we make decisions and we launch new products or services to where it matters the most, i.e. service delivery level to our citizens. We're still also based a lot in silos, and where we should now already be thinking about how we move away from the boundaries of positions, roles, and processes and such, but more about collaboration, look at things beyond just what I've listed here as being transactional, but just look at solutions from a service-based point of view, recalibrating the whole local government sector really as a service provision company, really. Ultimately, we are as a sector competing for the share of the wallet of the citizen, and such we should craft our new architecture in such a way that will derive the most value from our technologies, but also give simplicity and value for money for our citizens. Now, and yeah, I think I've just had some notes there in terms of we just need to really reimagine this sector beyond what we are exposed to right now and into this new shift of paradigms. Lots said about the 4IR, and I think there's very beautiful and sexy words that are out there. Some I've listed here: robotics, as the chair said, big data, the Internet of Things, hyperconnectivity, and so forth. And I think what we should also appreciate as a sector is that this is just the beginning, and we should be already thinking about beyond the 4IR and what these concepts, how complicated they could be, but how these concepts would affect how we would craft this conversation of what a smart city or smart community or generally a smart society should be. Now, if we take a layman and throw all those terms that I shared in the previous slide, it would literally sound like the screen right now. A whole lot of chaos, a whole lot of code, almost like you're just literally watching high-tech movie of hackers and so forth, but it really calls for one thing that's sort of understated in this whole 4IR conversation is the simplicity part. Where is that simplicity? And I think sometimes the answer is always close to us than we think. And I take some guidance, at least from a strategic foundation, from the Municipal Systems Act, and in terms of how we as a sector, in thinking about smart communities, adopting digital technologies, should also ensure that in doing so, we develop a more common approach in how we do things as a sector, throughout the sector, irrespective of the economic status of a municipality. Have a common approach to what a smart community is. Also be in a position where we can create platforms that are shareable in terms of resources across the municipalities. And in that sense, then have a solution-based approach in terms of how we launch, how we use technologies, how we collaborate as individuals, in terms of the problems that we're facing as a sector and also as a society. And of course, not forgetting the compliance portion as well. So as we go to the key point of this discussion is, okay, what does it mean as we go towards smart cities and communities? What should we be defining this smart city notion as? On our side, we basically, borrowed from a couple of other definitions, but one that sort of encapsulate what I think as a sector we should be looking at is smart cities are, a digitally enabled, hyper-connected, data-rich, data harvesting city or community that delivers simple, should have highlighted that, simple and predicted services and solutions to sustainably improve the quality of life for its citizens through collaboration as well. And that collaboration factor is very important. How we sort of developed a framework in terms of what we should think about when we talk about smart cities as we begin some of these projects is to appreciate those foundational elements, those building blocks, as I said in the opening slide, that would drive this whole journey. And key to that, as I also mentioned, is the citizens. And as such, we should be driven by the use cases that are there in the sector, the problem statements that also exist, but also the customer journeys, the experiences that the customer, who's the citizen, is going through when they consume or use the services that they're deriving from our municipalities. And going backwards, then, I appreciate that there are 4 core foundational and application archetype that are key to this smart city and in general digital communities. And it's firstly is appreciating the infrastructure that's required. And that speaks to things like connectivity, broadband, spectrum, telecoms, to smaller things on the nano side, as you mentioned, Chair, on the sensors, IoT devices, but also further, smart cameras for surveillance and law enforcement, and a number of other small and big devices. In addition, it also speaks to current operational systems, which all in all, the infrastructure just supports for the flow of information or the flow of data. And data, by and large, is what drives this whole, basically the fuel that drives the whole notion of smart cities. This infrastructure will feed all this raw data from all these sources into platforms. And these are common platforms where we would have to house all these data points, all this multi-format data, whether it's multimedia, text, system data, citizen data, billing, and so forth, into a platform that can be accessible to the sector, but also where data is open and subject to open architecture, can also be shared to other participants in the space or in the ecosystem, be it citizens themselves or other entrepreneurs and digital players, to also perform whatever entrepreneurial and new solutions that they want to do to actually input and contribute into the whole smart ecosystem. So these platforms are literally cloud-based, and that's very key to sort of highlight that as we are guided by the whole notion of going towards common approaches to how we we manage this sector, and resource sharing as well. So by adopting platforms that are more cloud-based, shareable, scalable, it makes it easier for then the next phase, where we are now developing services, i.e. utilities that sort of make sense of the whole data that we find in these platforms, creating data sets that are more speaking to use cases that exist in the sector, but also other problem statements that exist with our customers or our citizens, as it were. And in technical language, this will also include APIs, application programming interfaces that allow third parties to access certain features, certain views, certain data sets, certain functionalities that we make available for them to innovate or render services or solve their own problems. Second dimension is that the same services would also have more proprietary, more sensitive data that is more key and foundational to what we do internally as a sector. And those then will be used by applications that are used internally. Similarly, on the last side, which is downstream on these software applications, we also now can make all these services available to other players who also want to innovate and contribute to this whole ecosystem, bearing in mind that we are a capitalist country, so we also have to ensure that we promote as much as possible participation from entrepreneurs, from big business, and so forth, in the whole benefit of rendering best services to address the use cases and problem statement, and just enhancing customer journeys as a whole. Outside the block are some of the more enabling features that cut across the four archetypes. And we've already spoken about the skills, and these are the skills that by and large go cut across the departments and the functions and so forth, where we need technical skills from a tech point of view, but also how we reskill and enhance the skills of our public sector employees, councillors, municipal employees, in leveraging the benefits, or at least the new use cases that will be brought by digitized ecosystem. Of course, the security, as we absorb this technology and accelerate in rolling out these technologies, we're also vulnerable to cybersecurity, information security breaches and dangers and attacks. And so it needs to be embedded throughout, from the edge side in terms of the infrastructure through to the applications. Of course, that's also got governance and risk implications. We've got POPI looming as well, which is a huge risk for our sector. And as such, we need to sort of have a framework that guides us in how, as a sector, how we can have a common approach and a cybersecurity resource pool in ensuring that once we actualize this smart city and smart communities ecosystem, that our data is the privacy of our customers as well is not compromised. But also that a bigger scheme of things, also as we go for smart water services and use Internet of Things in that space, attacks could literally halt the workings of our economy. So also ensuring that we also appreciate the national security element of and dangers that are brought through launching these smart solutions. And of course, on the legislation side, we need to appreciate the enabling legislation, but as well also agitate a bit for some of the limiting legislation that may impede us in rapidly launching programs of smart cities and smart communities. And I'm spending a bit of time on this slide because this will basically drive the kind of thinking, the kind of architecture in terms of driving the right innovation in terms of smart cities and smart communities. In general, all the use cases are rooted in the basic services that we offer, but also could also create other use cases in terms of citizen engagement, creating a more standard, uniform customer experience in terms of, irrespective of which municipality I move to at any point in time, I experience the same kind of services, same kind of experience, using the same data, no need to reuse and so forth. And I think those kind of use cases need to drive the kind of thinking in terms of the kind of solutions you want to bring, without complicating and getting lost in some of the the exciting and big words that are supporting behind the scenes. So we need to sort of bring it back to the core business of what municipalities and the public sector is about, but harness all that technology and the new connectivity that we have at our disposal and going forward to sort of enhance the kind of services we provide. And I'll just rehash that, without this telecoms infrastructure and general telecoms and broadband and spectrum access, also that is being universally accessible throughout the country, we would literally not achieve at least what we want to achieve as a smart city and smart community / a smart society in time. And that should be also what we drive ourselves towards, and also look at legislative support in terms of liberalizing the kind of participation that we need to require in order to accelerate how we roll out fiber, how allocate spectrum, and so forth. In general, what will be the new normal will basically be more connected citizens. That should be one KPA, as it were, that we need to think about as we design what a smart city needs to be about, but also connected government. There'll be more requirement of integration of resources, of processes, standardization, but also open up the data that we have, especially that is not sensitive to the public, for innovation, for participation, ensure that there's anywhere, anytime access, hyper mobility. There's no need for office hours anymore when we talk about smart cities, and we should be allowed to create that kind of ecosystem within the space to allow for a municipality to literally run 24 hours, besides just on the electricity side and the water side and the emergency side. As I said, obviously it will drive a more service-based architecture, but more importantly, to allow for data mobility. Services that municipalities offer are by and large common throughout the country. And as such, there shouldn't be a need to recreate or reinvent the wheel in how we manage data. But data should be fluid enough through these platforms and smart cities that we envisaged to allow for municipalities to share at least and access the same data that is common across in order to improve the customer service, the customer experience, where I could easily, literally, as Kutrano, have access to 3 different municipalities in a single platform, consume or apply for services without reapplying 3-4 times for the same kind of services. And that's the kind of data mobility that would improve customer service, but also bring and unlock some efficiencies within the sector by and large. As I said, colleagues, this is just almost a framing of the discussion and what we are thinking going forward. A full framework is currently being developed internally and will be shared for comment with colleagues, the municipalities, and to better have some consensus in how we should go forward as a sector in general. Thank you, Chair.
Can I call Mr. Jack Gossoff?
Sure thing. Thanks, colleagues, and greetings to all my old friends in the audience. It's great to be in the world of local government again. I'm sharing the presentation, Chair. I've also added it for distribution via the Secretariat. I'm just going to now open it up into full presentation mode. I'm also going to stop my video for those that have some bandwidth challenges. Okay, colleagues, we're going to be using the Lanseria Smart City Development as an example. And I believe that it's an example we need to use to illustrate what I would call the ruthless practicality that we owe the citizenry in developing smart city concepts. Chair, just to confirm before I charge ahead, am I audible? I imagine I am. Great. Okay, so effectively, Mr. Mduduzi Mbada, I know, has shared certain details from the policy side in Gauteng on how we understand the different pieces of the GGT 2030 plan and the role of the different districts in it. And what I'm about to show you fits under a combination of our high growth sector and catalytic infrastructure approaches, in the sense that we are looking at how we attract and retain high growth investment into the province as an overall city region, as well as how we use catalytic infrastructure to unlock certain kinds of private sector investment. And this is just a version of the triangle slide that I showed you before in a kind of narrative format. So really, this is really creating the conditions for infrastructure rollout as a catalyst for district development, which is where we would really see this coming together. But it does have the high growth sector approach embedded, which is inherent to the smart city approach, because it is about sectoral diversification and large clusters of high growth small firms being what our city region enables and is a platform for, in order for the maximization of employment, especially in the new economies. So for those of you, and Sandile will obviously build on this as well, around the idea of Lanseria as a smart city, it's been one of the most significant regional development opportunities that we as a city region have failed to realize for the last 2 decades. Why? It sits at everyone's urban edge, and it's really the bulk infrastructure and the urban infrastructure required to realize, and these figures are out of date, by the way, sorry, an error on my part. It's actually a city with potential to be home to 3.5 million people, 850,000 households. And we know this because we've been through a master planning phase now that we're just about at the end of, that tells us that we could have another city the size of Ekurhuleni at the northwest corner of Gauteng, which is a huge opportunity. But obviously, if you're going to be developing that much urban infrastructure, you've got to do it smart. So the way that the smart city aspects came in to the broader Lanseria process was largely because we are talking about a new urban node that sits at the corners of 3 Gauteng districts. That's City of Joburg, City of Tshwane, Mogale City, and one over the boundary in northwest, that being Madibeng. And both the provincial authorities, both Gauteng and Northwest, working with the presidency, have had to problem solve for how do you create bulk infrastructure financing that actually works for the overall new urban node. So we're actually in territory that was to some extent covered in the previous panel with Komotso and Trevor and the colleagues that were commenting on new ways of doing financing and new ways of securing the development of new urban nodes in a responsible, sustainable, innovative way. And really, in Lanseria's case, what we're doing is we're matching the future flow of funding that the city of 3.5 million people will unlock. And we're saying that loans can be distributed and enhanced by DBSA and working with the private sector where appropriate to fund the infrastructure that unlocks the development, all the different private sector initiatives, all the different public sector financed housing, etc., that needs to be done to make that city of 3.5 million people a reality. And you can get the upfront financing to build the bulk infrastructure now, over the time periods when it's needed to unlock those developments. But that requires an infrastructure master planning process, which can consolidate all the technical work, all the different understandings of what the area can be used for, that can basically develop what becomes a prototype spatial framework for the new city. And over the last 9 months, working with all the stakeholders, that's effectively what the presidency, Gauteng province, Northwest province, and the various districts have done. We've actually designed a city, but we've designed it smart. And I'm going to come to that in a little bit more detail in a second. And this has basically been accompanied by an economic master planning process, which integrates all the potential economic uses. So when we say design it smart, what do we talk about? We've got to be careful about being seduced by the idea that it's only about the most, headline grabbing digital technologies. In many regards, it's actually about much smarter ways of doing the things that we have to do already, but doing it in a way that is integrated and treats a city as a system. If you catch planners at their most idealistic, this is what they foresee a city being. And it's precisely what apartheid in particular denied us the ability to do, because it deliberately counter-designed against holistic systems. So a post-apartheid city is also by definition a smart city, because you're building a system that supports all the different social classes, that has equitable access, that is all these things that improve citizen experience for everybody, not just for the wealthy that can afford to live in Gulf estates. And really, it's a combination of all these elements that are featured on the slide, but you can't just speak about them coming to a city. You've got the city has got to become a platform for these things to evolve. So how do we do that in the context of the master plan that I've described to you? Firstly, you've got to understand that that Lanseria is a highly developable location. So this slide on the left shows you wherever you see green, that is high levels of developability in terms of what the economic potential of the land, the absence of constraints with regards to wetlands and other, environmental geography that you'd bash into if you try to develop. And basically on the left, you can also see the picture of all the different transit nodes that intersect there, but it's mainly highways. And that's part of the challenge, is that, so when we're looking at a new city, we're looking at an area that's got immense potential to host these 3.5 million people, but it can't all be road-based. There's got to, well, not at least car-based. There's got to be a whole lot more of what the city of Joburg is striving for the corridors of freedom for approach, for example, around consolidating how you design the urban form. So when you look at what we've built out as the master plan for Lanseria, which is going to inform the transaction that creates this special purpose vehicle with DBSA to finance all the bulk infrastructure, really what we're looking at is how do you take the existing activity, which is marginalized sprawl, and how do you make the entire design of a new city smarter? How do you consolidate activities in a single place? How do you create density? How do you take what is now currently heavily underutilized land and create a smart city development that arises from that? And what you see here, basically on the right, is a view that gives you a sense of these different uses. But I'm going to give you a much more explicit view of it and give you more of a quick whistle-stop tour of the smartness of it in a moment. So firstly, you've got to understand from a spatial development point of view that you've got to be able to create all kinds of different uses in the same space. So when we're talking spatial planning, when we're talking planning for where the infrastructure goes, how the infrastructure pieces work together, how the road network and the transport network work together, you're creating more and more detail. And when you go over these slides in your own time, when the Secretariat gives them to you as a takeaway, you'll see that what we've done is we've created a new city center that sits exactly where, around the airport, but builds on the airport in all kinds of important ways. And it creates all these new uses that will very much include all these new digital technologies. And this, by the way, isn't based on theory. This is based on the developments that are already planned for the area and how they fit together as different puzzle pieces. Now, you're bringing all the housing the state wants to build. You're bringing all the stuff the private sector wants to build. You're putting that together as a puzzle piece because that's what the master plan has done. Now, this is where the smart stuff starts to really come together. You've got to stop seeing utilities in isolation. What you do with your sewage affects what you can do with your green energy, affects what you can do with your gray water. All of these things become really important to a holistic understanding of what a smart city means. Technology matters. We've had CSIR and a range of people from across the spectrum that have been engaging us on the master plan, telling us, make sure that when you build new roads, you have ducts under them so that fiber can run, you have clear manhole access so that you have fiber maintenance, you allow for a clear network where the towers can be positioned. All of that's important. But it's only part of the smart city picture. If you don't integrate your utility systems in a way that reduces your energy cost, increases reduces your waste to landfill to ultimately zero, reduces your water usage and recycles, you're failing the standard of smart because you're missing the opportunity to harness your utilities for energy, and you're missing the opportunity to basically meet the sustainability goals, which are going to become and are becoming a bedrock of your investment facilitation in terms of which companies, which households, everyone locates to your new urban node. Right now, there's already companies such as Amazon that will require in the next couple of years a renewable energy 100 standard. That means 100% of what their data centers require must be driven by renewables. If you don't set yourself up with that expectation in how we plan for the infrastructure of these new city nodes, you lose the battle for international investment. So let me give you a whistle-stop tour of how that comes together from a city planning and city design point of view. In the center over here, you've got a new city node, which is mixed use. To the south over here, you've got a range of high density and low density residential combined, integrating. And that's where a lot of your planned subsidized housing has to occur. Here, you've got industrial and business and institutional nodes based largely on the existing development applications and what could build on them as a multiplier, with commercial and warehousing coming together. At the same time, you've got light rail, roads, and freight rail beginning to intersect in a common city design. And all of this has to be ICT interactive. All of it's got to be designed from scratch as the city of Joburg and Mohali City, because we've now recognized through the master plan both of the sewage plants. And by the way, it's no longer sewage plants, it's now water resource centers. Sewage has gone to private school. It's got a new name. And the water resource centers that are planned are both needed for the level of development we're talking about. You can't build Northern Works Part 2. You've got to build a water resource center that includes energy interaction, that uses sewage, for example, for the extraction of green hydrogen. There are a number of other areas, but you cannot treat sewage as simply an outflow and a utility. It's got to be constructed, linked to a series of microgrids that will have independent power producers embedded. This is part of what this design enables. Just to give you a view of how this SPV works, what we've been working with all the districts, and City of Joburg, Mohali City, Swanee, and Madibeng from the northwest side will be aware of this. Really, it's about how do you get all the demand that we know is coming from all the different developments and put it into a transaction vehicle that DBSA can assign a loan to. That transaction vehicle has the right to recover future cash flows from the various municipalities using Section 48 of the MFMA as a securitization, and it's basically tax increment financing. We're borrowing from the future in order to enable the future to happen. Not from the municipal grants, but from the rates, from the various service charges. And with DBSA, Khomotso knows very well, we're working on an extensive series of instruments that allow us to do this. That allows us to integrate green financing and digital expansion financing that is interested in this kind of work, and that allows you to realize the smart city infrastructure and planning, development, deployment at a regional scale. So just to note, we're at a 90% completion point with the master plan. We're not stopping at Lanseria. As anyone who's spoken to you from the Gauteng side will be aware, and as the colleagues from Sidibeng and West Rand and their local municipalities will be aware, we're looking at the same process running in the Vaal and the same process running in the N12 corridor, expanding to the wider Western District. Same idea. You bring in the demand, you activate all the, and you know that the bulk services you're installing are going to be smart bulk services that you can finance upfront against the demand for those services that is coming in all these different nodes. And that makes it a much more responsible transaction than just borrowing blindly. Just a note, I'm not going to go through the historic process steps too much. Where we are now, the consolidated master plan has been presented to all parties for comment before conclusion. It's even going through a technical phase of comment by the public now. We are basically going to be soliciting blended finance from other DFIs with DBSA, most likely Jan-Feb, and establishing the special purpose vehicle around Jan-Feb. And we are basically then looking at the districts that are involved know this very well. We're looking at endorsement of the master plan as a policy instrument, conditional on bulk infrastructure investment being available, endorsement of this idea of an SPV that allows us to fund the bulk infrastructure, converting the master plan into planning instruments via the SDFs, via precinct plans, and ultimately via regional spatial development framework. And that's what allows us to start positioning all the bulk investment as a generator of the smart city activity that includes the roads. And by the way, in case I didn't mention, it includes the fiber. We want to use this process to treat fiber as a utility that can be enabled by local government and for which service charges can be recovered by local government through various kinds of partnerships with the private sector to execute. Thanks, Chair. I'm going to stop there. And I'm sure.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much, Jack. Can I invite Mr. Mbanjwa? Is Mr. Mbanjwa on the platform? Sandile Mbanjwa. In the absence of Mr. Mbanjwa, can I invite Mr. Eldrin Jordan?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Eldred speaking. Can I share my video? I can't. Okay, cool. Colleagues, great to spend some time with you. Thank you for the invitation. My name is Aldred Jordan. I am the CEO and founder of GovChat, the official citizen engagement platform for the South African government. I'm going to very quickly share my screen, and I hope that you can see this, colleagues. Okay. So just a bit about GovChat. As I said, it's the official citizen engagement platform for the South African government, with contractual agreements with the Department of Cooperative Governance, the Department of Social Development, the IEC, the Department of Health. We have, I think SALGA is a launch partner of GovChat. Many of you will remember in 2016 when this platform was made available for the induction program of ward councillors back in 2016. And then obviously we have contractual agreements with SASSA, which is an agency of the Department of Social Development. GovChat obviously built very differently. It is not a mobile application. For those of you that don't know, we don't believe in building mobile applications just as yet for two reasons. One, the cost of data in South Africa is still expensive. And then second, majority of mobile phones in this country is Android phones, and they come with a limited space. And citizens will definitely not delete messaging platforms like WhatsApp and Facebook Messenger, which are seen as essential messaging platforms for a GovChat mobile application. And so what GovChat did was it built technology that integrates into messaging platforms that you already have on your mobile phone, like WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, USSD, and SMS. Obviously, in 2016, it was just me, but today, these are the faces behind the GovChat technology that is used by millions of South Africans currently, a young group of people, a nice balance split between male and female, but serious skills and expertise coming from these young people. A proud moment of a GovChat that we are able to use young people, South African citizens, to create this technology. I will also say that the technology behind GovChat is built right here in South Africa. Nothing is open source. Everything is developed within code within South Africa. And really, really proud to be able to say that this is a true South African platform built out of necessity in partnership with the South African government. From a feature point of view, I think before COVID-19, there were only three features on GovChat. The first one was developed in partnership with the IEC, where we allow citizens, by dropping a location pin, and then to be able to find out who their public representative is. The second feature took about 4 years to build, and this feature allows citizens to rate and report about 63,000 government public spaces on GovChat. So whether it is a Home Affairs office, a court, a police station, a school, a healthcare clinic, GovChat allows citizens to rate two things: the experiences that they are getting from a service point of view from government's public servants, but also the infrastructure. It is important that when we say the public sector is doing well or not doing well, that we are able to really distinguish between services and infrastructure. The third feature before COVID-19 hit was that GovChat enabled citizens to send through municipal service requests to any of the 257 municipalities in South Africa, whether it is water issues, electricity issues, pothole issues, whatever municipal issue that is, we are able to send that through WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger, and we then, on behalf of the citizens, send that directly through to municipalities. But the two biggest features in the last 2 months was COVID-19 related. The COVID-19 feature obviously was built in partnership with the Department of Health, allowing citizens to do self-screening. It is the first platform to also find out where your closest testing station is, whether it is a public testing station or whether it is private, whether it is Pathcare or Ampath. Just by dropping a pin, we are able to tell you where your closest testing station is. And then the feature that was launched and announced by the president a few months ago was the feature that GovChat's WhatsApp line would be the exclusive platform to be used to get your test results after you have gone for that COVID-19 test. A real proud moment when the president announced that feature. But the single biggest feature on the GovChat platform that possibly makes about 70% of the activity on GovChat is SASA. In May of this year, or in April of this year, you would remember that the president made an announcement of a 500 billion rand economic stimulus injection to the South African economy. A part of that budget was to provide a social relief of distress grant to those that are in distress, and specifically those that are unemployed. SASA then came to GovChat asking if we could assist them to digitize that process, and we did exactly that. I'm going to literally just give you one use case of the activity on the GovChat before I show you what government departments are able to see with the data that is coming forward from citizens. From a GovChat user stats point of view, GovChat has 5.5 million active users on a daily basis, 28.2% of those users coming from the Gauteng area, 20.1% coming from KZN and the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, making up 10.2 and 11.9%. From a gender point of view, 59% is male and 41% of our users are female. This is a slide that we actually did in partnership with Stats SA, where they wanted to find out in how many households is GovChat. As you know, there is a census that is going to take place next year, and there's quite a few trials that has been taking place from Stats SA over the last, I think, two months. GovChat did an exercise with Stats SA where we were wanting to find out with our residential data, when citizens are dropping pins around the social relief of distress grant application, in how many homes is GovChat? And we can comfortably say that this map that you see here is a map of all the users of GovChat, but their homes only. So we are in 1.1 million homes of this country. Really exciting to see how GovChat is spread throughout the homes of South Africans. A very proud moment. In just the last 2 months, we have processed well over 250 million messages on the GovChat platform, making us the largest a citizen engagement platform, not just in South Africa, but on the African continent. A real proud moment, because not many platforms would be able to process these kind of messages within a 2-month period. Then my final use case, before I show you our management portal, is the social relief of distress grant application. Now, I really just want to stand still here, because as you remember, COVID-19 hit, lockdown came forward, and the normal way to apply for a SASSA grant is by going into a post office or a SASSA office, standing in a queue and needing to fill out a manual form. With COVID-19, that was not possible. And because we digitized the social relief of distress grant application form, we were able to process well over 4.5 million applications through GovChat. What does that mean? It means that no South African applying for a SRD grant needed to go and stand in a queue and spread COVID-19 at any of the post offices or the SASSA offices. Let me also say that just last week, I can inform you that GovChat received the Global Award for Social Impact of the Year for 2020 from AWS. A remarkable achievement for South Africa, because it's the first time that South Africa has received such an award specifically for the agenda of trying to digitize government processes. Many of you know me as one of those team members that was part of the team that founded Mixit many years ago. And when I was at Mixit, you would know that I was one of the advocates that really was advocating for digitized government services. And I am quoted in the public over the last few months to say that COVID-19 has been a blessing for the South African government, specifically for the ICT marketplace. Because before, it was very difficult. We were doing things manually, but because of COVID-19, the South African government adopted the use of technology to be able to make it a lot easier to engage with citizens, but more importantly, for citizens to engage back with the South African government. I can also share with you that, obviously, because we use WhatsApp, one of the terms of conditions are that we're not allowed to provide or get personal information like ID details through the WhatsApp platform. And so we, what we did was we created a secure form portal to get those details. We obviously also connected with the Department of Home Affairs through Absa Bank to do the verification of ID details through the GovChat platform. But we were only able to send about 1.7 million applications directly through to SASSA because there was a cost of data. The website to complete the SRD application was not zero rated. And so we saw that more than half of the applications that was applying for SRD could not complete that application because they did not have data. And that's why we're not in favor of building mobile applications just as yet. I think next year when government releases a bit more spectrum, I think that building mobile applications would definitely come in handy because the cost of data would be a lot cheaper. Just a bit about where these users come from. I can say that 26% of these users are coming from the city of Joburg, 23% coming from the Bushbuckridge area, and then about 18% coming from the city of Tshwane. An alarming slide, colleagues, because it shows that it's the economic hub of South Africa, the Gauteng province, that is in economic distress, where there is a massive need of South Africans in the Gauteng province that needs assistance from the South African government with this relief of the 350 Rand. From a user demographic point of view, I can share that 61% of all users are aged between 18 and 35. Alarming because it shows again that it's the young people of South Africa that is in need of distress, or that is in distress and in need of assistance from the South African government. 31% of these users are coming back to the platform on a daily basis, and then obviously trying to find out what the status of their application is and when they are able to get their funds once they have been approved from SASSA. Now, when I shared this presentation to the presidency and the SARS commissioner, this was an alarming fact, because well over 77,000 people that was applying for 350 Rand was applying with the iPhone 10, colleagues. Those of you that know what the cost of an iPhone 10 is, it costs between 10,000 and 15,000 Rand, but they're applying for 350 Rand assistance from the South African government. There are three things that I can say and analyze from just that narrative. The one is that it could be a bunch of stolen phones that is applying for SRD grant, which is what I doubt. The second option could be that there is a previously middle-class market or group of citizens that obviously because of COVID is now in distress and in need of assistance from the South African government. Or it could be a group of South Africans that has bought a iPhone 10, but living above their means. I'm going to go for the second option, where I think that a group of South Africans that were previously middle class is now in distress because of COVID-19 and applying for the assistance from the South African government. Colleagues, I'm going to leave that for you to decide which option you want to go for, but I'm going to go with the second option. I can also say that we have
3 minutes.
Sure. I'm going to leave the next slide. So I'm just going to show that we have digitized the SASSA call center as well, where we have digitized the SASSA call center. We were able to handle well over 500,000 questions on behalf of SASSA by including it in our chatbot. And we were able to save SASSA 7.5 million Rand in call center fees, and then also the taxpayer as well. Colleagues, what I wanted to do as well is I wanted to show you just our dashboard very quickly. And I won't need more than 2 minutes, Chair. So this is a management portal that various oversight bodies like COCTA, the DPME, Stats SA is able to see. We have various maps of GovChat. This is a map of all the municipal issues that has been reported throughout the country on the GovChat platform. We can do this in real time, in the last 30 minutes, the last hour, the last 5 minutes, the last week. And we are able to, at a granular level, very easily show all the issues that has been reported by citizens in municipalities. I can also show you another map. This is a map of all those citizens that is searching for ward councillors. And I can show you with this map that this is in the last month, that more than 32,000 citizens have searched for ward councillors in South Africa using GovChat. And we can do this at a very granular level in real time by doing that. What I can also show you is what the presidency would see. This is a macro dashboard, colleagues, of all the issues that has been reported on GovChat. You would also be able to see that just while this is downloading, there is millions of data sets. Okay, cool. You'd be able to see that 70% of all the issues reported on GovChat is SASSA related. I can show you right here that 77,000 users is applying for using an iPhone 10 for a SRD grant. We can show you that 40% of all users are using MTN, 40% Vodacom, Cell C 13%, and Telkom 3%. Then I can also show you all the municipal service requests per province, per municipality, and per ward, and how those municipal issues are affecting public institutions like IEC voting stations, post offices, home affairs officers, ECD centers. I can tell you when they are being reported, can do that for SASSA. I just wanted to also just show you a comparative a dashboard where you can go and compare the city of Joburg versus the city of Tshwane, the city of Cape Town, all the metros we can go and compare very, very easily across sewage issues, across refuse removal, electricity issues, and water issues. And then just the last one, if I want to go into the municipal dashboard, just you can see in the last month, we've received well over 11,000 issues of municipal requests. But let me just show you very quickly, if I were to understand all the electricity issues in the country, we can distinguish what they are on GovChat between electricity disruptions and illegal connections. And I can go and do this. Let's just take Gauteng as a province, and let's just take the city of Joburg. And let's say in the last week, what were the issues? Look at that. And it's per ward as well. I can do this per ward. Colleagues, that's going to be my presentations, and I'll gladly take questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Eldred. I'm going to open the floor for questions. I can see that quite a number of participants have left the platform. I think time is against us. People do have to run around and do other errands in the afternoons, and it's natural. The floor is open. I cannot see hands. Therefore, if you are going to speak, just speak. Don't expect me to recognize hands.
Chairperson, it's Alderman Riley. I had my hand up.
Go ahead, Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Chair. I found this quite interesting, this particular presentation, or the presentations under this section. You know, while COVID has highlighted the ugly side of what a pandemic can do to a country and the world at large, given the unemployment rate, as was discussed earlier, and the sheer poverty and the desperation that people are feeling, just on a day-to-day basis, never mind when a pandemic or an epidemic hits the world. But what it has also highlighted throughout this country as well as the world is how important technology is in order to be together and be connected. And that's one thing that has actually, in my opinion, saved a lot of the interactions, a lot of businesses, because of these platforms that have been allowed. You know, people have been allowed to work from home because we are that connected around the world. The fact that your cell phone is on 24/7 as a public representative, we'll argue that on another time. But the point is that we mustn't shy away from technology, and we often see it as an isolated thing. Meanwhile, we're talking about smart buildings, smart cities, and it involves numerous departments, numerous role players. Just in terms of smart cities, where we were talking about, making life easier for people, that you don't have to stand in queues anymore. You really don't, and we shouldn't really be expecting citizens to go and pay their bills, via a queue system. We have to get these platforms right in order to make life easier. As technology advances, as more and more people compete for jobs, more and more people are going to be needing these conveniences more and more as we head into the fourth industrial revolution. But the one thing that was discussed many years ago, particularly in Ekurhuleni, is giving residents or businesses a bit of relief. Those who want to go the green route, if I want to call it that, but we don't seem to give people a hand up when they are really proving that they're getting off the grid, that they're not being completely reliant on government. And we just seem to penalize people continuously when we whack them with high energy bills, high water, high this, high that, high that. But meanwhile, a lot of private companies are really, really trying to take this green initiative, smart building initiative very seriously. You can see throughout Joburg, these things are happening. Government, however, in my opinion, is very behind if you look at the trends across the world. So, you know, just taking your air conditioning system in your municipal buildings, which cost us a fortune. There are people out there who have designed programs that can tell you when these machines need to be on and when they need to be off. And that is just a huge, huge relief in terms of costing, as well as on the environment as a whole. So, you know, I think we mustn't see IT as an isolated department, an isolated thing. It encompasses in every aspect of our life, from environment to the works. I mean, you just take sewage, for instance. When there are countries in this world who analyze sewage to see where there are, for instance, a measles outbreak. They analyze sewage when a city is plagued by drugs, and to see where it is, where the drugs are more prevalent in a bigger town. And there was the talk of doing the same for the coronavirus here in South Africa. I don't know where that, you know, these are technologies that we need to advance to and be able to quickly adapt. But I'm afraid the private sector is adapting, in my opinion, far quicker than government is, and government actually should be the leading role player and initiator of these processes. I'm not an expert. I really am not an expert in IT. And in fact, we are giving birth to generations of children who are just, it's programmed into their DNA. You know, I just have to give my 7-year-old my phone and she knows exactly what to do. I don't even need to teach her. So, you know, we as adults need to just stop being so, blocked by the fact that technology is there. It's going to surpass us very quickly, and our children are going to need us to make sure that we fight that schooling is that they provided with the proper basics in terms of schooling, etc., etc., etc. That's all I want to say. As I say, I'm no expert. It's just what I read and what I've heard today, and I was quite intrigued. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Any more takers? If I can allow 2 more speakers before I hand back to the program director. Mr. Chava, Mr. Jacques, Mr. Jordan, your last comments.
Sure. Sure. Hello. Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Chair, it's Councillor Mohasa here, the Chief Whip of Council here. One of the issues that I wanted us to share, you know, on the last presentation, I would enjoy, because the last presentation seems to have science on it. It's research done, science on it, so that maybe what we could do as municipalities on electricity matters, just like when we have these challenges around Johannesburg, it's maybe to interact with the very same people who are doing a presentation, for us just to be able to outline it well, so that when we deal with matters of electricity, are more scientific than being general. And I think to me, it was a good presentation that was presented, so that when we share with it, we have also the scientific means that have been done, so that when we raise the issues with the minister and the CEO, for instance, of ESCOM, it's not issues of dealing with the bone without meat, but both are there. That would be my comment, that I wish that we were able, as Johannesburg, to be able to tap into that presentation, but working with the team there, for them to be able to outline what informed them on those graphs that they had in relation, especially on electricity, because it's one of the challenges that SALGA would know, that Johannesburg in all areas where there were areas of people who were disadvantaged previously would have electricity outages, but more than that, it's a continuous electricity outages which is not controlled according to me. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I then ask Mr. Kutlwano Chaba and Jacques and Eldridge to wrap up?
Hi, Chair. I think on my side, Councillor Riley literally summed it up. I think the whole view in how we look at the technology and digitalization should be not looked at in isolation, but as part of the whole core business of local government. So I think as we move forward, in whatever programs you want to launch, however way you want to improve services, digitalization and towards the whole smart community will be at the heart of everything. So thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Just basically to follow up with that, I think I'd completely agree, but add that what the members are raising is also very pertinent. The bureaucracy is more of an accelerator, well, I'm sorry, more of a brake pad than an accelerator. So there's parts of government that are accelerators, and we're all part of the same government car, if you'll forgive me the metaphor. And I think that what we've got to do is we've got to be willing, and I think the SALGA membership is going to be asked about this more frequently and sooner than it might realize. We've got to be willing to embrace novel ways of how we regulate the sale and the management of services. You know, we're heading into a time now, for example, when you're going to have a lot of potential solutions to Councillor Makhase's electricity challenges that'll come from independent power producers that are embedded at the point of use. So you're going to have block level independent power producers selling, you know, electricity directly to customers, and those customers putting their electricity back directly onto the grid. None of the metros or the districts have really fully configured themselves as yet to be able to be empowered to run that kind of IPP infrastructure. So we've got to work as a government system to make sure that everybody's ready, and we've got to make sure that when we make deliberate decisions. So when the councillors of the city of Joburg start seeing the resolutions on Lanseria in the next couple of months, make sure that you are affirming that you want a smart city, you want smart sewage, you want smart electricity. You want to move towards not only sustainability and lower cost for citizens, but on interaction between all the different systems, because that's really what these new master planning approaches are designed to do. And that doesn't just apply to the new nodes. I mean, the colleagues from Ekurhuleni and the colleagues from Laval will know that we're working with them in DTIC on new ways to stabilize electricity grids in industrial areas. That's smart thinking, because you've got to combine storage, generation, investment from DTIC, loan financing based on future private sector usage, all these different financing mechanisms, and you've got to combine smart financing with smart design in ways that allow you to solve the problem of the citizen. And I think that's what we've reaffirmed today. So I think the members have got very much the right idea. What Eldred and GovChat do is they add the layer of the citizen as digital actor on top of all of that, so that your smart design and smart responsiveness responds to this kind of activity in real time. And when you get there, we're starting to see leaps in Batopele compliance and Batopele principle, you know, institutionalization that you wouldn't have thought possible before, because you've leapfrogged all the kind of people standing in queues and bureaucrats at middle management level, and all of a sudden you're doing smart stuff in real time. It's within our grasp, but we have to be willing to legislate and regulate in a way that allows for it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jacques. Eldred?
Chair, you know, Alderman Riley, you know, is really, she really warms my heart with what she says. I think that, you know, what is important that we continue to develop technologies that are citizen-centric, simplistic but citizen-centric. I think that if I look at use cases around gender-based violence, where there are 27 hotlines in this country for gender-based violence, 27 contact center numbers for one thing. It's crazy. And so I believe that there should be one platform for all of government services. There shouldn't be a platform for electricity. There shouldn't be another platform for social services and another platform for health. It's time that the South African government strongly thinks about one platform across all of government services, so that it makes it easier for the citizen when he wants to pay, or he wants to get a visa at Home Affairs, or wants to renew his driver's license or his car license at the traffic department, that there's one platform that is able to do all of those things. And I believe that COVID-19 again has showed what is possible without needing to stand in a queue. And I believe that we must continue with that. We cannot go back to the way it was. The new normal is technology. And so I really, really want to thank the South African government, SALGA, COCTA, the DOH, SASSA, Social Development, DPME, for believing in technology and giving us as startups. I'm part of a startup, and giving us startups the ways and means to partner with you to be able to make it easier for citizens to interact with you. And so I really, really want to thank you. Don't give up on the partnership, because as the president will tell you, that there's no way that the South African government can fix the country on its own. There's a need for partnerships. And so I want to end by saying thank you. Thank you for the partnership. We will continue to support this. We have done this at no cost to the South African government. GovChat is free to citizens and free to the South African government. We will continue with that. And I can only just say thank you for this partnership. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we have come to the end of this session. I am going to hand over to the Deputy Chair of the PEC, Councillor Aletta Mashiko, to give a message to close the session and close day one of the PMA. And just to let the cat out of the bag, let me take the PMA into confidence. I had sometime last year, very early last year, a chat with the CEO of SALGA around this subject, and we agreed in principle that we need to have a special session to talk on this subject. And I think we can make a commitment at this stage that we will formalize that session. Once the modalities and the logistics are arranged, you will still be invited again. Maybe we can dedicate a day or two just only on this subject, because it is a subject that is quite important for our province in terms of its trajectory, in terms of its character, and in terms of its configuration. With those few words, thank you very much, colleagues. Councillor Mashiko.
Thank you very much. Good day, colleagues. Good afternoon, let me say. And I want to acknowledge that the day has been very much long and fruitful, and it has provided extensive content that we needed to digest after the PMA to help improve our municipalities. I thank my fellow Deputy Chair for starting the meeting at exactly 8:30. I heard that people were saying, yeah, one at this time, punctuality was just punctuality. Time was actually monitored highly. And I want to say thank you for that, Deputy Chair. While we lost a little bit of time along the way, the discipline of the program directors, moderators, speakers enabled us to successfully conclude what was otherwise a loaded program. Perhaps one of the biggest highlights emanating from various sessions, beginning with the SALGA chairperson's opening and address, in the keynote address relates to the importance of intergovernmental relations and cooperative governance. And by that, I want to say thank you very much. The many challenges facing our municipalities today require much better collaboration and most of all, mutual understanding. We have struggled with this for a while, but recent engagements with COPTA, with the Office of the Premier, has demonstrated that collaboration yields better results. COVID-19 was particularly critical in highlighting that we can achieve if we collaborate better. We look with anticipation at how the growing Gauteng together strategy will help Gauteng through the post-COVID-19 recovery as presented earlier today. Lastly, COVID has forced us to a faster transition of digitization, digitization. It's this word and beautiful. How I write beautiful, I struggle with these two words. The entire life, I have to say beautiful before I can write it. So these two words have been demonizing me the entire life. We can prepare for this. This session for today has also showed that digital technology can assist in the planning and oversight in our respective municipalities. Let us not shy away from it because it is indeed the future. I heard most of the speakers will say it's now the new normal, and it is the new normal. So the skills are required, efforts are to be made in transforming the thinking, the practice, and how we do things must now be different. I heard somebody also talking about robotics engineer, and I know one company where somebody that I know works there, they are now using robotics and retrenched almost 20,000 people. With all that said, I hope you all agree with me that the day was fruitful. I wish you all a restful evening and that we come back together refreshed and ready for another day for tomorrow so that we can actually move our country forward. Thank you very much. May you enjoy your evening. Thank you very much. Councillors, tomorrow we will be starting at 8:15. I think punctuality will prevail again tomorrow.